use it further, but we want to try it out in Andhra. We have done a pilot with almost 2,000 users, seeing great results. All your fitness, meals, everything will be customized, personalized, basis how is your body responding, and then there will be a coach who will be kind of guiding you on your day-to-day journey.
And we have all regional languages.
All regional. So today, if you see, you can ask questions in Telugu. It will give you answer in Telugu, Kannada. All the regional languages has been kind of integrated into this mobile app right now. So very powerful, and the results, like I showed you, almost like 90% users seeing great result. 1.9% is your average drop in HbA1c. That means, say, if you started at 8.5, you would have almost reversed by the end of the 3 months program. And we just saw that we launched NCD3 right now, where almost 2 million people have been screened to be diabetic in Andhra Pradesh. So it will be a great one.
Good. Scarborough.
So a dream come true, sir. Meeting you actually. You are my visionary leader.
Thank you.
So it's a 0% commission right booking app, sir. So we are fastest growing mobility app actually. We launched 1 year back in Hyderabad. So it's complete 0% commission, mostly focused on driver centric. 50,000 registered drivers are already on our platform in a span of 1 year. And it is complete one-stop solution for rides, EV ecosystem, last mile delivery. We have our own two-wheeler fleets as well. So it's Volta fleets. So the app name is Volta Rides.
Now you are in Andhra Pradesh also?
We are planning to launch in Vizag next week.
Vizag.
So that's the reason we are here.
As on today, where you are operating Hyderabad?
In Hyderabad, sir. In Hyderabad, mostly in the western side and eastern side of Hyderabad.
Okay.
And expanding as well. So,
Thank you.
yeah, sir. And we have an SOS feature, I just want to highlight that. So it's a 15 minutes ambulance service. So people can use our SOS as a panic button in our app. So this is our unique feature, which other apps don't have.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Hello. Hi. Bonam. How are you?
ఈడీపీతో చేశాను కదా
చేసాను జ్ఞాపకం ఉంది ఇప్పుడు ఎక్కడున్నారు
మోస్ట్లీ జాయినింగ్ ఇన్వెస్ట్ ఇండియా సార్ హ్యాండ్లింగ్ ఆన్ ది సౌత్ ఇండియన్ స్టేట్
Hi sir, I'm Gayatri.
క్లైమేట్ టెక్ బిల్డ్ చేస్తున్నారు సార్ క్లైమేట్ టెక్నాలజీస్ ఇంక్యుబేట్ చేసి ఐఐటి మద్రాస్ అండ్ ఐఐటి
వాట్
తిరుపతి
ఈస్ ది క్లైమేట్ టెక్ వాట్ యువర్
I focus
ultimate
on
product?
built environment, decarbonization, even early warning signals, etc. Sir. But I'm here to propose the venture studio model. Cities like Singapore, Rotterdam, etc. are solving their cities' problems using venture studios, where you can tell us the challenge that the city is facing, and we create point solutions for it and solve for those challenges. Sir. So we sort of look at what is the idea that we are solving for. We validate the idea, we build a solution, and we also commercialize those solutions. So this is broadly what we are doing, and we are slightly different than VCs because besides investing, we also do what accelerators, incubators do, and beyond that.
build it together with
Countries like Singapore solving their challenges using this model itself. So Invest Singapore, etc. came out of this.
We'll work it out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bio 3D printer we have developed it in India, so we're the first in the country to develop a 3D bio printer. We're recognized by the World Economic Forum as a technology pioneer, and I understand you'll be in Davos, so we'd like to invite you to our bioeconomy panel that we're organizing in the Congress. So what we've been able to do is scale up across the country. We've been able to install our bio printers, and we have collaborations internationally as well. So we'd love the opportunity to work with Andhra Pradesh, the medical education department, to bring this for skilling purposes, for training purposes, and for hospitals.
Mainly for the medical education students, for them to learn before entering the OT. This all the products will help them.
And we have a virtual platform and a physical platform.
We are closely working with World Economic Forum also, sir. Most of our projects are done and visited by them.
Okay, we'll work it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Namaskar.
So we make connected medical equipment for kidney dialysis. Kidney dialysis కోసం connected equipment చేస్తాం. So we are already in AIMS Hyderabad, CMC Vellore and all that. So we see a huge problem with kidney dialysis quality in the country. He's Dr. Tamirisa, he's an nephrologist. So this issue because in developed countries, dialysis start at 10 to 15 years badu. For various reasons, 5 years they are So we need to monitor the quality of dialysis in real time. Only because kidneys are not working, so urine is not being produced, right? So ఈ waste ని మనం బాడీ నుంచి తీసేటప్పుడు we need to make sure this is really being removed. So if it is a huge problem across the country, we would like to make a difference in that, sir.
This is a groundbreaking technology, sir. We are building in Cambridge. Dr. Nipun is a physicist in Cambridge. Dr. Schuler is a NHS doctor in UK, sir. And
What is the-
Sir, this is Rapidex Bio. Nipun will explain you.
So we're building the fastest disease detection test for microbial disease, for infectious diseases. Right? In 10 minutes, we can take a person's sample. It can be if they're coughing, if they have UTI, urinary tract infection, or waterborne disease, diarrhea. We can take that sample in this and directly test the sample. So to directly test this sample, we just simply swap with the capsule. This is a PCR test. Normally, PCR test is done in laboratory, but we are able to do this in
This
the field.
box will do the entire test.
Box will do the entire test. So we just take the simple sample. If this was a sample, sir, we just put it in and we just press this inside, and that gives us a dispensation. Now after that, sir, we are able to get the information for the pathogen, sir, and also what is the medicine that will work for him. So what antibiotic will work for him, and we can do this within 10 minutes.
And it's a small box, sir. In 10 minutes, you will know which disease you are suffering through. In 5 minutes, doctor will tell you what disease, take the medicine and go, sir.
Sir, our
So
vision
this will
is
revolutionize diagnostics to treatment in 10-15
for
minutes.
all of southern global, all of global south, sir. We can build from Andhra Pradesh and we can actually export this technology. So in Andhra Pradesh itself, sir, we have 6.2 lakh cases of diseases, and it causes 1.5 lakh deaths. 62 lakh cases, sir, and it causes 1.5 lakh deaths. We can bring that down below 10,000 every year by testing on time, because there is no disease we
What is
cannot
the
treat.
cost now?
Sir, the cartridge, the system itself, we built it in 10,000, but we would give it for free because we'll get revenue from tests. The test we will
What is the-
$1 per test.
As on today, what is the proof of concept?
Yes.
What is the proof of concept
So we've done
and
a
efficiency?
validation
Validation.
at AIIMS New Delhi, sir. We've compared it against the best test, which is microbial culture, and we got 96% sensitivity and 100% specificity. So, sir, it is actually better than the culture test because culture has 85% sensitivity. So, the best test is better than the culture.
సార్ మీరు మీ ఇతనికి చెప్పి ఇవన్నీ కూడా ఈ టెక్నాలజీస్ అన్ని హెల్త్కి సంబంధించి విల్ డూ పైలట్ ఇట్ ఈస్ వర్కింగ్ దెన్ విల్ రిప్లికేట్ దెన్ విల్ గివ్ ప్రూఫ్ ఆఫ్ కాన్సెప్ట్ ఫర్ దెమ్ దెన్ దే విల్ గ్లోబలీ దే విల్ ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్.
Yes, sir. Bicycle pilot is the sir.
No, you do that. We'll give you immediately. You start the work, which are all workable. We want to give you proof of concept.
Yes.
Testified by government also. Then you can scale it up.
Yes.
We'll do it.
So this is a revolutionary, sir.
We'll work
Father
it
is Ajay Sahani, sir. You work with
Oh,
yes.
Delhi learn. That's my IT secretary.
He's Ankit, sir. He's space tech cluster developer.
So I
So we
invest
are-
in deep tech startups.
Your
Space
father
tech,
is responsible for
Yeah.
our triple IT. Triple IT, he made all the structure, everything.
All under your guidance, sir. He
Yeah,
told
yeah.
me that it was all under your guidance.
All of them I promoted. They have done very well.
Yes.
Good. Thank you, good.
So we will try and do a
Yeah, you work it out.
and we will try and
We'll be very happy.
Yes, sir. We invest in these kind of technologies, space tech, life sciences. So we'll be very happy to see what we can do in this state, because I live in Zurich. So we are let's say US, America, US, European, and Indian fund.
You are which place? Originally?
Zurich in Switzerland.
Originally
Originally,
from
I'm
India.
originally from Bihar. But I lived all over in India. I was living in Mumbai before moving to Europe. And we focus on investing in Indian founders. They can be based in India, they can be based in Europe or US, but Indian founders.
We'll work it out. We'll work.
Thank you very much.
We're running a live test right now. We're running a live test right now.
Sir, Singapore is another company, healthcare. Effectively said, bring two healthcare companies which are relevant to start and deploy in the public health.
Yeah.
That's one for chronic disease management.
Yeah, this is
for AI technology.
This is what you are doing. You can carry on.
So, sir, this is basically a system for mass screening of multiple types of diseases using robotics and artificial intelligence. Today, the tools that we have for mass screening of, say, anemia are only give us incomplete information. like hemoglobin only tells us, okay, this person has low hemoglobin, but doesn't tell you the cause behind it. But there exists a centuries-old method which can be easily used by a doctor looking at the blood with this microscope to tell whether it is iron deficiency, whether it is folic acid deficiency, or whether it is thalassemia. What we have done, sir, is basically taken that centuries-old method and tried to automate it with the help of robotics and AI. So the way it works is basically it can take the sample just the way a doctor looks at it with the microscope. It scans it with the help of a robotic AI-driven microscope and captures images which are taken to the cloud. And on the cloud, there is an artificial intelligence layer which basically looks at the blood pictures and screens for multiple diseases. That includes anemia, it includes malarial parasites, early stage screening for blood cancers and other types of cancers. Then for in the dengue season, like symptomatic patients for dengue and so on and so forth.
Okay, that's good. And
So our company name called SaveMom. We have developed the smart wearable device to monitor pregnant women and children for the first 1,000-day period, sir. So our mother is coming every month to the hospital. This device, throughout the 1 month period, it will capture BP, blood pressure, heart rate, all the saturation information. Real time, sir. And it stores the data. Whenever the mother comes to the hospital, it digitizes this data directly to the system, sir. It avoids a lot of manual data entry.
No, but you don't have direct communication transmission.
It is that, sir. It has a direct communication also, sir. And our AI model can help prevent, identify high-risk pregnancy. So in the 3rd, 4th month itself predicts the delivery outcomes, sir. If the mother has anemic or potential diabetics. And after delivery, this device can be transferred to the baby in a small form factor. This is the main chip, sir. Culturally we designed, so mother don't feel to wear a watch kind of form factor, sir. Sir, almost 30,000 mothers we successfully done. It become a Harvard case study, sir.
We will use it.
Thank you.
What is this, brother?
We are semi-enterprise HA accelerator module company. We have a software platform also on this, where you don't need any internet to just deploy the AI models into this and run the
AI on the chips.
AI on the chip. So there are
What is the application?
yes, so multiple use cases: waterfall detection, the count, and also the latitude, longitude of the locations. Immediately we can see worker efficiency, where helmet that you're raising or how many times you're bending, so we can build
We
the
can
good
put
use
the
case.
chip on a drone, send it up
Yeah.
in the air, sir, and
That's
it will
also.
capture everything, analyze the information.
Instantaneously you analyze and take the action. Surveillance use cases, where passenger detection.
What is the accuracy?
Accuracy, we are getting around 90% accuracy. The more data we get, we'll be able to get more accuracy.
Okay, good. Hello.
Professor at BITS Pilani, sir,
Hmm.
and
So I'm
heads all
representing
startup
BITS Pilani.
coordination.
India's #1 private engineering college, known for its startup founders, one of whom is here today.
Vaibhav has built a lot of maternity and neonatal
Medical
health.
So this causes reduction of 40% in intrapartum mortality. During labor, when babies die, this device can detect early and tell that any problem is there, and you can reduce up to 40% of intrapartum death. This device supports babies who are premature, whose lungs are not developed, to give them oxygen therapy, even in rural areas. So even if the oxygen concentrator can work, it can be used in an ambulance, it can be used in hospital transport. So multiple modes of therapy.
What is the cost optimization?
This will be about 2.5 to 3 lakhs. This will be about 2.2 lakhs. Right? At scale, thousands of units, we can bring down the cost of manufacturing. And
As
device
on
life
today,
cycle
it is in pilot stage.
So we have already deployed in India. We have big deployments in Assam, Rajasthan, Karnataka. We are doing now with Infosys Foundation.
We'll use it.
Good morning, sir.
Andhra voice, sir.
Yeah, Andhra voice. We were there in US for a long time and then came back, building in technology sold for the MSMEs of India.
What is the
Yeah, so there are 3 things that we are doing. One is the visibility, and then so they're connected to the marketplaces like ONDC and other marketplaces so that they get more sales, more revenue, right? Number 2 is to manage their internal operations, like whether it is accounting or marketing or sales. All these companies, right, small companies, they cannot afford Oracle. So there's a cheaper solution for India. So that's essentially aligning.
It is software.
Software. It's pure tech solution. Yeah.
Tech solution, software with artificial intelligence.
Exactly, sir.
MSMEs largely.
So
Yeah,
they can
you-
try out this free model for some
No, you
MSMEs.
come and work.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Namaskar.
Sir, we are from Swia Information Technologies. We are one of the Vizag-based startup companies, sir, incubated under NASCO. We have multiple products like on AI, blockchain, and IoT. The one that we want to show here is basically we are tracking real-time asset tracking in SSKP PG hospital in Kolkata right now. We want to show you that's how we install the device. Sir. This is completely designed, developed in Vizag. Sir.
What is the application?
So application being
all these devices, medical devices in the floor, and they know like where they are and how they are being placed, whether they are out of this one or not. So they can see it in the right rate and they can see like
that shows the entire.
This is a real implementation which we did in the Kolkata. So this is another thing. This is a toolbox. It is for the AP government only with Karnan Uday Bhaskar sir when he is working as a commissioner of health. We did. So this is to give the medicines to the chronic diseases and pregnant women. We give the medicines here. Like whenever they are taking the medicines, it will get the data to our dashboard.
That's good. And well.
We are from Cloud Seeds. We are from Cloud Seeds, based out in UK. We have our solutions related to AI and smart cities and business analytics, which we use AGI frameworks for the data security, AI privacy, AI security models is our primary. So we are bringing up edge data center concept like to promote more AI projects. Like it's not on cloud based, but we'll be going to get close AI, not at the point like which is essential for any defense projects. We are also working with the militaries and other projects, so this which will enable the round the clock security surveillance solutions, which can be detected through CCTV. And we do have a center of excellence in programs.
Okay, that's good.
Sir, good morning, sir. Sir, this is a एयर एटमॉस्फेरिक वाटर जनरेशन मशीन सर. हवा से जो पानी निकालता है, हमें इसके लिए पानी का जरूरत ही नहीं चाहिए. ये अपना हवा से जो इम्यूनिटी है, इम्यूनिटी को पानी में कन्वर्ट करके पानी निकालते हैं. अल्कलाइन वाटर है सर. ये कॉस्ट है सर 29,000 रुपीज़ का आता है सर. इसमें हमने पूरा अल्कलाइन वाटर है ताकि हमें जो जरूरी है उसी मिनरल्स को इसमें ऐड कर सकते हैं. इसमें आरओ का वगैरह कोई ज़रूरत ही नहीं पड़ता. सिर्फ इसमें मेम्ब्रेन का कोई यूज़ ही नहीं है सर इसके अंदर. सिर्फ हमारा जो जरूरी है मिनरल्स, हमारे लिए जो मिनरल्स का ज़रूरत है उस हिसाब से हमने इसको इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं सर. इसमें 20 to 25 लीटर पानी को जनरेशन करते हैं 24 आवर्स के अंदर, एक दिन के अंदर सर. इसके लिए पानी की ज़रूरत ही नहीं है. इम्यूनिटी जैसा 50% एबोव इम्यूनिटी है उसके अंदर ये पानी जनरेट हो जाता है सर. सर ये अपना सर ये अपना ये लोगों का एरो का इसी का वाटर है सर. ये अल्कलाइन वाटर है सर. ये यस सर.
Very nice.
Yes sir.
Excellent.
Yes sir.
See there.
Sir, one last one.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes sir. Thank you very much sir.
Thank you.
Next is some snaps.
Sir, you have seen products. This is a surveillance tool, particularly for climate and health. And my colleague will quickly explain, sir.
This is a clear position action towards climate and health. What we are trying to do is an approach where we bring in climate and health data together. We are building an early warning system. So we have two ways which we do it. One is we look at the stage data itself, it's triangular information that is available. We have our GIS layers which we have built using ML algorithms and so on. We layer that data on top of it and understand how climate is affecting various pockets and so on. We also supplement this with various tools with data, like wastewater surveillance, women-based surveillance, which is an ML-based tool which looks at media articles in various native languages. We have done this in India and other countries such as Philippines as well. We have a dashboard which we have tried with Anandapur in Andhra Pradesh as well, so if you have time you can see.
Okay.
Good morning, sir. Sir, I am Vinodna, Assistant Collector Anantapuram. The Swasti team had come to Anantapuram and this is a project they have done, sir. We have all together done.
So this is for nothing for us, sir. So we have the climate data and the health-related data, whichever we could gather from the team, and we have just correlated whatever. This is an interactive dashboard where you can just click onto all these things and understand like what are the different things here. And this is the infectious disease, like where we are seeing all the rainfall-related, temperature-related data, seeing to understand what's the correlation between the disease outbreak. So you can see all the weather-related data and all coming in. So this you can see like with respect to disease outbreak and different thing, what is the correlation between the disease outbreak. And then we have something for reproductive health and child data as well. Like we have collected for every mandal within Anantapuram, and to understand like what are the different like cases with respect to the
pregnant women and how they are recovering over a period of time.
So we use one use case of maternal health, and we're trying to show a correlation between incidence of anemia among pregnant women and number of ANC visits.
It is Anantapur, one mandal.
Yes, sir.
Koder mandal.
Yes.
So you can deep dive into every numbers actually, how many visits they have done and how they improved over a period of time, so that you can click onto it and understand like how the different things like.
Dashboards and musician making
Now, what is the accuracy? Proof of concept.
Yes.
What is the accuracy?
Sir, if I may,
No, what I am asking you, this is they are doing this work.
Yes, sir.
You are administration side.
Yes, sir.
You are testing with your hospitals and everything, with other physical verification. What is the accuracy?
So, one PHC, 95%, there is a Kuderu Mandal PHC from where we have done, it is catering to 40,000 populations. 100 to 150 cases are coming every day. We have monitored almost 112 pregnant women. And the antenatal, one parameter if I can say, sir, 4 antenatal checkups, if they are being done regularly to the women, the maternal mortality rate is being brought down. So 95% of accuracy, we are able to deal with this.
That is where you can use it for the.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sir, I'm Rohit, sir.
General manager, 1 minute. General manager ఈ హోటల్కి పిఎట్ జిఎం ఉండేది, నేను జిఎం చేశాను. నేను 70 crores నుంచి 100 crores తీసుకెళ్ళింది.
Good, congratulations.
మనకి జిఎస్ చేస్తున్నాడు మనకి.
Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Chief Minister will be entering the auditorium in the next 1 minute. Request all of you to give him a very warm welcome. On behalf of GFST, I announce the arrival of our chief guest, Sri Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu, Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Chief Minister is inside the auditorium. I request all of you to give him a warm welcome. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the Deep Tech GovTech conference. I request Honorable Chief Minister to light the lamp, and I request GFST officials and Honorable Ministers and MLAs also to join the lighting of the lamp. I request the dignitaries, Honorable Ministers, to join the lighting of the lamp ceremony, sir. I request Honorable Chief Minister to occupy the dais, and I request Sri Takkar Sir, Kutumbarao Garu, and Chief Secretary Nirab Kumar Prasad Sir to take their respective seats on the dais. It is my great pleasure to welcome all to the 2024 Deep Tech GovTech Conference, where innovation meets impact and visionaries gather to redefine the boundaries of technology. Today we stand at the forefront of breakthrough in fields like artificial intelligence, quantum computing, biotechnology, robotics and more, advancements that promise to shape the world of tomorrow. The Deep Tech GovTech Conclave 2024 marks a key milestone in this journey, bringing together global innovators, thought leaders, startups and policymakers to lay the foundation for a thriving deep tech innovation ecosystem in Andhra Pradesh. I request all the delegates to be seated, please. Global Forum for Sustainable Transformation is a platform for policy research for economies and communities for well-being and happiness. We have a short film which will portray the objectives and goals of GFST. I request you to watch the film. Can we have the film, please?
Welcome to the Global Forum for Sustainable Transformation, GFST, a non-profit think tank that drives progress and innovation. With a mission to make Indians global citizens by 2047, GFST is building a roadmap for transformation through technology, governance, and sustainable development. GFST is a platform dedicated to policy research and the sustainable transformation of economies for well-being and happiness. With this vision, the Conclave unites global thought leaders to shape actionable frameworks for inclusive growth. As chief patron, Sri Nara Chandra Babu Naidu highlights the critical role of inclusive policies in empowering women to break barriers, assume leadership roles, and contribute dynamically to their communities. As Mr. Naidu says, at the end of the day, policy and politics are meant to do good to the society. Join us in building a brighter, more equitable future. GFST envisions change through its centers of excellence. The Center for GovTech aims to redefine governance using AI, IoT, and blockchain to deliver citizen-centric services. The Center for Emerging Technology is driving advancements in AI, quantum computing, and biotech to place India at the forefront of global innovation. The Center for Sustainability focuses on creating future-ready frameworks for renewable energy and resource management. The Center for Entrepreneurship is preparing to empower startups and MSMEs with tools and mentorship to drive economic opportunities. The Center for Economic Growth and Prosperity is working to develop strategies that will foster inclusive progress. We envision a world where economic prosperity and community well-being coexist sustainably, achieved through collaboration, equity, and adherence to the principles of sustainable development. Supported by visionary leaders, GFST is committed to building a future-ready society. We aim to bridge the gap between policy and practice through multidisciplinary collaboration, advancing research and innovative solutions that drive sustainable transformation, foster resilience, and promote inclusive growth for a harmonious and prosperous global future. Join GFST in transforming lives through technology, redefining governance, and driving sustainable growth. Together, we shape a future of innovation, creating impactful solutions for a thriving and resilient global community.
Thank you. Chief Minister, sir, yesterday we had about 150 delegates attended a roundtable conducted by Tucker, sir. They are from diverse backgrounds. Today also we have a record number of 400 delegates registered for the conference from a diverse background of academia, non-governmental organizations, entrepreneurs, senior bureaucrats from across the country, students, startups, including foreign delegates from United Kingdom, Switzerland, Germany, and USA. This is a historic and unique conference by all means, where for the first time the government and its entire administration came forward to sit along with technocrats, startups, entrepreneurs to demonstrate the power of technology. We are grateful to Honorable Chief Minister, sir, for driving this initiative and also accepting to participate in the deliberations throughout the day. Now I request our former Chief Secretary of Andhra Pradesh and Vice Chairman and Director of Global Forum for Sustainable Transformation, Sri S.P. Tucker, sir, to deliver his address.
I go there. Good morning to everyone, Honorable Chief Minister Sir, members of the Cabinet and all the experts and students here. 5 years ago, CM Sir suggested that we should create a think tank because last 30 years learnings were there which were to be shared with the world at large. So some of us came together with the CM Sir and we started this organization called Global Forum for Sustainable Transformation. We've been working together for that since that time. And the journey actually starts long time ago. I remember I was district collector in Rangareddy district, NTR was the chief minister, and Chandrababu Naidu sir were chairman of Karshak Parishad. So we adopted 3 mandals in Andhra Pradesh, and I saw Mr. Naidu sir having a mini computer in Kuppam, having the database of every family and how things are happening and working out. We took up Maheshwaram Mandal. We used to take our checkbook with us and issue all the proceedings on the spot and start working. So most of it was physical that time, and from there we started coming to here. Then in 90s, CM Sir actually is the original idea he brought in about reforms in India. So 34 projects were taken up in Hyderabad, including Iconic Tower, including airport, including Ring Road, and that became the precursor of whatever is going on now in the country. Now time has come when we are talking about 2004-7. So Naidu sir thinks that next 23 years is the time when India will be reaching 40, 45, 50 trillion economy and will be the largest economy in the world. So Andhra has to show the way how things are going to happen. Naidu sir has always believed in Uberization of knowledge. Like now in our GFST, everyone is working in a virtual way and everyone is working pro bono. There are no charges. And today we are extending the family, so at least 200 members from here are going to work with us. We are going to start a Vizag chapter, we are starting a London chapter, we are starting a US chapter, and number of organizations are coming together to collaborate with us. So that idea that can we have our own World Economic Forum in India is now going to happen here, and all of you are welcome to be part of it. Today, we are launching a few 6 strategies here, and these are work in progress. So all of you are welcome to contribute to that, and we will be taking this agenda forward. Again, CM sir has suggested that can we do at least one conference every month or every next month. So one by the government, one by the GFST. Now this conference which is being done, government of Andhra Pradesh has been invited and they are not paying anything for it. So it is all by people like you who have come together, you are contributing in this way, the way a marriage happens. So it is like that. So GFST is growing in that kind of way and it's working out. Whatever is being presented today by the concerned officers and the ministers, the work started 75 to 90 days back. So it's not that on a conclave we come and we give lecture and we go home and we don't know what is going to happen. 5-year action plan on healthcare AI, the role of deep tech, gov tech, and one family, one entrepreneur leading to poverty eradication is being launched today. Thereafter, piloting will still go on in some areas and then formally the government will start doing this work. Next conference we are going to have Agri-Tech, maybe in Rayalaseema. Thereafter again in February we are coming, and Gujarat government is joining us in doing Blue Ocean Economy, a pet subject of the Chief Minister and the Prime Minister, Blue Ocean Economy. You will be surprised to know that our ocean spread area of Andhra Pradesh is double the size of land mass of Andhra Pradesh. And there are 11 economic activities possible worth $50 billion and 5 million jobs. European Union has done it already, and their master plan is 9 times bigger than what we are talking about. So we will be launching aquaculture, logistics and fintech, and blue ocean economy in February. Thereafter we are going to start one of the largest startup program in India, where thousands of startups will come here. We have Chirate Fund here which is willing to participate with GFST as well as with the government. We have number of other billionaires coming here and then started working with that. One major thing which is happening today in India is very large number of people who've been there who have achieved everything. They are starting their organizations, like we have GAME here today, 2 people founders of GAME are here. GAME has got a mission MOU with Maharashtra government. They are not charging anything from government. They are saying that our agenda is, can we create entrepreneurs from school onwards? Can we work with MSMEs? So they are now signing an MOU today for 1 lakh SHG members as entrepreneurs. Mr. Srini Raju also has got a similar agenda. So slowly we want all over Andhra Pradesh, there are pilots like this which are funded by the CSR or by the people who have retired from very active life, but they want to contribute to the society. And yesterday such a enterprising discussion, everyone wants to work in Andhra Pradesh and they want to work along with GFST. So all of you are welcome. Under the leadership of Chief Minister, we will be taking Andhra as a pilot. Today 5 states are here. Mussoorie Academy Deputy Director is here with an idea that what we do here, can it also be incorporated into the training program of civil servants, and how do we take it forward. So welcome once again and be a part of our system, and we will be creating a virtual world. Everything will be pro bono. We are not going to pay for it, and we will take it forward because you are knowledge people and our ideas will be incorporated and piloted in different places, either by GFST or by Government of Andhra Pradesh. Thank you, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tucker sir. Since Tucker sir mentioned that this conference is not being paid by Government of Andhra Pradesh, I would like to take a moment to extend our deepest gratitude to the sponsors who made significant contributions to support the research efforts of GFST. World Trade Center Visakhapatnam, Aditya University, Megha Engineering, SMS Pharma, Deccan Fine Chemicals, State Bank of India, AP MedTech Zone, Edgeable, Cloud Seals, MITS, Fluent Grid, Captain University and KL University. Thank you very much for supporting the research initiative that we have. We are also supported by organizations like Niti Aayog, CMS, Digital Lenders Association of India, Pharma and NASCOM. Now it is my pleasure to invite Sri Cherukuri Kutumbarao Garu, Director of GFST, to address.
Good morning to everybody. From GFST side, I warmly welcome all the delegates here who have registered for the conclave and all the guests who have come and attending the conference also. I warmly welcome Honorable CM Garu, Chandrababu Naidu Garu, for allocating valuable time and agreeing to spend nearly a full day in the conclave. Since we are slightly behind the schedule of the program by nearly 1 hour, I would be very brief because most of the delegates and many people from media and everybody was asking, deep tech, what is deep tech? We have never heard about this word. Why you are putting again a hi-fi jargon like deep tech to bring forward these technologies and try to rub them on the people? I would like to ask you to reflect on just what CM Garu said as early as in 2014-15. I keep repeatedly saying, very rarely we have a political leader in our generation who has such kind of vision. As early as 2014-15, I remember very well when Sir was going to World Economic Forum Davos. What are the things that should be mulled upon at the conference? It was at that time itself, he has said, data is going to be the next crude oil of the world. This was as early as in 2015. That means today are our lives not being controlled by data-driven companies like Meta and everybody? Whoever controls data is controlling the world today. And Sir anticipated this as early as in 2015 itself. And similarly, when he has said IoT is going to be the next big thing that would control the lives of peoples, Internet of Things, as early as in 2014 again. Now after a decade later, are we able to do anything in our life without the help of IoT? Nothing. Our lives are governed by IoT. Therefore, what the changes have come in governance to visualize them for future. is an ability which comes to very, very, very few people in the world and in a generation. Chandrababu Naidu Garu is one such leader who can definitely envision what is invisible to us for the future. When we started thinking about deep tech, it was not an off-cuff idea which we started seeding it. The change came from the COVID. Today, like Indian economy, we divide it into two parts, before 91 reforms and after 91 reforms. Governance also is going to be judged in future by before COVID and after COVID. Because after COVID, governance has changed into a virtual form. We are now having Zoom meetings, you are now having video conferences, we are having home working, work from home, co-working spaces. All these changes have come post-COVID. If at all COVID had not come, everything would have been regular, as usual business, as usual governance, like what it was before 2020. The moment this pattern of governance has changed, it is left upon bureaucracy, it is left upon the political leaders to absorb these technology changes, to bring the governance closer to people, and to bring the governance closer to people and handhold them. Obviously, we need to absorb the technologies, understand them. And that's what AP government is doing as of now. That's what GFST, we are also trying to inculcate the new generation governance methods to the people. That's why the tagline also we have given for the conference is for the next era of governance. Like already you must have heard in several meetings what Honorable CM Sir has said, what's of governance. Today, anybody with a smartphone, can do several things which are his daily needs, musts and everything also just on the smartphone. And several countries, in fact, are doing WhatsApp governance, especially in Europe, starting from UK, addressing all the security issues connected to it. And the wish of CM Sir also is from birth to death in the life cycle of a person. All public services should be given or should be addressed just even by a smartphone. Like today, say some regulatory work like traffic management to crime detection to everything, we are using drones and other new technologies. Similarly, a smartphone can be used in a much better manner using new governance methods like WhatsApp governance and other methods also. With this small introduction, we all know Sir is very quick in absorbing new technologies and wants to make life easier for common man, life easier to people. Governance should not be bureaucratic, but governance should be people-centric. Therefore, this conference aims to bring the new generation technologies like AI, robotics, generative AI, everything related to deep tech, much closer to a common man, much closer to a common citizen. These are some of the few words which I wanted to say. And along the day, I think all of you would be knowing more about these different subjects. And Sir has agreed to stay for a pretty long time, despite his busy schedule for the complete day. Make best of it during the Q&A session also. Most of you would be having some doubts also. You can get those doubts also clarified during the Q&A sessions. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Kutumrao Garu, for elaborating CM Sir vision and how GFST is aligned with Honorable CM Sir's vision. Now it is my pleasure to invite Shri Neerab Kumar Prasad, IAS Chief Secretary to Government of Andhra Pradesh.
Honorable Chief Minister Sir, Kutumrao Garu, Tucker Sir, Honorable Ministers, MPs, MLAs, MLCs, all the dignitaries present here, participants in this conclave. On behalf of Government of Andhra Pradesh, I extend my warm welcome to all the participants of this Deep Tech, GovTech Innovation Conclave. As you are aware, the theme of the conclave is shaping the next era of governance in Andhra Pradesh. You would have seen in the last 6 months, the government of Andhra Pradesh has taken a number of steps to rebuild the economy, to take the steps to bring in good governance at the doorsteps of people. We are in the process, which have been nearly finalized, to come up with a Swarn Andhra 2047 vision plan under the guidance of the Honorable Chief Minister in line with the Viksit Bharat 2047 plan. We aim for about 15% growth every year. While we are doing all these development programs, one major change which we intend bringing out in governance is to make the governance not only the result oriented but also using the deep technology in the whole process of governance and going for a total process re-engineering. We are not only committed to bringing in IT-enabled services, we are looking forward to artificial intelligence, machine learning, all of that which we couple up as consolidated as we are committed to a deep tech-enabled governance. Already we have taken a number of steps in this direction. We are going for a citizen database which is totally service-oriented, which provides us information, which provides us data in a very, very data-secure manner for delivering citizen services from birth to death. We want to provide each and every wing of government administration in a deep tech-enabled services model. Sir, we had a detailed interaction with a lot of entrepreneurs, think tanks yesterday, and one of the issues which we came across was about the startups. I think a few words for the startups. The government of Andhra Pradesh is committed to facilitate the startup ecosystem totally with helping them identify the use cases, facilitate the proof of concept in the state of Andhra Pradesh, and also set up a certification or an authentication system led by the academia in setting up a very good certification system, which will help all the startups to develop in an integrated manner with a full validation process. I once again welcome you all for this gathering on behalf of Government of Andhra Pradesh, and Government of Andhra Pradesh is deeply appreciative of the GFST for organizing this conference, and we will work together for many other conclaves together. I also extend my thanks to all the participating other states and the LBS Academy and the NITI Aayog, which have sent participants here for inputs as well as taking our thought process further ahead. Thank you all, and once again, welcome to you all.
Thank you very much, sir, for giving insights into how government is adopting these new technologies and delivering citizen-centric services. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an extraordinary honor to welcome a legendary leader, a trailblazer, whose vision and determination have redefined governance for the digital age. Honorable Chief Minister is a leader of unparalleled foresight, has truly transformed the fabric of our state by placing information technology at the very heart of governance. In an era marked by rapid technological advancements, CM Sir has recognized early on the immense potential of IT, not just as a tool for convenience, but as a transformative force to empower citizens, streamline governance, and drive socio-economic progress. What makes CM Sir's leadership truly exceptional is the human-centered approach to technology. While the focus has been on modernizing systems, the ultimate goal has always been to uplift the lives of common people, ensuring that no one is left behind this digital revolution. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving me a warm and resounding welcome to our beloved Chief Minister, the visionary leader who is shaping the bright future for us all. Over to you, sir.
Respected Tucker, Managing Trustee of GFST, and respected Kutumbarao, Managing Trustee Member, and Chief Secretary Prasad, Honorable Ministers, Honorable MPs and MLAs, distinguished invitees, and friends. I am very happy today. We are talking about deep technology. As a matter of fact, around late 90s, that is 95, 96, I started talking about information technology. At that time, we don't have any clue how to go about. Then so many brainstorming sessions like this. We had one hotel in Hyderabad, Krishna Oberoi at that time. Then it has become Krishna Taj. There we had different meetings. Finally, we came to a conclusion to build a tower. That also we built through public-private partnership. Even PPP model is a new thing at that time. Without spending any money, we have given land. L&T came forward. They built first tower, that is high-tech city. Even today, anybody will talk about information technology, they will mention only, they will show only high-tech tower in Hyderabad. That is the beginning. We built excellent tower, but what to do? Then to bring companies, I went to America for 14 days, 15 days, company to company, all corporate giants, I met them. I told them, excellent delegation along with me, we are able to convince everybody the strength of India in information technology. Then we thought, people are coming to start operation, but how to go about resources, human resources. We are very poor at that time. There are number of engineering colleges. In Rangareddy district today, there are no high schools at that time, maximum 20 high schools like that, total district. Today, 200 to 250 engineering colleges in one district. That is how we started information technology. Microsoft, you know that story. I don't want to repeat it again. Now, Microsoft head has become from this center. That is the story. How aspirations will build up, ultimately how to reach that aspiration, that is one example. Today, first time, again we are talking deep tech. You have to understand, all of us has to think one thing. First agriculture revolution, it took so much of time. Then industrial revolution, it took so many years, decades. Then if you see technology revolution, only few decades. Today, in technology, almost everything is mature. Through satellite, you can get information. Through drones, you can program anything. We can go for real-time application. Through CCTV cameras, we can get real-time information connected. IoTs. Nowadays, I have seen some innovations here. IoTs as a reality. Under cell phone, smartphone, it is a very big handy. When I promoted phone at that time, everybody questioned me, what is the priority? Food is the priority or telephone is the priority? Then I very difficult to convince them that is only for the sake of criticism they have done. Today, anything you can miss, but not phone. Here are people, everybody is having a cell phone, not only you, even those who are working in the field, they are also busy to watch the information real time and acting real time. That is how things are happening. So with all these things, what I wanted to emphasize here, technology is the part of our life. Originally, I used to say, if you won't use information technology, you cannot compete in a competitive economy. And also, we can bring transparency, accountability, everything. Today, we have gone different world altogether. If you see in deep tech, AI has come, blockchain has come, machine learning, robotics, quantum computing, everything is coming today. But only issue is here, all of us have to think how to use all these things. It is very, very important. No other country is having Aadhaar. India is having Aadhaar. Any individual we can identify with Aadhaar. Once Aadhaar is available, then cell phone is available, then you can do wonders. I am very happy the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi is promoting information technology in a big way. We are very fortunate. We are having a very good visionary in the country. And so much of respect globally for Indians. He built brand for Indians. That is what is happening today. So with all these advantages, we are all here now. We are all talking about technology, how to take next level. Flexible working is a reality today. Either you want to work, you can work virtually. You want to work physically, you want to work, you can work physically. Hybrid model you can look after. Even hourly basis you can work. There is a work. Then you can work according to your convenience. So many things are coming as on today. So what I wanted to emphasize here, if all of us, I want to make Andhra Pradesh is a knowledge hub. Because of all these things, historical information is we are having on cloud. Artificial intelligence is matured. Real-time information you can collect real time with various devices. One is cell phone. You can go to the field. You can check there is a pest. Immediately one SMS message or one WhatsApp message, drone will come. It will detect pest exactly and application of pesticides with precision. These are all happening today. Night times, you have to program drone, you may not do it. So, we are having CCTV cameras. It is watching continuously, information is coming. So, surveillance, automatically we can do. Then, drone at any time, we can send any remote area, not one use case, any use cases, number of use cases. Even medicines, transportation, or analytics, or real-time application, all these things we can do it. IoTs, medical devices are coming today, I am seeing. Not one application. One is preventive health. One is monitoring health. One is whenever there is a need, at that time you can go for cure. With all these combinations, you can reduce medical cost drastically. These are all various advantages we are having. So, Government of Andhra Pradesh also thinking very seriously. We are preparing Vision 2047. Swarna Andhra Pradesh, Vision 2047. We are keeping very high targets, 15% growth rate. Everybody is saying, is it possible? It is possible, we wanted to prove it. 14 to 19, we are able to grow at the rate of 13.5% at that time. Now we are talking 15% growth rate. Even today position Andhra Pradesh is not up to the mark. We are having legacy problems. We are correcting all legacy problems. This second quarter, if you see, all India growth rate is 8%. Andhra Pradesh growth rate is 8.75%. We are monitoring everything real time. Once in 3 months, we are able to study growth rate, GSTP, GDP, other states, wherever there is information we are monitoring. Here, 10 principles we are building in our vision document. One is zero poverty with P4 approach. Why I am saying these 10 principles to you? How government is going to work in the near future for 25 years. Thereby you can associate with the government of Andhra Pradesh for proof of concept. I wanted to make it every information available for startup companies to prepare use cases. I will create sandbox so that all information is available. And also if you come with some use cases, we will give opportunity. If it is very cost effective, viable, useful, then we will replicate, scale it up. Then you can go to other states globally or nationally, wherever you want to do it, you can do it, do this experiment. This is first principle, zero poverty. I am requesting all of you, people in future is a wealth. Earlier we were all thinking population is a liability. Now population is an asset. India has moved right time in information technology. Now we are the global leaders. All over the world, every 4 IT professionals, either one or more than one are from India, that is Indians, Among Indians, 30% from Telugu community from Andhra Pradesh and Telangana states. That is the foundation we have laid on information technology. At the same time, demographic advantage has come for India. That is a windfall gain. No other country has planned properly. Now, if you see, including China, Japan, even Europe, everywhere there is a problem of population. When I started population management, everybody asked me what is population management. Now everybody is talking about population management. So what I wanted to inform all of you, all of us has to talk. Long back I gave a slogan, break silence, talk about AIDS. We are able to control AIDS at that time. Today, all of us has to talk about population management. Or otherwise, same situation what is facing today, Japan or South Korea or Europe, same situation will come to India. So if you can focus on population and also technology, then India will be the global service hub for global needs. That is going to happen now. So first policy, zero poverty, and also P4. As on today, 1991 economic reforms, you can compare very clearly pre-economic reforms, post-economic reforms. And stable government is there, much more advantage. This is where public-private partnership, all roads, telecommunication, power, everything, colleges, everything has come under PPP model. Now we are adding one more P, that is people. Public, people, private partnership. That is 3 Ps, this is 4 Ps, where high net worth individuals has to handhold those who are all below poverty. We are all here. We are fortunate. We came this stage because of society, because of people. They are still malnutrition, ill health, and so many problems they are facing. It is our responsibility to give hand-holding, mentoring. If necessary, we have to help them financially, support them. Finally, it is our responsibility to build society for equal footing. That is the principle I want to bring now. Government is committed. We will give opportunity for everybody. If we join together, we can make first step zero poverty. After that, how to reduce inequalities between haves and have-nots. It is a continuous process. We cannot control growing people in a big way, wealth creation. But at the same time, you can help people to overcome poverty and other things. Second angle, we are focusing on employment. Technology, so many people are talking, technology will remove employment. I am telling you, India is having an advantage. Technology will bring employment. With deep technology also, we can create wealth. We will create more and more avenues for employment. That is where our government is giving more incentives for employment generation as a condition. That is where we want to make Andhra Pradesh as a global hub, virtual, physical working also. Either GCCs, co-working space, work from home, workstations creation. There we want to give more and more incentives to create employment apart from industrialization and services and also tourism in a big way. Then ultimately skilling upskilling. It is a continuous process on human resource development. We wanted to bring all education institutions globally or nationally, which are all predominant. Visakhapatnam will be the future city for knowledge economy. It will be a hub. We want to make it. This is one of the best cities in all aspects. This is where, and also first state in the country, we are enumerating skill census. If we do skill census, every person, what are all the skills required for local activity, national activity or global activity, we can build them. Ultimately, not working hard, how to work smart. This is very, very important. This is where we are thinking. Even I am giving more incentives for those who are promoting more skills in Andhra Pradesh, and also high-skilled resources how to build. We are working in that direction. Water security, fourth principle. Water is very, very, very important. Linking of rivers. We wanted to make Andhra Pradesh 100% water security for drinking, and also agriculture and industry. We are very fortunate in South India, Godavari and Krishna and other rivers. If we link all rivers, every acre of land we can give water. In agriculture, I am asking all of you, Andhra Pradesh is well positioned. It will be global hub for food supply, either aquaculture, horticulture, even food grains, even spices, even our Araku coffee, one of the best coffee in the world. And also we are working in a big way, natural farming, zero budget natural farming. As on today, nowhere in the world this experiment is going on in a big scale. Now we are doing zero budget natural farming. If we can work solution in that, even technology can be applicable in zero budget natural farming. Now everything, pesticides, how to spray with precision, and also fertilizer, chemical fertilizer also how to spray through drone. Even natural farming, what are all the pesticides, pest how to control, even fertilizers in natural farming, how to spray with drone. All these things we can work in a big way. Ultimately, agriculture is one sector. We have to reform, we have to revolutionize. If we can come with proper use cases, we want to adopt all these cases. And also another thing, logistics. Our roads are not up to the mark. We are having so much of advantage. We are having nearly 1,000 kilometers sea coast, that too on east coast. Future is for sea cargo, that is where we are working. One is ports, airports, roads, and also inland waterways, and logistics, how to change. As on today, India logistics cost is 14%, whereas global logistics cost is 8%. You come with proper proposals, we are prepared to work with you, how to reduce the cost of logistics cost. Just now one presentation, they brought it. Potholes real time, how to measure, how to calculate, and how to take action, all these things. This is the area we want to go in a big way. Then ultimately, energy and fuel. I am talking about energy and fuel. Even on Mr. Murali, as rightly mentioned, I brought power sector reforms in 1998. First time in the country, power sector reforms introduced by Andhra Pradesh government. and also regulatory commission, first of its kind in Andhra Pradesh. Then only civil aviation or telecom, so many regulatory commissions have come. Even everybody told me at that time, you are taking very difficult subject, it may hurt your future. Exactly 2004, I was successful in bringing power sector reforms. I lost my power at that time. It is a reality. But so much of satisfaction. I was the pioneer in reforms then and now also. I was the pioneer in technology at the time and now also. That is where we are working now. Today, green energy is coming. Green hydrogen is a reality. Now, if you can see, we are going democratization of power generation. Anybody can generate power on his rooftop. You can use it, you can give it to grid. Anybody, any farmer can produce power. You can use it, you can use this consumption, personal consumption at home and everywhere. There is surplus you can give. This is where we wanted to, government will act as a facilitator, democratization of power generation, and also ultimately we want to go 100% green energy. Andhra Pradesh is having one advantage, that is sunlight, biggest advantage for India. And also we are very fortunate, we are having excellent opportunities for wind energy and also pumped energy. These three advantages, we can use it properly. Andhra Pradesh will be a hub for green energy and green hydrogen. As on today, NTPC and the government of Andhra Pradesh entity, GENCO, they are working green hydrogen project in Visakhapatnam. Ultimately, they are going to invest 2 lakh crores on green hydrogen. You can see the scope of future. And also one green co has come forward. They are also working green hydrogen at Kakinada. So this is one area where I am working optimization of energy or fuel. EV vehicles is a reality. Domestic, agriculture, commercial, industry, everything, power that to green energy. We want to set up green corridors for transmission of green energy also. That will work it out there. You have to bring technological reforms, how to go about. Then finally, another thing, product perfection. This is where I am saying in India, we are using products. Our products are not global products. Now all of us has to project and concentrate how to make best products. That is where we are working product perfection and also brand promotion. Ultimately, we are giving special incentives for brands and product perfection. In this regard, we want to promote one family, one entrepreneur. Earlier, I gave a slogan, one family, one IT professional. Today, I am giving a slogan, one family, one IT, one entrepreneur. It is possible. This is where we are nurturing in a big way. And finally, with all these things, I want to achieve deep tech in all walks of life. Then nobody can stop us if you adopt everything here. This is where I am saying deep tech, cloud data is available on cloud, artificial intelligence is matured, real-time data will collect real-time, sometimes traditional way. Even I remember very well, in Gandipeta, that is 84, 85, my party headquarters. At that time, my founder, President N.T. Ramarao was there. We used to work from there. Computers, big room, standalone systems, not integrated, all these things. Computer won't work without power. So compulsorily with not power, with AC. We created AC room for that. But my father-in-law, the then chief minister, didn't have AC. But computer had AC at that time. Today you are seeing total transformation. You can imagine not only now, from 1984, I am working with technology, how to transform, how to use in party, not only government, in party affairs also we have used. So this is where I am creating now Ratan Tata Innovation Hub. I want to give inspiration. During his lifetime, he created a big empire. At least during our lifetime, 1/10 of that you can achieve. You can aim it. It is possible. But today, environment, I'm telling you, technology has become a big handy for everybody. Earlier, people used to talk about digital literacy and also so many approaches. Now, all these things are available. In this conference, what I wanted to propose, every 3 months once, we will talk about, we will have one exhibition on deep technology. Andhra Pradesh will give you all the information on sandbox. You can go through. Imagination sky is the limit. You come with use cases. We are prepared to implement with total spirit. It is cost effective, it is useful, and also it will be advantage for the society. I am assuring you, we will implement in total. Finally, we will give you proof of concept. Then you can scale it up nationally, internationally. That is your leadership quality. That is how I want to promote this technology in a competitive world. For this, all academicians, universities has to join. IT professionals has to join in this experiment. And also companies has to join. One is commercial enterprises you have to promote, and also social enterprising also you have to promote in a big way. That is where it will be beneficial, it will be sustainable. So I am very happy. I started this exercise. I am a student today. I am listening everything from you. One day I am spending only to listen from you, what all you say, then which are all relevant for my government, for the common man, betterment of their life standards. I am prepared to implement immediately. That is the purpose I am spending. I am earmarking complete day to listen from you. You also come back how to create that ecosystem. If you see today, Hyderabad ecosystem is very, very powerful. Starting with IT, going further with BT, again Pharma, again Finance, Insurance Regulatory Authority, headquarters was in Delhi. I was able to shift from Delhi to Hyderabad. Only one reason. Nobody was willing there in Delhi to give land for campus. I am prepared to give land. I offered. At that time, the chairman from Tamil Nadu, he was also willing, Rangachari. Then immediately it has come to Hyderabad. Now that is the financial district. At that time, one example I am telling you, Pharma Export Council. They wanted to get 5 crores as money to run their operations. They went to Maharashtra government because at that time Pharma means Maharashtra. They refused, they didn't bother. They asked me on meeting like this. Immediately I said, I am giving 5 crores, you come and set up your export council. That is how Pharma has become very, very big in Andhra Pradesh. ISB, that is another story. Others had put so many conditions. I told them, no condition, you come and set up. Today, ISB has come to Hyderabad. This is where we are building. Now I want to tell you very clearly, Andhra Pradesh, every part of Andhra Pradesh, I want to make it an innovation hub. Every family, I want to promote one entrepreneur. That is my dream. I am confident I will do it. Either micro or small or medium or big enterprise. It is all leadership qualities. So this is the beginning. I am very happy you are all here. I am here to extend all the cooperation for you. It is for win-win situation. I really appreciate our Takkar. He worked with me as collector, then chief secretary, then GFST. This is also, if you see, Global Forum for Sustainable Transformation. It is not a big organization. It is only a non-profit think tank body. We don't have any big resources at the time. I was the founder. Earlier, I was also in the committee. After I became Chief Minister, I said I resigned. Now it is only I was founder. Always we used to promote this type of institutions. Even Nandi Foundation was my brainchild. Now it is one of the best NGO in the country. This type of organizations we have to promote, nurture, take to the next level. It will be useful for the society. They are doing very good work. Knowledge is available on cloud everywhere. Technology is available. How to Uberize all these things for social entrepreneurs or corporate entrepreneurs. That is the idea of this organization. Thereby, how to help governments also best practices. Even Niti Aayog is working. Some more NGOs are working. Some NGOs are working with materialistic serving, financial support. Some NGOs are working with ideas. This is mainly how to bring new ideas for overall betterment of the society. I am very happy. First meeting, recently Hyderabad also they had a meeting. Same subject on deep technology. This is the second meeting. Now they will be the pioneers in India to promote deep tech. I am proud of them. I really appreciate Tucker and his team. I wish all the best for them also. With this, today so many subjects we are having. We will interact all subjects. Finally, what all I am promising you, what all I learned, I will implement in my government very sincerely. With this, I am thanking all of you. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Minister, sir. Taking us to down the memory lane, how your technology vision started way back, and now you have set the futuristic vision to make Andhra Pradesh a deep tech innovation hub, and also the grand vision for inclusive of socio-economic development, providing technologies to the upliftment of the society, and also all the newer technologies like green energy. Thank you very much. For the record, I think our Honorable Chief Minister is the only Chief Minister in the country who would like to sit throughout the conference, not just limiting it to inaugural session. I think this is the commitment that we have. Thank you very much, sir. And I think all the challenges that he has thrown, all the support that he wants to give for the innovation in the deep tech. I think all the stakeholders here in the auditorium will take it up and then commit themselves, participate in this. With these words, before I conclude the inaugural session, I have a small event to release 2 books prepared by the research team of GFST. One is a coffee table book, Forging the Blueprint for Swarnandhra and Transforming India to Vikashit Bharat. The second one is AI for everyone, artificial intelligence for everyone, which demystifies the technology and make it very understandable for the common man as well. So I request Honorable Chief Minister to release these books in the presence of Chief Secretary and our directors. I request Sanjay sir, our CEO, and the authors of these books, Sriram Iyer and Sridhar Sheshadri, also to join on the dais while the books are being inaugurated. Sridhar Sheshadri is a global serial entrepreneur who co-founded Deep Tech and Cyber Security, an alumnus of BITS Learning and UC Austin. And Sriram Iyer co-founded AI startups with successful exits. He was formerly country head at Ernst & Young for startup business. So in record time, our GFST team did the research and then provided this book. These books will be available on GFST website. Please visit and download and go through the statistics and the data and the insights that it provides. Now the second book, AI for Everyone. Thank you very much, sir. Now the inaugural session comes to an end. I request Honorable Chief Minister, sir, to remain on the dais. Other dignitaries will be seated in the audience. We will move on to the next presentations. There are some minor changes in the program for the logistic purposes. Now I would like to invite Dr. Rakesh Kalpala from AIG Hospitals. AIG Hospitals is collaborating with government and institutions like ISB to redefine healthcare innovation with AI. To talk more about this, I invite Dr. Rajesh Kalpala from AIG Hospitals. Subsequent to his presentation, he will be joined by Dr. Pratik Sharma from American Society of Gastrointestinal Endoscopy. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, everyone. Honorable Chief Minister Garu, Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu, and all the dignitaries of the stage, of course, no, but on the stage as well. So without wasting time, what I will do in the next 15 minutes is I would call upon, it's an honor and privilege for me to call upon Dr. Pratik Sharma. He is the president of American Society of Gastrointestinal Endoscopy and also the chair of artificial intelligence in US. So he will be delivering a talk on AI in healthcare. Subsequently, we'll just showcase what we are and what we are going to do and envisage with the government of Andhra Pradesh and other stakeholders. So I would invite Dr. Pratik Sharma onto the stage to deliver his talk, followed by a 5-minute presentation by me on what we are doing. Pratik, over to you, please.
Okay, thank you very much. And if I can just have my slides on the screen. So, good morning, everyone. And again, Honorable Chief Minister and Mr. Tucker and GFST, thank you for the invitation. So, what I'll just is briefly give an overview of how AI is impacting healthcare and how it will be shaping the future of how we deliver healthcare in this country. So when we look at three areas where AI will make an impact, it's to improve the efficiency of us as doctors. How can we provide more precision care to our patients? And then from a hospital perspective, how can we scale it up so that this is not just in small clinics, small hospitals, but virtually throughout the country. So that is the concept. So let's just look at it one step at a time and talk about how this can impact us or show it in this. The first is to look that this is not just all of us talking about this. This is the same concept and similar conclaves being held in the US. You can see the amount of investment of AI in healthcare in the US. By 2030, it's projected that close to $200 billion will be invested in the field of AI in healthcare. If you look at the same concept in India, the same projections are holding true, which means that this is supposed to increase at a rate of close to 50% over the next decade or so. So the concept globally, it's not just in the US or in India, is how we can improve and have this function of AI in healthcare moving it forward. So if we look at some of these different areas, 6% global AI adoption rate in healthcare. So the number is still very small. This needs to increase as we move forward. In the US, it's twice the global average. So about 1 in 20 hospitals has started incorporating AI in their day-to-day practices. And of course, when you look at the amount of investment in healthcare, 85% of the different entrepreneurs, as we heard from the Honorable Chief Minister, are planning on doing some sort of investment of AI in healthcare. So it is a huge field which is ready for it. So let me leave you with a few use cases for all the entrepreneurs which are in the room of what we are looking at. The four major areas where I've broken this down into is improved diagnostics, workflow optimization, providing personalized treatment to our patients, and fourth, which I think is the most important, is remote patient monitoring and preventative care and how we can do it in this way. So let's look at some of these concepts about improved diagnostics, whether it is for skin conditions, CTs, MRIs which are being used, mammography, or for colon cancer detection, AI or computer vision is being utilized. I'll just share this video of how AI for breast cancer detection, early detection with mammography can be done. Physicians are there, doctors are looking at x-rays and mammograms, but for a huge population, you can miss it. So how can that be automated in a way that the machine gives you the calcification score on a mammogram, and it can look at millions of scans and alert the radiologist to the most important areas, so that that's the place where this can happen. I was talking to the Principal Secretary about similar cervical cancer screening, oral cancer screening that the government of Andhra has undertaken right now to do it. For workflow optimization, whether it's scheduling of patients, whether it is AI-assisted documentation of the notes, because most of the doctor's handwriting nobody can understand, so it's important that it's very legible and clear. For surveillance prediction, as well as administration and compliance, I think AI and automation can easily be done, and this is important and is available. These chatbots can be there. As doctors in India, everybody gets these phone calls. Why can't we automate this process in which anybody from rural Andhra can get on their smartphone and fix an appointment with the specialist that they want? Here I'm talking about the social security number in the US, but it can be the Aadhaar card number, so that you know that you're talking about the right patient for the right diagnosis with the right doctor who is there, and saying that this is the appointment which is available, are you willing to take that, so that the patient does not have to be on the phone for half an hour with some scheduling who does not know as to what the next step in this is. Personalized treatments. This is a company in the US in which they have their own signature, genetic signature, for all the cancers which are listed there. And based on that genetic signature, it can predict which patient will respond to which type of therapy, with degree of accuracy. So this is the personalized care that we can provide rather than doing the same chemotherapy for every patient with cervical cancer. It should be individualized because all of us are very different in our genetic makeup, and this is available right now. Finally, I think what is critical is this type of AI-driven remote care. So the doctor does not have to be there in front of the patient all the time. With smartphones, with iPads, computers, this can happen remotely. The patient's weight can be checked, the blood pressure can be checked by instructions which are given by the computer to the patient remotely from thousands of kilometers away. And the diagnosis can be made remotely so that you're saving time for the patient who cannot travel hundreds of kilometers in a bus and does not have access to specialists in very remote areas. So this can be done very remotely and is available right now for us to be able to implement in all of these areas. So AI-driven remote healthcare is also available. Finally, all of us have all these technologies which are wearable technologies. There are small sensors which you can wear, and the amount of sweat going into that sensor can predict whether you are due for a flare of your inflammatory bowel disease, or whether your blood glucose is going to be higher in the next 6 hours or not. So we have this whole IoTs which are available, which should be linked with healthcare right now. And of course, this will have a major impact on efficiency and cost savings. It will generate more revenue, just as we heard, rather than cost more in the short run, but it will be revenue growth. And finally, we have to keep the patient at the center of all of this. This is not about us as doctors or about you as entrepreneurs. This is all about providing for the patient who is at the center of this. Having said this, as compared to agriculture, energy, etc., this is a very sensitive issue. AI can hallucinate. AI may not be accurate, but we are dealing with lives of patients, so this has to be tested, retested, validated before we release this as compared to the other sectors of the government. So we have to be absolutely sure that the AI technology is working for our patient before we implement it as compared to the other areas which are there. The other area where I think the government of Andhra Pradesh can work together with the other healthcare sectors is by regulation. In the US, there is zero regulation on AI and healthcare. We don't have a policy at all, and we are lost. Europe is ahead of us. And you can see where India stands in this, but it's all state-driven. And I think if we have good regulation and policy in Andhra, I think it will help just promote all of this and take it to the next level. So here's what we heard again all day today is building this AI ecosystem which is there. And I'm delighted that Dr. Rakesh, AIG, and others are working on this consortium because this is the way forward for all of us to take AI into the next level. To summarize, AI, we know in healthcare is the future. We should embrace it. Let's not fight it, let's embrace it. It's not without challenges, specifically things like data security for healthcare. Patient privacy is a big issue. So we want to make sure that when all stakeholders align, we can conquer it very easily. And the healthcare, the future is extremely bright and promising, provided we channel it in the right way. So again, on behalf of all of you, thank you very much for having me. And again, my pleasure to be here with all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pratik. I think that's the background, what he has given, the global perspective of AI in healthcare. Can I just have the slides? So on this note, what with the guidance and the thought process from Honorable CM, we started this foundation called AIM. It stands for Alliance for Artificial Intelligence and MedTech, and we have got 4 stakeholders in this currently working on. The AIG hospitals from Hyderabad and ISB Hyderabad, then we have IIIT Hyderabad and the AMTZ from Visakhapatnam. The main aim of this is to have a platform where anybody can come and pitch in, where we have the technology enabling from these IITs and IIMs and IIITs. And then the business thought process will come from the ISB, and we as validators for the clinical knowledge, and then we have the volume. So we will be doing the validation of the ideas and thought process in terms of technology. And with the very own MTZ here in Visakhapatnam, we'll go with the idea, and then we come out with a product. That's a thought process. And on this note, in fact, the government of Andhra Pradesh, I have seen pan-India, most of the EMR and EHR data, and I think the best state as of now in terms of data capture is government of Andhra Pradesh. We have to give a big round of applause to all the bureaucrats, officers, and the government of Andhra Pradesh. And on that note, we started working on this, and with this consortium being formed, the first thing what we have done is we started a mother and child healthcare app to be developed after understanding the ecosystem. So can I have that slide? What's happening is we have the robust ecosystem, but there is some missing link in between the ANMs, ASHAs, and the command control. So on that note, we just started working on an app called Janani Mitra app. It's a purely app based for mothers. It's not for any of the other ANM or ASHAs. And what we have done is we have gone to a mandal called Kuder in Anantapur district. And then we rolled out this app. And can I just have the slides of that so that we'll just show in brief in 2 minutes without wasting much time what is being done. Okay, so I think they're playing the slides after my talk anyway, no problem. So that is what the flywheel, what we have invented, and these are the initiatives what government of Andhra Pradesh already have on robust maternal and postpartum healthcare and so on and so forth captured. And the only challenges is, as I told you, the missing link between the mother as the end user versus the other paraphernalia. So on this note, the app, what we have done, can you just show? So this is the app called the Janani Mitra app, which is a smart companion to the mother, where you have some SOS alerts also. The beauty of this app is that it's got a food scanner. Can you just show that, the next slide? So where the mother will scan the food and then understand how many calories she's consuming. In fact, on this I'll tell you, there's one person in this audience who knows better about nutrition and technology than any one of us. It's none other than Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. I, being his personal physician, I know he has his own data, entire data monitored by a team, and it's robustly captured, where he has got a sleep score, nutrition data, everything in one, and every minute it is captured and it is analyzed about the metabolic score. So on that note, this is the app, and I'll just give you a brief of what we have done. I'll ask my CTO Kinjal Saxena to just run the video and show you in 1 minute how this app is going to do a paradigm shift for mother care in the state of Andhra Pradesh. Kinjal, can you just show them the app?
Thank you, Dr. Rakesh, Honorable Chief Minister, all the respected delegates. What we are trying to do is, we are trying to leverage technology, artificial intelligence, to simplify the life of mothers. What we have done is, this app will help all the mothers in all the trimesters through the entire journey of their pregnancy, whether it is health monitoring, medication monitoring, investigation, diagnostics, connecting them to ASHAs and ANMs, as well as the diet care and other government access benefits and tracking them. So what do we do here is this is the food scanner. As you can see, they can just take the picture of the thali and it will give them the calorie counts. It will also tell them if they are taking the picture of a thali which is not adequate for them, it will actually monitor and tell them that this is high risk, they should eat more, they should eat better nutrition. So this is artificial intelligence embedded in the app itself. The most important part is this is not a mobile app that you need to download from Google Store or App Store, because in the villages there is not enough network. So what we have done is we have created a very simple progressive web app that they can simply open with the click of a button. So they don't need to do, and this actually works. So what you're seeing is something happening in the villages and with a much better speed compared to any other mobile app. What we are next seeing is next level of AI technology, where just by taking the picture of their eye, their tongue and their nails, an early detection of anemia can be identified, and whenever an anemic mother is identified, an alert will go to the respective ASHA and ANMs. The next, another challenge is the other challenge is actually tracking whether the services have been provided to the mothers or not. And this is where the tracking, taking pictures and geo-tracking comes in. When the ASHA meets the mother, ASHA goes to the mother actually goes to an ultrasound facility. All of this can be tracked with the data and it can all be provided.
Thank you, Kinshal. That's in brief about. We are going to roll it to the entire state of Andhra Pradesh soon with this Kuder as the start point. And I would like to thank GFST Takkar Garu and Honorable CM Garu and all the dignitaries for giving this the opportunity. And we are happy to work with this as a consortium in the future. And then whatever best we can do in enabling technology, we will do. And then I again thank all of you for giving us the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Pratik and Dr. Rajesh. AIG will be executing an MOU in the afternoon during the health tech session. Now it is my pleasure to invite Chintalapati Srinivasa Raju Garu, who is popularly known as Srini Raju, a serial entrepreneur and a private equity investor, to give his address. Can I request Srini Raju Garu if he is in the auditorium? Okay. Then we'll move on to the main panel discussions. The first session is on deep tech, which is positioning Andhra Pradesh as a global leader in innovation and disruption. Before the session begins, we have kept a keynote address by Mr. Rajesh Duddu, who is partner Emerging Tech PwC. Rajesh Duddu is a seasoned professional with over 25 years of experience in telecom, banking and cyber security. He is an expert of blockchain and cyber security practices at PwC as partner. He was also driving innovation and digital transformation at TechM as top management leader. He is a global name in the deep tech and has great reputation in deep tech world. So what GFST requested Mr. Rajesh to speak on the Chief Minister's favorite theme, one family, one entrepreneur, a vision for 2030. So I will not get into the bullet points. I give it to Rajesh to deliver his keynote address.
Respected and Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable dignitaries, colleagues from the industry and students, Sabaku Namaskaram. I must confess that after the address by Honorable Chief Minister, one gets a little flustered because we just witnessed one of the best masterclass in technology. After that masterclass in technology, it becomes little difficult to assemble our thoughts. So I'll try to do my best. It's actually an absolute honor and privilege for me to speak against the team or with respect to the team, which is one family and one entrepreneur. Vision 2030. We have heard from Honorable Chief Minister how the global technology companies have benefited from Andhra engineers. With the launch of this program, I am sure that there will not only be Andhra tech engineers in Bay Area, but there will be a lot of unicorns and sunicorns in Andhra Pradesh, and it is bound to happen. This particular program looks at about outlay of 30 lakh crore investment and looking at an FDI of about USD $10 billion. I wanted to say two things. One, with this program, we will see that there won't be a difference between a Bay Area entrepreneur and an entrepreneur from this region. We are already seeing in India, when you come across an Indian entrepreneur, especially the tech entrepreneur, and you talk to a Bay Area entrepreneur, there is no difference in capability. Of course, many of them are Telugus, so that will also contribute to the familiarity and similarity. But going forward, with the advent of this program, I think many such entrepreneurs will come from this particular region. And from a PwC perspective, we are willing to contribute. Sir had said that most of the programs are pro bono. So from PwC, we are willing to contribute because we are people who care. And for me, the contribution comes from a son-in-law of the soil attitude because my in-laws are from this particular region. So it's only important that I stay invested here. A lot of people have asked in terms of what deep tech does. Deep tech actually comes into a play when you're looking at solving some deep problems that are entrenched in the society today. I'm going to pick up 3 such particular problems and explain to you how deep tech contributes. The first one, in the area of healthcare, it's only opportunistic that I pick up the healthcare one after the session by the prominent doctors from AIG. Today in healthcare, you can use light to diagnose a number of diseases. For instance, for a long time, diabetics have suffered through invasive treatment. That means they have to put syringes and diagnose in terms of what is the magnitude of sugar that they carry in their bloodstream. But today, using photoluminescence, you are able to diagnose the level of diabetes that is there. That is deep tech. And in this country, we have seen a lot of things happening in the financial services space. But there are 2 things which again remain unaddressed. The first one is in the area of direct benefit transfer, DBT, where we know by virtue of DBT, the money is going into the farmer's account directly. But it is only 80% of the problem that has been addressed. What is the 20% of the problem? How do you ensure that those farmers do not misutilize the benefits for spends other than farm equipment, for anything other than farm improvement? So there comes a deep tech concept using blockchain, which is called a central bank digital currency. And using central bank digital currency, you can bring in programmability of rupee. The rupee will be programmed in such a sense that if it goes to a grocery shop, it will be auto-declined. If it goes to a liquor shop, it will be auto-declined, and it will be accepted only in the areas which are contributing to that particular farmer's benefit with regards to his or her farm. The second one, interestingly, it is called as deep tier discounting. Many of us know in the trade finance area, the suppliers take their invoices and get them discounted with the banks. So let me give you an example. Here is an example of a computer supplier. The computer supplier has supplied equipment to an enterprise, and the supplier is getting the invoice discounted. Now, that particular computer supplier is taking parts, for example, mouse from a SMB supplier, from a small and medium enterprise customer. Now, that particular person, unfortunately, do not have access to the trade finance discount. That is going to change by bringing in what we call as deep tiered discounting, again using the transformative potential of blockchain, where the entire chain of suppliers are going to come on the network along with the banker. So the person in the downstream at the last mile who has supplied the mouse will also get his invoice discounted. What is it going to do? That particular person who is has been henceforth been utilizing finance at 18% interest rate now will get an access to a 9% interest rate from the banks. So this is how the deep tech is going to contribute. And these are not only in the areas of finance and healthcare, as Honorable Chief Minister had said. It is there in supply chain, it is there in InsurTech, it is there in GovTech, RegTech, AgTech. Any technology that you take, there's an opportunity for improvement. I had a good fortune of working with NEOM, the people who are building the futuristic society in Saudi Arabia. When I was working with them, I was introduced to another concept called cognitive technology. Today, we are talking about WhatsApp governance. We are talking about services being available in an app perspective. But everything has to be initiated by us. So here comes cognitive technology, which sits at the interface of application without your express consent. Once you define the algorithm and the logic, it is going to do work like Aladdin genie, that everybody has access to an Aladdin genie in their application. And to realize the grand vision of Viksit Bharat, it is quite essential that the vision of Swarna Andhra Pradesh has to be realized. And it is essential that we use all these technologies. Is there any other method of doing it? No, there is no other method of doing it. So we have to use this. If these opportunities does not resonate with you, there's one more area where the entrepreneurs can invest, and that is in the area of cybersecurity. I was reading an interesting article. It said while X number of people are trying to learn how to use ChatGPT, 3X are learning how to trick it. So there are more people who are trying to trick the technology. That's where cybersecurity comes to the fore. Sir, we have been the beneficiaries of government to citizen services, but there's an interesting personal experience that I would like to share. I got married in 2002. Post the marriage, I started getting to-do lists from my wife. I thought the to-do lists were only in the office, but my wife started giving me the to-do lists. What were the to-do lists? Pay electricity bill, pay utility bill, pay that bill and this bill. I used to hate that because the lines were huge until I got introduced to eSeva. Once I got introduced to eSeva, which was implemented under your grand vision, my to-do list became very, very short. And I used to go and ask my wife, give me more activities to do. So while it has contributed to the government to citizen governance, in my case, sir, it has contributed to marital bliss. And since it has contributed to the marital bliss, it's only important that I stay invested with all your initiatives so my marital bliss will continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rajesh. Now we move on to the deep tech panel discussion. Before I invite the panelists, I have a couple of announcements. One, realizing the time constraints, I request the moderators and speakers, panelists to cut down their time as per the available this thing, not sticking to the original schedule. Second thing is, for the audience, you also have to sacrifice a couple of things. We have taken out your tea break and lunch break also will be reduced because we have invited so many experts from across the country and they have a lot to share. So you have to bear with that. Before I invite the speakers, we have a very short film on deep tech session. Can we have the film, please?
reality, paving. Deep tech isn't just shaping the future, it's redefining what's possible. In Andhra Pradesh, this vision is becoming a reality, paving the way for a tech-driven tomorrow. Success speaks for itself. In Andhra Pradesh, IoT-enabled smart farms have increased yields by 15% while cutting water usage by 18%. Mobile health clinics powered by AI diagnostics have reduced patient travel times by 20%, delivering care to over 100,000 underserved citizens. And MSME digital transformation programs have boosted revenues by 40% for participating businesses. With a bold vision to become India's deep tech capital by 2047, Andhra Pradesh is harnessing AI, IoT, and blockchain to transform industries and bridge gaps. By 2030, the state aims to create one entrepreneur per family and empower MSMEs with blockchain-enabled loans and AI tools, driving 2 million new jobs. Guided by the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, the deep tech initiatives focus on sustainability, equity, and resilience. From predictive analytics reducing disease outbreaks to AI-driven compliance tools simplifying MSME operations, Andhra Pradesh is setting benchmarks for innovation. This is more than innovation, it's transformation. Join Andhra Pradesh in leading the deep tech revolution. Together, let's build Swarna Andhra and realize the dream of Viksit Bharat 2047.
Let me invite the panelists. Mr. Rajiv Gupta, President, PB FinTech, known as Policy Bazaar. Give a big round of applause to the panelists as I invite them. Mr. Bala Prasad Peddigari, Chief Innovation Officer, Tata Consultancy Services. Mr. Varun Uniyar, Senior Solution Architect, Strategic Government, NVIDIA. Mr. Abhinav Gupta, Associate Vice President, Innovation, Broridge, India. And finally, I invite the moderator for this session, Mr. Sridhar Sheshadri. I am not introducing their profiles. They are very popular. You can just Google or LinkedIn. Their details are available. Over to Sridhar.
Excuse us for 2 minutes. There's a little change in format. We actually wanted to have Sivan Garu on the panel because then that's where a lot of ideas are shared. Probably we'll keep the Q&A at the end of it with Sivan Garu, but we'll go ahead with the panel discussion. I'll join the panel now.
Sure.
So there's already a lot of discussion about deep tech. And with my background in artificial intelligence, machine learning, I got my exposure at Facebook when Facebook was setting up their first office in Hyderabad. I was the first hire for the platform team. And I got to work with some of the Stanford grads who came down for Rohan Murthy's wedding. They were his batchmate. And they introduced me to machine learning. And I realized the kind of impact it can have and the problems we started to solve at Facebook with that. And with now, I'm talking about 2010. And now we look back in these 14-year span, things have changed phenomenally. I mean, now we talk about machine learning, AI. The biggest change that has come, and it has normalized now because of the compute. The compute was not available earlier. The kind of possibilities with the ecosystem that has opened up, that's huge. It's just because of the visionary leadership that we had in United Andhra earlier, and the kind of possibilities were created that Facebook kind of company actually chose Hyderabad over any other city. So now getting started with the discussion, I know everyone has described deep tech in a certain way, just to make it a little easy for everyone's understanding. Generally, deep tech is anything which is connected to a little detailed, deeper research. it's not only AI and ML as our visionary leader talked about it. There is quantum computing that you're going to hear. There is more to do with cybersecurity that you're going to hear about. There is dimension of IoT. So while you do deeper research into anything and solve real problems, that is actually deep tech. And that's where now AI, ML is going to like thrive. And that's one of the most demand technology. So starting with you, Mr. Rajiv, I know that if I have to draw a parallel from the days when people have to go into the queues, buy an insurance policy, and worry about whether the agent is recommending something right or not, the days when internet was coming, to today, it's a kind of similar scenario when a disruption was done by Policy Bazaar and the aggregation system was brought online. And today, now we have a similar scenario where there is AI coming out. As a leader in that space of disruption of technology, what are your thoughts on deep tech?
Thank you, Sridhar. Honorables, Chief Minister, Honorable Ministers, and friends from the industry, and guests from Andhra Pradesh and the other states. I represent PB Fintech Limited that runs Policy Bazaar and Paisa Bazaar. And you are absolutely right, Sridhar. When I bought my first policy way back in 1990, when I started my career as a 21-year-old, an agent came and sold a policy to me, and I bought that policy thinking that I'll save some tax. I had no idea why we buy insurance, and I got that policy after 3 months, And the way insurance has been defined today in the country, Policy Bazaar started in 2008 with a simple comparison of different insurance plans available in the country for people to check before they decide to buy a policy, and that was done through technology. So we run a digital platform for selling insurance policies. From there to 2024, as we speak, we write about 16 to 18,000 crores of premium every year, and we spend about 400 crores on visibility on TV ads for people to know why they should buy insurance. Because nobody gets up early in the morning deciding to go and buy an insurance. We have to go and actually tell people why they should buy insurance. Now, having spoken about this, let me give you a background. I'll cover 3 challenges which this country has. Maybe I'm diverging a little bit. One biggest challenge which I see as an organization is how do we promote financial literacy in this country across nook and corner of every village and taluka. I think that's the biggest challenge we have. While Jan Dhan Yojana has certainly helped people to have bank accounts, but even today people struggle understanding how and where they should borrow the loan from, what is the requirement of a health insurance, why is insurance important. So a lot of financial literacy areas will have to be addressed, and that can only be done through deep tech and AI and technology. I can tell you one small example, paucity of time here, but we have set up human representatives in about 98% of India's PIN codes who use technology platforms like what we provide to deliver knowledge in the local lingual. So where people sit in the talukas and villages, advising and teaching people on how you should, take a loan or how you should take an insurance. Second biggest challenge, while the Honorable Chief Minister spoke about India's population, we are very proud to have a young population today, right? But 10 to 12% of our population today are senior citizens. 2047, when we are all dreaming to have insurance for all, this number will spike to 30% or 35%. Now imagine 60% of these senior citizens do not have any income support system. In spite of the joint family system we are all proud of. There is no health insurance and there is no support system. So today's 40-year-olds are tomorrow's 60-year-olds. Now, this is the real missing middle. In my opinion, it is important to use technology to reach to every taluka and village and promote people to buy a health insurance plan or a pension plan for themselves that will protect them for the future, number one. Number two, I think we spoke about skilled manpower in this country. Now, if the country has to grow, I think rightly said, the skilled manpower is going to come from tier 2 and tier 3 cities. Today, the biggest challenge is on one side, there is a loud noise about unemployment. On the other side, the industry is crying for skilled manpower. Whether it is hospitalization, whether it is insurance, whether it is banking, everywhere there is a need for skilled manpower. And most people who pass out from tier 2 colleges do not have a job right from the day they pass out. So I believe that the government, private, and educational institutions will have to work together using technology to create co-curriculum modules in these colleges in addition to their curriculum, so that when they pass out, 80% to 90% of them become employable. I think that is how we'll be able to create skilled manpower for the kind of growth we are looking at. So if 2047 means insurance for all, 2047 means pension for all, 2047 means a 30 trillion economy, and if the state of Andhra Pradesh has taken the lead way back in 84 to talk about technology, I think this is the place where we can begin to ensure that every taluka and village are adequately covered and protected in this country.
Great. So, if I were to summarize, you're saying deep tech has to play a big role. AI will help build that kind of ecosystem where we can actually have more skilled resources and people actually contributing to all of the ecosystem. Great.
So I'll tell you, I'll take a hint from CM. He wanted one entrepreneur, one family. There is room for at least 10 policy bazaars and 10 health insurance companies who become unicorns in this country. Okay, that's the kind of scope which we have. If somebody can think about healthcare, this is the place to get in. We at PB FinTech are also setting up 1,000 hospitals over the next 10 years. And this is in tier 2, tier 3 cities. The whole idea is we need good healthcare system in this country. So I think clearly there is an opportunity for all of you, and elderly care is the next big business one should think of. 70 crore agar aged population hoga, there will be a requirement for elderly health care as well. So tremendous opportunities for the people who want to become entrepreneurs from the state. Please look at all these ideas and come forward. Companies like us are most willing to help, handhold, and also look at similar ideas to support them in future.
Great. So moving on to you, Bala Garu. So I know how TCS has changed the whole IT paradigm. Like if you look at the last era of technology, that boom happened, the transformation that we are seeing in the country, and what actually I believe started extensively in Andhra Pradesh earlier. Taking cue from that and what we have just now discussed, there is another dimension. We know TCS in a certain way. Being Chief Innovation Officer, what's the dimension of entrepreneurship? What's the dimension on skilling the startups? And what would be the role of deep tech while we think about creating an ecosystem for startups? Because there is a conventional way people think about services company, which is transforming. And as an innovation officer, you have a perspective on it. We would love to hear that.
Love the question. First of all, I just want everyone to give a very standing ovation to the GFST team, please. This team has done some tremendous work. I believe we should all acknowledge that. Led by Tucker Garu, supported by the Sanjay Gupta and others. Thank you. And thanks, Sridhar, for inviting me for this, and it's definitely a pleasure. So first of all, within TCS, if you're trying to look at, we have a concept of innovation, which is spearheaded by our CTO. And our intent is to incubate innovation as part of the DNA of every individual within TCS. Being a part, I just want to draw the attention what we try to do and what other companies are also trying to replicate that. The first thing is mentorships. The intent about mentorship is how you try to build that kind of excellence of knowledge and impart that knowledge to the entire ecosystem. And bringing that experience to the ecosystem can play a vital role for the startups, and startups getting that knowledge from the companies which is surviving from decades can bring that excellence and a dimension to look beyond what their product is. And today we also try to incubate 30 to 40 startups every year as part of a COIN ecosystem to ensure that we give them the opportunity to validate their solutions with our customers. The second important area where I strongly believe is it's setting up the incubation hubs. I heard CM Garu mentioned about setting up the Ratan Tata Innovation Hub. I'm really privileged to hear that, sir. And we all the way from TCS will be able to support that in that entire journey. But these innovation hubs, when they are all linked to the district level innovation hubs can play an important role, but that incubations need to be linked with the IT services play also. Because the mentorship and industry direction to this, each of the incubation hub can play a vital role, not only giving the business problem statements, but also ensuring that they're getting right level of coaching and mental mind map, which can allow them to build the products which are at a global scale. Today, we do not have a global products. That's what mentioned by Samgar. But we need to really look at how can we build that kind of a global scale of products which can increase our GDP. That's the second important dimension what I want you to drive that collaboration angle. The third important thing which I wanted to mention is bringing that enterprise grade knowledge to the entire ecosystem can play a vital role. We spoke about IoT, Rajesh was mentioning about the blockchain. These are all the experiences which are there in silos. Getting that collective play is very important, and how you integrate that for the holistic product. Looking at you take about artificial intelligence, IoT, blockchain, quantum computing, they are all in isolation good, but unless they converge together to solve the problem of different industry, medtech or agri-tech, will not really help. So that enterprise grade knowledge and experience which is coming from the IT services players, which can be incubated as part of that entire journey, can really drive the excellence and also drive collaboration which can really sustain for longer duration. So the collaboration for impact is it. So as CM mentioned about 4P model, I try to suggest here 4E model also. Public, private, people partnership is very key for the success, but I would say that when you're trying to drive such kind of a scale, it's important you need to look from the empathy, enablement, empowerment, and ecosystem. These 4E dimensions can really play a very important journey, because any product what you try to develop, it should be look from the consumer angle or the business angle and be empathetic. Enablement is important because the technology need to be available for the people to build up the solutions. Empowerment, so that they can scale the things. Ecosystem, they can truly leverage that availability of the resources to consume the things. Such things when we try to apply, I think sustainable transformation is key, and all IT services will play a very, very critical role in this entire journey to support.
Great. So if I got it right, you're saying the key thing here is mentorship, and definitely there's a big step taken by a lot of academia. I really want to thank all the academia and all the scholars who are here, who have yesterday in our session offered some of those kind of bits and pieces where definitely GFST would love to play a role, collaborate with you, and we would like to do something more in mentorship, entrepreneurship. That's one of the areas. Great. Varun, we'll move next to you. Like from what NVIDIA has been doing on stock markets and the rally, that's a great bit of it that everybody keeps talking about. Congratulations on that. But there is a high impact work that you guys are doing in Indian ecosystem. Coming from NVIDIA, definitely there is a lot of work that you're doing with different states on startups. I would love to know, how can you help our academia as well? There are areas of startup that NVIDIA is supporting. For Andhra Pradesh, how do you intend to support both of these areas, which is academia and startup? Because that is critical for us to have strong research coming out of academia and then being brought into some kind of business, which is an entrepreneurial thing. So we'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Firstly, thank you for having me here. It's a pleasure to be part of this panel and to be able to contribute to this discussion. NVIDIA builds full stack AI computing solutions, right from the chip level all the way up to the application and everything in between. And we have collaboration vehicles through which academia, researchers, startups, enterprises, governments can access our technology. And we work very closely with them in a collaborative fashion to build solutions that bring value through AI. We help them build their COEs, which are centers of excellence, where AI development can prosper, it can flourish, and these COEs provide easy access to technology, the tools, the resources for AI development. We have research programs where we do collaborative research with leading academic institutions and research institutions, and work on some of the most complex problems in AI and deep tech. We also bring our skilling and development initiative, through which we call it the Deep Learning Institute, through which we take on the challenge of skilling in the areas of AI and deep learning. And we do this through partnerships with academia and through MOUs with state education departments. And of course, we are supporting the startup ecosystem through the Inception program, and we help them not just with the technology, but also by connecting them through the venture capital network that we have. We also connect these startups with the customers who might benefit from some of these solutions that these startups are working on. Now, if I were to talk about how do we implement this on the field, for example, if I were to do this, or if we were to do this in the state of Andhra Pradesh, how would we go about it? We would start by academic partnership, where we would set up a COE in that institute or university. We will bring in the skilling and development program to scale the students, the researchers, the faculty. Within that AI COE, we can create two groups, one that focuses on research, and this group would have access to our research ecosystem and work collaboratively with us on some of the most complex problems of the state, new problems for which solutions are not there yet, right? The other arm can focus on rolling out mass AI solutions for the citizens, for the state, and develop e-governance services based on more traditional, conventional approaches and approaches that are already well known and well understood. We then create an incubation center within this COE and give rise to startups based on technology that comes out of this AI COE, which has commercial value, right? And these startups we can bring under our Inception umbrella and connect them to our developer ecosystem, our venture capital ecosystem, and customers as well. So this AI COE in itself, the Center of Excellence in itself becomes a microcosm which has everything that is there that is required for AI to succeed, right? And now what I do is we create multiple replicas of this COE, right? Maybe smaller ones, but now I go deeper into the state, deeper into the region, and create these COEs closer to my business hubs, closer to my growth sector belts, right? For example, I can have, while the main COE can be in the capital, I can have a smaller one here in Visakhapatnam that concentrates on use cases and challenges of the shipping industry, of port management, logistics. And then I can have a smaller one closer to the agricultural belt, another one closer to the manufacturing and industrial belt. And this is how we ensure that every industry has access to AI and deep tech, right? And if we can replicate this, then what we've created is an AI state. And if we can replicate this setup through the country, we'll be creating an AI nation, a Viksit Bharat, so as to speak. Thank you.
Great. So I request all the scholars, all the institutions, all the academia who want to contribute back to Andhra Pradesh, and you need that support. I've gone through the program details, what NVIDIA is offering. Definitely, it's a win-win for us if we collaborate. If you want to reach out to him after this session, please feel free to do that. Otherwise, please feel free to reach out to GFST team, and we will enable some of these collaborations. This is the best time where we have the leadership supporting us to build some of the best solutions. The departments, the bureaucrats have a very different energy. When we talk to them, we realize they want to solve for the problems, and we have some of the best MNCs trying to help us create the vibrant ecosystem. I think we have to just take advantage of that. Great. Moving on to your MNC experience at Broadridge. Abhinav, I believe there's so much of talent pool creation, and there are challenges of talent that we generally run into. I would love to really hear your thoughts on that. Like, what's the expectation? What are the good processes for talent pool creation? How does deep tech really play a role? How would we hire people for deep tech? Some thoughts on that.
Thank you, Sridhar. There are two aspects of talent. There is definitely shortage of talent. But the first aspect is the tech community, which is diligently building products, right? But the second aspect of deep tech is there have to be people who can sell that product globally. So that talent is the real requirement right now, because we have built institutions, ecosystems which can build the tech side of talent, but product and business side talent is what we are looking for. And especially because sir has already spoke with his policies, right? There is a lot of GCCs in Hyderabad and in the region, but now to build products from here and start owning the P&L is real requirement. Now, if you see a small statistics, right? So US has 75 million freelancers who have that business acumen. But in India, it is around 15 million only for the population like us. So if we are thinking about having one entrepreneur from one family, and there's a spectrum of people we want, and so it would be fantastic if we can have policies, also infrastructure and academic relationship and design of the programs in such a way we encourage business mindset in everyone, so that more and more freelancers can come. Because deep tech, what it does is it reduces the cost of prediction, but also increases personalization. That means there are more niches, permutations and combinations and expertise which is required. So one person can't do it. So if we combine all those things, I think we are up to a solution.
Great. So taking next cue from what just now we heard from Abhinav, Rajiv ji, I would love to understand, because while we talk on policy, I don't want it to become a theory of that we want something to be around work from home, while we get to hear different stories, remote work challenges, we read all that in news as well. While you have such a large workforce and there are certain hybrid models, and with your own experience in industry, would you like to actually talk about what role would work from home will play, and how deep tech can actually play a good role? I'm just trying to hear it from you as a veteran of industry, not just like from fintech. What are your thoughts?
So I think COVID brought a lot of disasters, but also taught us a lot of things, right? I mean, work from home has now become an acceptable norm across IT sectors and and technology organizations. Initially, there were a lot of worries around cybersecurity, worries around how this will actually be adapted, and will people take it seriously. But I think our experience during COVID showed that business never stopped, right? Business went on, and during COVID, the need for insurance only increased. So it's a proven model that work from home certainly, is the way forward. If particularly we'll have to reduce infrastructure expenses, I think using technology, if we have to set up offices in every taluka, in this country, or we have to have established presence, I think you can't have physical infrastructure of offices created there, And in more particularly, I think our experience shows that in the rural markets, women play a significant role. I can give you an example of a BFSI company which started lending loans ranging from 10,000 to 50,000, and this was only given in the villages. And the people who were employed by this company were local village women, and they also lent money only to the villages. So now they are, I think, present in 9 or 10 states, and you will be surprised that the NPA of this company, with an asset size of almost 1,800 crores, is 0.05%. Now that means the people who borrow in the village are better paymasters than your, the industrialists. So I think what have they done? They have set up work from home for all these people. So they don't have offices, right? They work from home, and they travel to each village and go and sleep, in that same village in one of the partners' houses. So the borrowers are women, the employees are women, and it is all work from home, and it is working extremely well. I think the way forward is certainly to encourage this concept if each of us will have to, cover every nook and corner of this country.
Amazing. So rather than losing the opportunities to countries like Philippines and Bangladesh for cheaper labor, if we can build that talent pool in tier 2 and tier 3 cities and like some remote parts of our state, we can definitely bring that opportunity internally at a better price and still continue to thrive in tier 1 cities. That's one of the outcome that we can achieve with that, I believe. Great. Moving on to you, Balagaru. So definitely, as I said, TCS is seen in certain way. You spoke about startups. I would specifically try to understand what's your thought as a Chief Innovation Officer when you think about
how would Andhra Pradesh use and maximize on deep technologies? Though we have a lot of use cases, but when it comes to operationalizing it, execution, and the kind of discussion we have already had, someone coming from TCS, what's your personal opinion on this particular bit?
Before I say that, before I respond, I just want to understand the pulse of the audience here. How many of you came to this particular event without knowing deep tech, but now you know what is deep tech? Can you raise your hands, please? You don't know about deep tech before coming here, but you know now what is deep tech. Nobody is raising their hands. I see few hands coming in. Great. So I think that itself is a success of the program, what it is. But again, before coming there, what TCS can do, I also want to tell that one family, one entrepreneur is a vision of a leader. But if this vision needs to be really translated onto the ground, one important stakeholder we all need to touch. Do you know who is that stakeholder? Parents. Parents. Parents' mindset is important because their mindset is they want their kids to be settled fast. How many of the parents sitting here really want their son to get into a job first, or daughter to get into a job first, not an entrepreneur? Many of you probably are not raising hands, but that is a mindset. That mindset transformation is important because parents need to particularly realize they need to allow their children to explore and experiment. Unless that kind of a cultural thinking gets shifted in the parents' economy of thinking, we will not be able to make this move a successful move. That's one thing I want to communicate. But coming forward, I just want to get another pulse. What comes to your mind when Andhra Pradesh as a word comes to you? What is your first thing comes to your mind? When Hyderabad comes to your mind, probably IT comes, cyber towers. But what comes to your mind when it is AP? Entrepreneur. Now. Chandrababu Naidu garu. I believe some of you might be looking at it, but what comes to my mind is agriculture, ports, and the potentiality of this particular place which can really drive manufacturing. But all when they get tied up, it's a IT which can really play a vital role in this entire sector. Now, how IT services teams or companies can play an important role is they bring that domain excellence into each of this domain for the startups. Provide that kind of an expertise and experience and nurture them to groom that startups to the next level. Bring that traditional experience, domain experience, operational excellence as a kind of a ecosystem play to contribute to the startups or to drive the journey. You take agriculture, we saw about the precision farming techniques. The future of agriculture is something which IT companies can play a role. Future of logistics, IT companies can play a role. Future of manufacturing, how it need to be, factory of the futures. Digital twin adoptions, all these things where we can bring that expertise and help and drive the things. The second area where I believe IT services companies can bring that experience is how do you scale? We heard about innovations, but most of the innovations are the jugaad innovations. But if you really want that innovations to really scale up, it need to be scaled and sustainable innovations. And companies like TCS and other IT companies can play a very important role in that entire journey to how do you scale and sustain. The third important area where we can contribute is about upskilling. Same Garu and others also mentioned, skill is very important element, but bringing that expertise in different sectors to apply skill in that particular sector play an important role. Now, AI in healthcare, we saw from Rakesh and Prateek, Dr. Prateek and Dr. Rakesh mentioned about AI in healthcare, what is happening across the globe. AI in healthcare, AI in agriculture, AI in retail. How these particular skills can be brought in specific to the domain. So that's why you see today one of the initiatives, I feel that need to be replicated here strongly. Telangana government announced about setting up the skills university for 18 different sectors and ensuring that around 20 to 30,000 people graduating every year. That is the vision they carry. We should replicate some of the best practices here. It's not about engineering degree, it's about how do you apply that knowledge to solve the problem. So that experiential learning plays an important role. That's where again the IT companies can bring that grab. Academia and industry collaboration can play a vital role to address that problem to a great length.
Great. Moving on, because there is a little shortage of time, so we'll try to keep it a little shorter now because there are more panels, but this is so much of valuable inputs for everyone. I'm pretty sure there's a takeaway for everyone from this one. So Varun, moving on a little quickly on this one, we know there are three bigger pieces that right now we talk from Andhra Pradesh policy perspective. One is social capital that we talk about, one is human capital that we talk about. I'm putting you on spot by asking, do you think we have potential to be the AI capital or deep tech capital for the world? I'm not talking about India.
Yes, absolutely. We have the skill set. Most developers that we have today, and we have quite a few across the country, all of them are turning into AI developers now because AI is going to be the future. And we have the infrastructure, the resources. We are starting to work on it. There is considerable effort from the government in building computing resources. We have the AI mission that has set out 7 policy pillars that touch everything from building compute to building AI applications to foundation models to startup incubation. And with all of that, and if we all put our efforts in the same direction and commit to it, I don't see any reason why we cannot become the AI leaders of the world.
Lovely. Thanks for that's high motivation for us, for everyone who is here in this room. That's the kind of mission we have on our mind and we should have. Like, why can't Andhra Pradesh be the AI global capital? I mean, if we go out with that mindset, everyone thinks of one problem statement, works on that, brings it back, and not necessarily everything needs to be commercialized. We have to contribute back for the future generations. I mean, that's the key thing. Ultimately, we have to build our nations. It's not only the government and governance, it's us as citizens who have to take that responsibility. And while we have this kind of forum, I request you all to take that first step and do your bit. Additionally, I mean, that's how we build societies and country, and we really can lead. We have a visionary leader who is doing this for us. We have to just stand with him, behind him, and be the field force to achieve it. Great. Just moving on to the next bit, last question for this panel. Abhinav, I would love to know, we have already heard there's a possibility of being the AI capital. I would love to understand 3 actionable ways as a GCC. What do you think? What are 3 actionable that we can take and we can be really something like in the deep tech space? How do we be something in that particular space? Those 3 actionables.
Got it. So first one is directly towards the policy because I myself am a product of Sir's vision around Hyderabad tech schools, and then my office is just next to Cyber Towers, right? So taking that along, if we want to become an AI capital, the first thing is a robust policy because the deep tech investments are happening in finance and retail the most, but there are multiple sectors, like there are blue oceans strategies which can be done in multiple sectors. A robust policy is the first one. Second is a full stack community which can support all the initiatives we are doing, which can integrate vertically and horizontally. That's when the magic starts to happen. And the last one, the third one, is to have bridges to global hotspots. Maybe Paris, London, Palo Alto, right? Wherever, right? And Hong Kong, we can even look east. So once we have those bridges, easy access of telemetry of knowledge from both sides is possible, then that's where we can really become powerhouse and profit centers inside this region. So that's my take on it.
Great. So I would like to thank you all for taking out time from a work day, from your busy schedules, and contributing back to the society. This is like very valuable. All of your insights are very valuable. So thanks a lot from bottom of our heart from GFST. I think we'll just move back and I'll hand it over to Ramprasad ji.
Thank you, Sridhar. So we all pledge that we want to make future AI capital for quantum growth.
A big round of applause to all the panelists. Now I request Thakkar sir to stay. Sridhar. Thakkar sir to give away mementos to our panelists. Please, sir. on behalf of GFST. Please come. And also I request the earlier speakers, Rajesh and Praveen, Pratik Sharma, Rakesh Kalpala. We'll have a photograph. Yes. Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Minister.
To connect.
Panelists. Now I have an announcement. We are breaking for lunch because we are running short of time. Organizers felt that we will break for lunch. However, best we thought of giving food for thought. If you are hungry, you may not be able to focus on the discussions. So we'll break for lunch and we will exactly assemble here in 2:10. Thank you very much. CM sir also will adjourn for the lunch and
Puyol. I am the founder of a small company named Unwrap. I design my own wrapping papers. I started using Adobe well over a decade ago. I use Photoshop for photo editing. I use Illustrator for vector goods. I export it as a PDF, and boom, it's off to the printer.
जब आप अपना बिजनेस बनाना शुरू करते हो ना तो आपको एक चीज रियलाइज हो जाती है कि आप सब कुछ खुद नहीं कर सकते.
Yes, that's Ashneer Grover, ladies and gentlemen. Do you want to learn from him? Ashneer has built multiple businesses and he can surely teach you a trick or two. Now, if your business stuck in a loop and you're overwhelmed by day-to-day operations, unable to get desired growth, this is an opportunity. You know, sometimes we feel, you're pouring your heart, your soul into the business, but the results are just not there. जो चाहिए वो actually मिल नहीं पा रहा है. You know, I understand. Now you wonder, how do you understand? I understand because I've been there. I have done business, I have failed in business, I have learned, I have reinvented myself, I have taken help of smarter people than me and rebuilt myself, thereby rebuilding my business eventually. So I know that building a successful business is challenging, and it's more than just hard work. It's about getting your strategy right. Now, everybody thinks about strategy, but getting the strategy right, getting the systems in place, and then scaling up is done by very few people because people don't know what exactly you need to do. And that is the reason I have created that 10x Business Growth Challenge. This is not just another workshop. It's a deep dive into core issues which are holding your business back. We tackle everything from refining your business model so that you can get maximum profitability to mastering the art of hiring and retaining top talent. You will learn how to build systems that run your business, not the other way around. Mostly business is running the business owner, and we will equip you with the financial know-how to ensure your business thrives. So all this is coming. And of course, we have Ashneer Grover.
నేను నా చిన్నతనంలో హిల్ స్టేషన్ వెళ్ళడానికి 1 గంట పాటు లైన్లో నిలబడాల్సి వచ్చేది. ఇక ఆ తరువాత బస్లో 2 గంటలు సీటు కోసం గొడవ. ఆ తర్వాత 3 కిలోమీటర్లు నడిచి వెళ్ళాక లక్కీ లాడ్జ్ వస్తుంది. మరి అంత పెద్ద జర్నీ. మీ అన్నకు హల్లో చెప్పు.
అన్న ఎవరు? ఆస్తుల నుంచి 1 పైసా కూడా ఇవ్వను. లైఫ్ లో స్ట్రగుల్ చాలా ఉంది, కానీ మిగతా వాటికంతా ఊబర్ ఉంది.
research-driven API manufacturing. From its modest beginnings in 1991, with a small investment to take over a failing facility, it has grown into a major API business group with multiple products and facilities, venturing into specialized fields of API manufacturing. This growth symbolizes our commitment to healthcare excellence, validated by our repetitive customer base spread over 70 countries. Spread across 2 states, our facilities are centers of innovation, where skill, commitment, and dedication meet technology, quality, and efficiency, churning out excellence. Our focus continues far beyond the development of products. It includes persistent research to reduce costs and work on backward integration to make it sustainable and affordable. Currently, our portfolio includes about 45 products in commercial production and 15 products in the pipeline, spread across an array of therapeutic segments. All facilities in the group, including the central laboratory, are approved by the US FDA, with a total of 11 FDA approvals across the group. With a strong research base, SMS is today one of the world's largest exporters of products like sitagliptin, famotidine, sumatriptan succinate, zolmitriptan, almotriptan, and lanoconazole. It is a preferred destination for many global leaders in formulation for their API needs. Our research center specializes in developing cost-effective routes of synthesis for products identified to support customers intending to launch once they are generic, and also doubles as a contract research facility for standalone development for outsiders, and can also take up projects on a CDMO model. We have done CDMO for about 9 molecules with our European partners successfully, waiting for launch and many more in the pipeline. SMS Central Lab is a US FDA approved laboratory providing analytical support for SMS molecules under development and commercial. It also doubles as a profit center, supporting analytical needs of other API manufacturers and formulators. Our Hyderabad-based facility, which is US FDA approved 5 times, manufactures low-volume niche molecules catering to regulated markets, excelling in providing quality products and documentation support par excellence. This is one of the rare facilities which got audit approval by Japan PMDA, which is considered one of the most stringent of the global health authorities. Our greenfield facility spread over 120 acres, about 70 kilometers from Vizag, and approved by US FDA 3 times, is where SMS manufactures all its volume molecules, including ibuprofen, which is manufactured in one of Asia's biggest production blocks for a single product, with a manufacturing capacity of 12,000 metric tons per year. We have one of the biggest batch sizes of 10 metric tons direct batch for ibuprofen to support customers with reduced analytical costs and quick turnaround time. We also provide manufacturing support on a CMO model to many multinational companies to utilize the huge reactor volumes in the facility aligned with our intimacy with quality and GMP compliance. Our international footprint is expansive, with clients in over 70 countries trusting us for high-quality pharmaceutical solutions. Each product we ship out is a testament to our rigorous quality assurance and our dedication to customer satisfaction. At SMS, manufacturing is not just business, but a relentless effort to forge lasting relationships with customers and exploring new frontiers in healthcare to make it available and affordable to the common man. SMS Pharmaceuticals Limited. Innovation, efficiency, excellence, trust, and integrity, nurturing health globally with every product we deliver.
Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Chief Minister is ready to come and participate in the next session. We are only just waiting for a few of the people to join. I request all of you to take seats. I will also request any of your friends, colleagues are outside, bring them inside. We'll be starting. We have 3 sessions to continue post-lunch.
Our association with Fluent Grid is not more on transactional basis that it's a vendor or owner kind of a relationship. It's a very collaborative approach we have used here. Both teams discuss, come out with very good solution because many processes in India are very, very different. And we discuss and we come out with solution which becomes part of Fluent Grid system. So it's a very good association, sustainable and long-term association is what I believe. It's good to see an Indian company creating a product which is well recognized even by Gartner. So so far it has been an excellent journey with Fluent Grid.
So they have been a very integral part in our triple C, I mean the Command and Communication Center. We choose to call it the COC, the City Operations Center. I would definitely say the COC is making a very huge contribution there, and if I say COC is making a contribution, Fluent Grid obviously.
Deep domain expertise helped us to understand customer business and their pain points better, so that we can work with them to find practical solutions to solve their problems.
SMS Pharmaceuticals Limited, based in Hyderabad, is an API manufacturing group that has consistently been a persistent growth story for more than 3 decades, built on strong, research-driven API manufacturing. From its modest beginnings in 1991, with a small investment to take over a failing facility, it has grown into a major API business group with multiple products and facilities, venturing into specialized fields of API manufacturing. This growth symbolizes our commitment to healthcare excellence, validated by our repetitive customer base spread over 70 countries. Spread across 2 states, our facilities are centers of innovation, where skill, commitment, and dedication meet technology, quality, and efficiency, churning out excellence. Our focus continues far beyond the development of products. It includes persistent research to reduce costs and work on backward integration to make it sustainable and affordable. Currently, our portfolio includes about 45 products in commercial production and 15 products in the pipeline, spread across an array of therapeutic segments. All facilities in the group, including the central laboratory, are approved by the US FDA, with a total of 11 FDA approvals across the group. With a strong research base, SMS is today one of the world's largest exporters of products like sitagliptin, famotidine, sumatriptan succinate, zolmitriptan, almotriptan, and lanoconazole. It is a preferred destination for many global leaders in formulation for their API needs. Our research center specializes in developing cost-effective routes of synthesis for products identified to support customers intending to launch once they are generic, and also doubles as a contract research facility for standalone development for outsiders, and can also take up projects on a CDMO model. We have done CDMO for about 9 molecules with our European partner successfully, waiting for launch and many more in the pipeline. SMS Central Lab is a US FDA approved laboratory providing analytical support for SMS molecules under development and commercial. It also doubles as a profit center, supporting analytical needs of other API manufacturers and formulators. Our Hyderabad-based facility, which is US FDA approved 5 times, manufactures low-volume niche molecules catering to regulated markets, excelling in providing quality products and documentation support par excellence. This is one of the rare facilities which got audit approval by Japan PMDA, which is considered one of the most stringent of the global health authorities. Our greenfield facility spread over 120 acres, about 70 kilometers from Vizag, and approved by US FDA 3 times, is where SMS manufactures all its volume molecules, including ibuprofen, which is manufactured in one of Asia's biggest production blocks for a single product, with a manufacturing capacity of 12,000 metric tons per year. We have one of the biggest batch sizes of 10 metric tons direct batch for ibuprofen to support customers with reduced analytical costs and quick turnaround time. We also provide manufacturing support on a CMO model to many multinational companies to utilize the huge reactor volumes in the facility aligned with our intimacy with quality and GMP compliance. Our international footprint is expansive, with clients in over 70 countries trusting us for high-quality pharmaceutical solutions. Each product we ship out is a testament to our rigorous quality assurance and our dedication to customer satisfaction. At SMS, manufacturing is not just business, but a relentless effort to forge lasting relationships with customers and exploring new frontiers in healthcare to make it available and affordable to the common man. SMS Pharmaceuticals Limited. Innovation, efficiency, excellence, trust, and integrity, nurturing health globally with every product we deliver.
Ladies and gentlemen, I announce the arrival of Honorable Chief Minister. I request all of you to take your respective seats. I welcome Honorable Chief Minister once again for the afternoon session. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome him with a round of applause, please. Yeah. So please settle down, ladies and gentlemen. Now we have a keynote address by Mr. Satish Jha, Chairman of Pinewood Partners. Satish Jha is a seasoned executive with extensive experience in the technology and media sectors. He has held leadership roles at organizations such as OLPC, One Laptop Per Child India, that is the program, and Times of India. Satish also recognized for his contributions to social initiatives and digital transformation projects. He has worked with various national leaders and helped several government departments. Ladies and gentlemen, Satish Jha came to participate in this conference from US only to participate. A big round of applause welcoming Mr. Satish Jha. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm indeed very privileged and in the company of Honorable Chief Minister. My first thank goes to Shriram, thinking of me and Mr. Tucker and the GF Global Forum. It's an exciting opportunity, and whatever I have seen is really a privilege. And I've been asked to talk about how we can leverage technologies for governance. And I'd like to start with something very simple. I think one of the major recent stories of governance has been something called Aadhaar. And the Digitech that we keep hearing about. But I had a very small question. 2006, government asked me to consider creating a possibility of how to ensure that our Manrega people, their wages were given to them and not siphoned off. 2006. And I created a framework which is very simple, which could be done very quickly, but it was so simple nobody wanted it. But that was part of governance. 2009, my good friend Nilekani, he decided to do something, became Aadhaar. But there is an idea of, many major things. If you get into complexity, what happens is that we miss out the essence of it. So if I had to look at Aadhaar, I said I learned an idea about smell test, touch test, any test, simple test. A simple test was, do you remember your Aadhaar number? Let me ask you, how many people here sitting here, you remember your Aadhaar number? Raise hands, please. Well, I see about 5, 6, 7. But in an audience of few hundred people, if 6, 7 remember the Aadhaar number, what does it say about it? How many remember their telephone number, cell phone number? Hands, please. How many remember cell phone number? Probably everyone remembers cell phone number. So point is, if Aadhaar is going to be a foundation of my governance process, should it not be as simple as a cell phone number? And that simplicity is very, very critical to creating any governance paradigm, you can say, or any framework. And somehow we miss out on that, the simplicity, how technologies can help us make things simple. Now when things become simple, I call them cell phone of anything. You want to create a simple solution? Cell phone or something. I go back in 1985, and I'm looking at a meeting with the Minister of Telecom and the government. They said if they wanted to give every citizen, and then we were 45 crore Indians, which means we were about, say, 45 crores, 10 crore families. If you want to give phone to every house, it will be 2,100 and probably will not be there. Technology changed. In 1995, November, some date, cell phone comes to India. In 5 years, nearly everyone has access to phone. Every family who could think of it had access to phone. What happened? Technology was made simple to the point that everyone could have it. And the government did nothing about it. Government did not have to do it. So one of the programs today in the world where everyone has access to is cell phone. They don't have water. They don't have potable water. They don't have drinking water, but they have cell phone. So what happened? Because taking water to the person or to a hamlet, to a house is not easy. But cell phone became so simple, it was possible. So the question is, how do I make technology so simple that governance becomes simpler? So just a test was, if I can remember my Aadhaar number or Social Security number, which every American does, because they are the originators of Social Security system. If you look at from the same point of view, and I'm trying to urge you to see the notion of simplicity in governance. Now think of it, all the programs, when I look at our own evolution, we are a 75-year-old society. In 75 years, we have gone from $50, the richest economy in Asia, in 1947, richest economy in Asia. We have gone from there to become an economy of $2,400 per capita, while Korea has gone to $50,000 and China $20,000. We began the same way. In 1947, we began the same way. India was about $52, China was 47, Korea was 48, and today, India is at $2,400, Korea at 50,000, China at 20,000. That's our journey. What happened? I'll try to share with you, it basically is a matter of governance. What happened? We were the pioneers of planning. 1950s and 60s. Korea began 62, 10 years later. But they began differently. We began the same journey, but by the time it becomes 1981, Korea has gone to $1,000, we were still at 130, 40, 50. So what was happening? So point is, if you look at the planning itself, the way we plan becomes very critical to the process. If you plan in a very, a different kind of arch, you will find different kind of results. Today, we haven't achieved the goals of first plan. That's a very interesting story. While Korea had learned from us, they came to learn planning from India. They began planning 10 years after India, and they became so successful that they began having a company of $40 billion in 1990, when India's biggest company was hardly $2 billion in revenue. So how did that happen? So when it comes to governance, I think simplicity is very important. It should be, look at, is it good for the last person? Who is the last person? When I look at our data for India, by the time you reach 2 lakh rupees per capita income, which is the average income, you're already touching 2%. 98% earn less than that. So I would say, how do you look at the GDP? GDP should be seen, not GDP per capita. One of my friends said, maybe let's call it median. My point will be, you're trying to raise zero poverty will happen when the last person has no poverty. So look at the last 10%. What is the GDP per capita in the last 10%, for instance? These are the questions which we have to go on asking. Can technology help us in that? Now let's look at how we look at it. In the US, in 50 years, there are a dozen entrepreneurs who created companies which are bigger than India. In 50 years, a dozen entrepreneurs create companies which are bigger than Indian market value. How does it happen? A person who began a journey in America 27 years back is the richest man in the world. He came to America from South Africa via Canada. Today he's the richest man in the world. How did that happen? So in other words, it's possible today, if we imagine, to create an ecosystem where a single person can create an economy as big as India's. Microsoft, Apple, Google, we all know these names. But it never occurs to us that these companies were founded by single individuals. And they created that level of market value, which is possible by India too. Then think of this way. California is a 40 billion people economy. Andhra is 55 billion people economy. California is 4 trillion economy. Andhra is $200 billion economy. The gap is about 40 times. US-India gap is about 35 times. But remember another thing. There are 50 million people of Indian origin outside of India. They earn as much as India does. 50 million Indians earn about $3.5 trillion outside of India, which 1,500 million Indians do it here. They have similar, what is changing is not, they are not changed, their ecosystem changes. What we are doing is, we are not changing the ecosystem. If you change the ecosystem, it changes productivity, it changes us. How do you change the ecosystem? Change the possibility of you becoming what you want to become. That is missing for 90% people. When we create a society where every child has the potential or possibility to become what the child wants to become, not what parents want them to become, child wants to become, that society becomes a very different society. So in governance, we haven't looked at these questions. We have looked at questions which are essentially either very high-end, remove poverty. Remove poverty doesn't remove poverty. Hasn't done in 75 years. Literacy by 1960, nothing happened. But literacy you are talking about, literacy means nothing. If I know ABCD, am I very capable? No. Similarly, when it comes to education, what do? It's not ABCD, it's not one thing or the other. What is education? I'll give an example. My son was 7 years old and he said something interesting. He didn't want to go to school. I said, what happened? Well, I don't want to go to school today. I don't feel good. I said, okay. So why won't you go to school? He says, who wants to go to school? I said, how about learning? He said, who learns at school? I said, what? What do you do at school? I said, we get educated at school. I said, what is that? Education is what teacher wants me to learn. Education is what you want me to learn. What's learning? What I want to learn. That difference made all the difference of education and learning. We never thought of it. So in the US system, the effort was, what does the child want to learn? In our system, effort was, what do we want them to learn? You know, we had a good friend called Kapil Sibal. He became Minister of Education. Farid Zakaria, and we were sitting in New York. He was talking about education. He said, what's the future for India? Kapil was very open about it. He said, I want skilling in India. My challenge was this. Skilling is not going to create a great society. Skilling will create people who can do here and now job. But learning will create something which will create society. So we have the potential to be great. So should we become great, or should we become what we are here and now person, here and now society? And that's a big challenge. So I went to about several states, spoke to chief ministers. Many have accepted my ideas. But things will come down to, but my education minister doesn't accept what you say. I said, well, that's a big problem. But is he running? It's not a central subject. You take your call. But they will say, I'll say one laptop per child, and they will buy a laptop. Laptop was just one means. As the CIO of Roche at one time, I learned one thing. When I said technology in India, they said PC, desktop. When I said technology in America, they said, well, that's only 6%, 7% of my cost. Ecosystem. So technology is not a piece, it's a complete ecosystem. And we become productive in ecosystem. So my submission is this. Simplicity in understanding something that the last person can understand takes us much farther than making it complex. A cell phone number that you can remember, if that becomes Aadhaar, that tells us the way we think about society. That helps us, create a great society. Same thing happens to all Indians who go out without doing anything great. they become part of an ecosystem, they contribute a great deal more. So we have to think of ecosystem. And I'm very happy to hear very powerful words: global, sustainable, transformation, and ecosystem. So ecosystem is what's critical, because otherwise it's like throwing seeds which will never grow. So you create ecosystem for that, and you have a farming. So my point will be this. I flew from Boston. I think I'm a little jet lagged. And this is a little too hard on me at this point in time. But the point is, ecosystem was the most interesting word I heard here, that we are talking about that. It was not being talked about 10 years ago. It was just one project, one task, something. So when you create ecosystem which has sustainability built into it, that is something is going to help us become a great nation, which can help Andhra have $100,000 per capita income 25 years. When I look at Korea did this, and Korea and our population of Andhra and Korea are about the same. Korea's economy already, I think, more than $1 trillion, $50,000 per capita. I think their population is about 50 million, so about $2.5 trillion economy. We can be too. We can be in less than 25 years. They achieved that in about 25 years. If you see the rate of growth, it's 3 times per decade. Ours was 50% per decade, except for the decade of 2001 to 10, when we grew up 3 times. We have been doing 50% every decade. So we can do 3 times a decade. And I think in 20 years, Andhra can plan to be a $100,000 per capita income economy if you really choose that way. That's a possibility. But beginning has to be made like China did. What did China do, what we didn't do? 71, and Nixon and Kissinger come to China, they started a new journey. In China, per capita income in 1971 was the same as India, as $191. And 2001, which is about, 1991, we were about 393 or thereabouts. But 92, China gets past India, and since then, it's been kind of galloping. Today, it's about $20,000. We are at $24.50 or thereabouts. So China did something interesting. It planned for 20 years for human development, people development, and that did it. Korea did the same thing differently. Korea says every single Korean, more than 21, is a graduate. No other country can claim that. That's what takes $50,000. So I would say that great societies just take some basic things about society very, very seriously, which is respecting their citizens and making sure that they can find their dreams, they can live it, they can create it. That's what it's all about. In America, pursuit of happiness was very important. So they allowed everyone to achieve what they want to achieve. They create a system for that. And that's what made America great. It went past Europe. Since 1945, 90% Nobel Prizes go to people in America. They may be American, they may be foreigners in America, but Europe's basically lost out, America began gaining. The reason was the same. Reason was they focused on people, and they said, we will help everyone achieve their dream. My submission will be that the greatest programs we have had, they have not been government programs. Cell phone was a program not run by government. Technology and support. Don't do it. Doing has never, I have analyzed about 100 programs of government. Not one of them achieved goals. Our people are best. Our bureaucrats are amazing. Our leaders are amazing. I can't get a single vote, and they can get billions of votes. I was not part of civil services, and I've seen them, how brilliant they are. But when it comes to achieving things, something is missing. What is that? Because there is something missing, and my submission is, what's missing is, we become busy with our today. We don't think of tomorrow. We don't think of 20 years hence. So good thing is, we are thinking 2047. That's a great thing. So a lot of great things are already happening here. 2047, global, sustainability, transformation, ecosystem. These are all great things. But unless you bring it down to ensuring that every single citizen is empowered from childhood onwards to achieve the dreams they have. My programs here, we support you to learn at the frontiers of your aspirations. We say, don't teach, let them learn. So teaching, learning and education difference, that's very, very important to understand that when we learn, सीखो, पढ़ो, सीखो, पढ़ो. पढ़ने से कुछ नहीं होता. If I see a film, I can't make a film. But learning is about, can you make the film that you're watching? If you learn at that level, that's when you become great society, and that's when you become $100,000 per capita income society. So I would say that from a governance point of view, let's make it, and Honorable CM has said that, people-centric. So the last person is very, very important to me. Let's look at the GDP per capita becoming per capita of the last 10%, not the whole society as such. Median can be a reasonable number, but even better is the last 10%. So I would say that whenever you can think of creating any program, think of the simplest metrics that can take you to measure it better from people's point of view. In technology, I would say I had the privilege of doing what 45 companies, either investor or chairman or CEO or advisor, whatever. And I've seen every single company. I did my part exactly on time, but the founders were the one who drove it. And the idea is a company is done by the founders. What was missing when I do something here, and when I do something overseas, is that basically they're looking at a complete ecosystem. Here we are doing bits and pieces. So from bits and pieces to ecosystem, that makes a huge difference. And by the way, billion is a big number, it's a very small number. It's a big number, it's not easy to do, but the people 21-year-old, they become billion. I've seen 29-year-old billionaires, 30 years. My son at 31, 32, he came pretty close to hitting the number of billion too. So it's a very small number and it's a very big number. It depends on facts are the same. Where you stand decides how you see them. How you see them makes all the difference. My submission will be that let's look at all the numbers, good things we have seen, global, transformation, sustainable, and ecosystem. Ecosystem is very, very important. And then create the foundation. Our foundation is of bamboo scaffoldings. But we want a 10-story building. Is it possible? No. So that can only happen when not just the 10% people, but 100% people educated. And that's when the governance will come in. Governance comes when everybody knows what they seek from the government. Today, 90% people don't know what to seek from the government. So that's what the challenge is. How do I see governance? I see governance when my expectation from the government doesn't require too much effort to be met. So we create the index. Having said that, I think my time is up. I timed it to 10 minutes. And I'm sorry for this little bit of heat that I have and a bit of jet lag, but my privilege to be here. And thank you, Mr. Tucker. Thank you, Sri Ram. But my submission will be very simple. Let's make it simple. Let's look at the foundation. Let's look at the last segment of the people. Let's appreciate the fact that we are the same people when we go in a system, we become more productive. Question is, if you can create the same ecosystem, we can be better productive. We have the potential to be as good as we want to be. There's no question about that. We are as good as we want to be. Let's help all of us to become as good as we can be. And with that, I'd like to thank you very much. Thank you, indeed.
Thank you, Satish ji, for your insights into how global best practices in GovTech can be templated and adopted to Andhra Pradesh, how the institutional and policy framework is required to scale GovTech solutions in state of Andhra Pradesh. Now it is my pleasure to invite, there is a change in the program. We have moved the health tech session to in the place of GovTech. So it is my pleasure to invite Honorable Health Minister Sri Satyakumar Yadav ji, Government of Andhra Pradesh, and also Sri M.T. Krishna Babu, Special Chief Secretary to Government of Health, Medical and Family Welfare. Sir, request you to join the dais. I request Krishna Babu Garu to deliver his. Sorry, I missed it. I request Honorable Minister to speak, and then Krishna Babu Garu will deliver his keynote address. Subsequent to that, we will invite the panel for the panel discussion.
Respected Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Gauraniyalu Chandrababu Naidu Garu, the directors of Global Forum for Sustainable Transformation, distinguished guests, officials of Andhra Pradesh, and participants andariki namaskaram. I am indeed extremely delighted to be part of this important conclave that throws some valuable light on possibilities of taking Andhra Pradesh healthcare to new heights. I sincerely compliment the team of Global Forum for Sustainable Transformation for taking this initiative, and also confident that the deliberations and outcomes of this important deep tech conclave will provide a roadmap and way forward for taking the healthcare delivery of Andhra Pradesh to new horizons. As we have already seen a few innovations in the exhibitions and also in the presentations, which can bring in a transformative change in the lives of the people, and more particularly in the health sector. I must thank the organizers for keeping this podium very low, so that I am not only audible and also visible. It is universally acknowledged that health is wealth. For the health of the people has direct impact on the economic growth of any individual, family, or the state, or the country as a whole. The historical analysis of 13 developed countries has established that 1% increase in lifetime expectancy has resulted in 6% addition to the GDP and 5% addition to the per capita GDP. Which highlights the healthcare of the people, impact of the health of the people and the economic growth of any country. In this background, now we are aiming to become, when we celebrate centenary celebrations of our independence in 2047, we are aiming to become Vikasit Bharat under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, whose extraordinary leadership qualities, out-of-box ideas have transformed the otherwise bankrupt economy of the country into one of the top economies of the world today. And on the other side, we have a leader, a visionary leader, who in the early 90s itself envisioned, understood the importance of IT and the kind of positive change that can bring into the lives of the millions of youth, as also aiming to make Andhra Pradesh, Swarna Andhra Pradesh by 2047. The vision of the state and the country is defined by the two great leaders who have courage to dream, commitment for delivery, and compassion for the poor. Under their leadership, I am pretty confident that India will become a Vikasit Bharat by being one or top 2 economies, largest economies of the world, and also Andhra Pradesh, yes, Swarna Andhra Pradesh. But when I say so, the health to attain this, to achieve this by 2047, health assumes significance because accessible, affordable healthcare will create healthy people. Healthy people in turn will add to the economic growth or wealth creation. So, in this context, we have many challenges in Andhra Pradesh, like even in the country, as we are still a developing nation, where many gaps, demographical, many diverse challenges. During these challenges, it is important to leverage technology to find solution to face these challenges and bring in a transformative change in the health sector. I'm pretty confident because the achievements of the health ministry and what the state and health ministry more particularly is affecting for this conclave will be presented by our Special Chief Secretary Krishna Babu Garu. But I want to say one thing. We have a huge data captured by our healthcare professionals, right from the ANM, ASHA workers to ANMs to CHOs to healthcare professionals in the teaching hospitals, collected from 10,000 plus wellness centers at the village level and 1,700 plus primary health centers at rural and urban areas, and more than 250, close to 250 community health centers, area hospitals, district hospitals and teaching hospitals. But how do we integrate this data with the technology and bring in a betterment in the lives of the people and healthcare sector in particular? That's where deep tech solutions come into the picture. These solutions must provide predictive analytics, because my Honorable CM keeps talking about all the time about the new technologies, blockchain, data analytics, artificial intelligence solutions. These solutions should bring predictive analytics and therefore allowing us to take precautionary preventive measures and save the lives, and more particularly reduce the out-of-pocket expenditure of a common man or a patient, and also burden on the state's exchequer or the nation's exchequer. So I urge upon the youth of the Andhra Pradesh, because Andhra Pradesh is known for intellect. There are lakhs of people because of Chandrababu Naidu Garu have migrated to America, and they are proving their mettle. So I urge upon all of them to focus more on this deep tech solutions and help the Andhra Pradesh health sector. And I know, you all know, the leader like Chandrababu Naidu Garu being at the helm of affairs, the investors or innovators will get every possible support in the state. I take this opportunity to urge upon, appeal Honorable CM, sir, form a committee particularly on that, and you have been bringing many policies in every sector, and also appeal you, sir, to bring in a policy for deep tech innovations in Andhra Pradesh, so that more and more youth comes forward and they will be instrumental in building the Andhra Pradesh, Swarna Andhra Pradesh by 2047. So I take this opportunity to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity of meeting of all, and more particularly to learn many things. I am not a doctor, I am a health minister. I have been a health minister for the past 6 months. I have always been a political student or an engineering student. I never knew anything about the medicine. Nothing, and not even a technology. but still, Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh have given me this opportunity to know many things and be an instrument in bringing a change in the lives of the people of Andhra Pradesh. Thank you all.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Now I have the pleasure of inviting Shri Krishna Babu Garu to deliver his keynote address.
Yeah, a presentation. Good afternoon, Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu, GFST, Takkar Saab, Honorable Ministers, MLAs, MLCs, and all the other distinguished guests. So, I just wanted to just present about what this Andhra Pradesh Public Health 2. Why we are talking about 2 is the way in which Honorable Chief Minister wants us to think, act, using the digital technology, using artificial intelligence, machine learning, and deep tech to take preventive action rather than concentrating on curative thing. Curative is always important, but coming back to preventive gives much better result. Our Swarnandhra tagline is towards wealthy, healthy, happy Andhra Pradesh. So by 2047, that is the kind of society Honorable Chief Minister wants to do. So this is we are going towards that. Just I will present what exactly where we stand today, what are the challenges being faced, and what we wanted to all the invitees, GFST, I thank especially Takkar Saab and the entire team to make available this much talent pool available to health department to think, to interact, and also to collaborate, developing a system wherein we can make this goal, happy and healthy Andhra Pradesh, a reality. So, demographically, Honorable Chief Minister always talks about demographic management. That slide is gone. Just can you go back? So, the main challenge is fertility rate is presently 1.54 and it is going to drop to 1.37 by 2047. So this has a serious implication about the dependency ratio may be the same, but the child, that is 0 to 14 years population, there will be almost 7% decrease, and 60 plus years population is around almost means from 14% to 23%, 9% increase. So this will be posing a real challenge in the economic development because the working age population is going to reduce. This has its own implications. That is why how to ensure that the fertility rate increases and also the dependency ratio comes down by creating a workable solution to the 60 plus age group population. We have overall, if you see Andhra Pradesh, we are having better indicators about access of the people to the health facility. Whether it is the village health centers, public, PHCs, primary health centers, or area hospitals, beds for 1,000 population, except the CHC, coverage of community health centers, we are above the national norms, IPHS norms, and human resources also, Andhra Pradesh is fortunate to have very positive human resources. As per the WHO norms, whatever is required, we are much above that. Whether it is the doctors, including specialists, is 1.5 per 1,000 population, nurses around 3.8 per 1,000 population compared to 3, and 50 overall total population for physicians, nurses and midwives for 10,000 population, almost 50.9 compared to WHO standards of 44.5. This is a very positive way where we have good human talent pool, especially in the health sector. We just jotted down the Swarnandhra goals, and SDG goals. SDG goals we have to achieve by 2030. Honorable Chief Minister always directs us to plan such that we reach the goals much before it. We are doing reasonably well, almost 4 indicators out of 8. We are already close to achieving the SDG goals, and balance 4, it is under 5 wasted, then adolescent girls, anemia, tuberculosis incident rate, and also life expectancy. These are slightly difficult to achieve as on today, but next we have 5 years time. Definitely we'll try our best to see that they are achieved. But Swarnandhra goal aligned with Viksit Bharat is a very tough call. So all have to change the way we plan everything, and then ensure that we reach there much early. The percentage of out-of-pocket expenditure, now it is as per NFHS 5 survey, it is almost 63.6%. The toughest goal is this, bringing it to less than 5% by ensuring that health insurance for all is made effectively implemented. See, similarly, we have almost 80% of the population covers under NTR Vaidya Seva. So we have to make it 100%, and also we have to streamline. The government has already made a promise in the manifesto, the health insurance for all. Geriatric care facilities, presently we have in district hospitals, subdivisional hospitals and CHCs. Now it is the goal is to ensure that all the healthcare facilities up to the village health clinics have the geriatric facilities. NABH, NAQS, basically quality indicators. As of now, 7% of the institutions are given certification. So our target is at least next 2 years, we should at least reach 80%. We are working on that. Key initiatives, what we are doing is, we have to make a health profile of the entire population. So ABHA ID is one of the key indicator where if now as on today around 4.19 crore individuals we are able to do the ABHA ID, and which reflects to 80% of the population. Then when we do the survey, now NCD 3 survey is going on, we are doing universal health survey, wherein all the NCDs are being recorded, including the cancer care. So cancer, the preliminary screening for breast, cervical and oral cancer. Then all these suspected cases found out by the health level worker, village level health workers, CHO, ANM and ASHA workers, they will be confirmed by the medical officer. After confirming, they will be put on the treatment. Then continuity of care is ensured by almost line listing of the data is available to ensure that all are covered. Almost now the continuum of care is around 80%. Just we have to make it almost 100%. And also ABHA ID creation, now it is around 80%. We have to ensure that that goes to 100% in this screening. Then maternal child health care is another very important area. Almost 69 lakh children, especially 6 months to 6 years, and also school going children, we are having the health screening going on now. Then whoever is registered in RCH portal, pregnant women, they are tracking of them, seeing high-risk pregnancies and tracking and seeing that they get proper care such that the maternal mortality, infant mortality is reduced to substantially minimum. So we are doing anemia monitoring almost monthly basis for the pregnant women and quarterly basis for adolescent girls. And also follow-up is being done both at PHC, CHC level, and also referral services by iron sucrose injections and blood transfusion, and if that is not responding, then other referral mechanism. We have a strong EHR, now we are doing almost all the hospitals from PHC to tertiary hospitals. We are putting integrated electronic health records. So this is a centralized repository of the patient information. and this will be having continuity of tracking of the individual from primary health, from the preventive care aspect, from the primary health side till tertiary care. And we have integrated the primary health to tertiary care such that the people who are identified with certain problem, whether that referral is happening properly or not. So almost now we can proudly say we are the almost leaders in India to have almost 5.5 crore health records which are linked with EHR, electronic health record, and 19,700 health facilities are in the EHR. We have created Aabhas. Then health around 58,900 professionals are also done. Then unified data platform. So all the departments, ultimately the result will be when all the departmental database talks to each other, and we plan according to that and means see whether the outcomes are coming or not. So we have developed a system wherein health, women and child welfare, school education, Panchayati Raj, municipal administration, all the databases are integrated with taking this API, and nutrition and anemia status of pregnant and adolescent girls, as well as health monitoring, high-risk pregnancy of the women, and also other side sanitation, vector control measures, water quality testing, all these are integrated such that the information with one department is available for all other departments to see and act. So, and also monitoring can be done at the senior level. Another thing what we are doing is existing whatever items are there, for monitoring of that we are using technology, biomedical equipment, almost 1.33 lakh equipments are there, which are put on the system, and we know the exact status of how many are working, how many complaints are raised, how many are getting resolved, etc. Teleradiology services, similarly CKD and dialysis patient treatment, telemedicine consultation. Almost Andhra Pradesh is having almost 21% of India's total teleconsultations as of now. Almost average calls is 65,000 per day. So this is how we are able to make available the specialist services from the hub, from the specialist to the lowermost health system, that is village health clinics. Then with facial recognition, almost we have started using 106,000 employees of health department. Each employee, they have to register in the face recognition system, and they have to make attendance 3 times. Morning 9 o'clock, 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock. So by that, at least compared to earlier time where only 60 to 65% attendance used to be there, almost when we started deducting the leaves etc. based on FRS attendance, now almost it is more than 92-93%, and sometimes it is reaching 98% if including leaves etc. Sanitation, security, pest control also, Honorable Chief Minister directed that the artificial intelligence machine learning should be used to real-time monitor what is happening, what is the quality, rather than just depending on the report or feedback from the superintendent. So that is what is being done. What are the key challenges? Now most of the data is in silos. So naturally main integration, data fragmentation, so integration has to be there. So that we are trying. This is where we wanted to understand what best can be done in the shortest possible time to have visibility. Similarly, lack of outcome focused dashboards. So we have data for each of the items, but only thing is overall when we just review, we are lacking the kind of dashboards which will give real-time database. Similarly, data governance and also limited capacity of the employees to use the data and also build up concrete quality data. So then what is that we just wanted to have? That is, we want to develop a digital twin. Each of the person should have a digital image of him with the government, such that at least each person from the starting birth to death, he can be tracked and analysis can be done. So that is with advanced diagnostics. Then, of course, data privacy, as many of the speakers have told, that is the biggest challenge. So because this data should be available for understanding the geographical prevalence and also disease pattern, and identifying the root causes for the diseases such that we can take preventive action. So this is how the entire NCD survey data need to be used. Then we also want to introduce AI-assisted chronic disease prediction and taking preventive action to ensure that these kind of things at least will get controlled in the future. Similarly, genetic testing, as we know, even though it is expensive as on today, Honorable Chief Minister talks about genetic testing as a tool, because once the scale comes, the value, the treatment cost also will come down. So then at least personalized medicine protocols can be developed such that each person can be targeted for improving the health. Similarly, tech-enabled preventive care management, and also to create total data lake from entire databases available in the health sector and also the related departments, to ensure that we have actionable dashboards with proper information, such that we can do much better in this area. So what we can offer to the people who wants to work with us, we have huge data. At least the masked data can be given, wherein our Thakkar Sahib has told sandbox. So the masked data can be given for analysis, because this much data, I don't think the people will not get, any startup company will not get in the entire country. So that data we can provide such that you can use it, you can build models, and also you can say use case scenarios or pilots you can do, proof of concepts you can do, such that at least it will be a win-win exercise for both the developer as well as the government. So this can be done through virtual PMU. We are having now virtual PMU. We have tied up with our MOU partner with Swasti Group, and also we are trying to onboard many people from Andhra origin who are doing excellent work in IT, in healthcare sector, elsewhere, such that virtual PMU can be made, and also they can screen the projects proposals which are coming, which will be reliant to Andhra Pradesh. Similarly, data and AI center in the policy and practices also, we need help for the people who are having expertise in this. And also, we also want to put medtech center of excellence, because many diagnostic equipments are coming, many systems are getting developed. We also want it to be screened by professionals such that the right kind of thing which will be useful to the AP can be used. So this is what we can offer. So any company, startup, or the use case scenarios, you are welcome to just come to us, collaborate with us. We are ready to offer whatever assistance is required for doing quality pilots. Thank you very much.
For the logistic issues, we are moving this podium to the ground because now we have more speakers. We don't want any blind spots on the dais. Now what we are going to do is, we have an extensive health tech panel. Already, since we are overshot the time, I will be inviting the moderator. So she will invite the rest of the panelists, and then I request the moderator and the panelists to stick to time, because Honorable CM Sir expressed his intention to have an interactive session immediately after the health tech. He wants to interact with all the delegates in the hall. No. So that is for your information. So please wait for the next 1 hour so that we will have a very interactive session with Honorable CM. So now it is my pleasure to invite Dr. Angela Chaudhary, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Swasti. Can you come over and invite other panelists and conduct the panel discussion, please?
Thank you for the privilege of, I am too short for this actually, I'm going to tiptoe. Thank you for the privilege of being here, a very warm welcome. I'm going to be a bit loud because it's a post-lunch session and I can see some people snoozing. Feel free to stand up and stretch yourself if you like. I think that's good for you and good for the blood circulation. But before I start, maybe we could start with a resounding round of applause just to wake us all up and energy. Because why? Because health is wealth. Is health wealth? Yes? So can I get a louder applause? All right, I do see half the room waking up, so that's great. A warm welcome to all dignitaries, Honorable Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu and the Minister of Health, Satyakumar Yadav. My name is Dr. Angela Chaudhary and I'm the Chief Catalyst of Swasti. It's an Indian-born global public health organization that tirelessly works for vulnerable communities to bring 100 million healthy days by 2030. And since I have the stage, I'm going to take 2 seconds extra to say, sir, when I was a dental intern, I was part of your Janmabhoomi program from a large group of dental colleges in Bangalore that were very excited to come to the neighboring state and support districts like Andhra Pradesh, Chittoor, Tirumala and Tirupati. And I must say I was the only non-Telugu speaking person, but at the end of 2 weeks I did learn dental language in Telugu, so just an aside. But I want to say that AI and deep tech, like Krishna Babu Garu just mentioned, focuses on population health management and disease prevention. From the morning we've been talking about diagnostics and R&D, which are very important, very less talked about in the public health and surveillance scenario, like population health pattern analysis. If we didn't know where the population was going, tomorrow we might end up with non-economically productive populations. So we have to have those analytics. Environmental health monitoring. Do we know when is the next extreme weather event? Human resource allocation. We all saw what happened during the COVID response. We didn't know how to quickly multitask and quickly deploy good human health workforce to space. And health equity analysis, most important and dear to me. Who are the people left out of the health systems? Who's not getting the services that they need to get? And of course, contact tracing and health communications. These kinds of technologies using AI and deep tech help us make good governing, good health decisions that implement preventive measures across the community, leaving no one behind. They are particularly valuable to prevent pandemics, to address health disparities and improve population-wide outcome. The key risks, so I have the pleasure of inviting a very good panel, but let me not postpone that. Very quickly before we get on to that, Andhra Pradesh is special. We have coastal vulnerabilities here. This is a key subject. While I work, in my organization, working with farmers, fishers, women and garment workers, etc., they are faced by barrage of environmental risks, and they are only increasing in frequency and in extremities. Andhra Pradesh is not special that way. You have a large coastal region. Coastal erosions are affecting fishing communities. The saltwater intrusion into agricultural land, people depend on them for livelihoods, and we depend on that for food. We have heat waves, we have dry spell, we have droughts, and there's massive agricultural impacts and weather security issues. So before I start the panel, we have a short presentation on what climate resilience and deep tech and AI applications into climate resilience. May I invite Dr. Dinesh Arora from ADB to present the financing on climate and health. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela, and thank you, Honorable Chief Minister, and thank you for a wonderful presentation, the principals, the Additional Chief Secretary from Andhra Pradesh. I just wanted to sensitize on an issue which is rarely discussed. Pakistan suffered floods in 2022. 15% of its primary health centers got destroyed. About 4 times snake bites increased because of the flooding in that area, but the public health centers were not ready for this. Why did they collapse? Because they were not resilient enough. Bangladesh is having dengue across the year. It used to be only seasonal, 2 months. But now because of the rainfall patterns, increase in climate change and heat, the mosquito breeding has increased. New viruses are coming. If our glaciers melt, 50% new organisms from the permafrost will come, and we are not sure how we deal with them. This is one, Honorable Chief Minister, I wanted to sensitize on one issue of climate and health which is coming up. And many naysayers in the past have become yes-sayers for this. And Andhra Pradesh is no exception to that. We have floods, we have perceived temperatures, like in Visakhapatnam, because of humidity, it could go beyond 50. Informal workers, mainly ladies who work in the farms, how do we help them mitigate this loss? Animal health, the bird flu is so common, Nipah viruses. In fact, 5 of the 6 pandemics have come from animal origin. When we talk about health, animal health should be part of it. Unfortunately, we always talk about human health, leaving out animal health, which has been responsible for most of the crises, including COVID-19. 5 principles G20 India adopted this year, last year when they were there. And I just wanted to take you through those 5 principles. The first principle is resilient healthcare. Can our health structure stand when earthquake, floods, or any damage happens, or cyclone happens? That's called resistant. And if any damage happens, they become responsive and come back normally. That's resilient infrastructure. We do it for many things, but do it for health services, not only for infrastructure, but even for our health workforce has to be climate resilient. So I will showcase 2 tools. One is patch, which is being used in Philippines, and I'm glad that today Andhra Pradesh is signing MOU for that tool to use. How do you maximize resources when such cyclones can be predicted? And second, on urban health tool, heat tool. Can we predict heat waves and how do we mitigate with them? The second principle is building low carbon health systems to decrease carbon temperatures. Electrification through renewable energy, electrification of ambulances, use of LED light bulbs, or very simple ways. Similarly, decarbonized health centers. Can Andhra Pradesh lead India in doing a decarbonization mapping of its health services like NHS has done? Sir, NHS is targeting NHS hospitals net zero by 2040. Can Andhra take that lead? And we are here to support and work with you on that. Green supply chain, whether it is vaccines, therapeutics, diagnostics, the packaging, can the material be used so that it has less carboniferous? Climate financing. In fact, sir, why I am talking here, because in the name of climate for health, we will get a lot of grant financing. So even if the loans come from World Bank or ADB, interest rates can buy down with this, and it can be actually at 0 interest rates. One very interesting is health insurance. Sir, you are the pioneer of the scheme which has been across India now. I was the deputy CEO of Ayushman Bharat, the PMJY scheme. Sir, we have today 5-star ratings of AC air conditions, how much energy they save. Can we have 5-star rating for, if I am using a knee replacement, how much carbon it has taken? Can we move towards incentivizing low carboniferous productions? It is possible. US and Korea are contemplating, can Andhra take the lead and come up with a incentivization mechanism for knee replacement, hip replacement to be less carboniferous? And of course, let's have animal health, not forget animal health should be part of human health when we discuss health pandemic preparedness. Sir, this is the patch tool. Sir, I'm glad today you are signing MOU with them. With this, we map climate data with health data and actually can predict that what cycles are coming. And this was done in a study in Philippines in one of the counties, and we could predict that when damage is coming, are the kits ready? Are the health workers trained enough? Is there a backup for the vaccines, for the medicines to be stored? Simple thing, when floods happen, do we have 3-store building where we can store ORS so that rehydration can be given when the floods are hit? This has been very successful in Philippines, and I'm glad Andhra is taking that lead today. Similarly, this is a tool of using AI with mapping from climate data to come up with heat maps. 60-meter square heat maps can be generated, and then we can predict in these hours there should be limited activity on those days. We're also coming with the parametric insurance. If there are 3 regular days of heat, women who work in the field will be compensated through an insurance scheme, which is being done through SEVA right now by Swiss Re in a pilot way, but it is being taken globally. Couple of these things where we would like to highlight and come and work with your team here to get them a parametric insurance for heat stresses. This is the 60 hexagonal, sir. So the climate is not only temperature, it's humidity. It's also the base structure of anthropogenic surface area, greenery, water bodies which can be mapped, and then we can predict what are the urban islands which we need to protect against heat stresses. Finally, one of the best practices I wanted to highlight is Center for Disease Control. Normally it has been done only for vector-borne diseases, but today concept is changing. It's for non-communicable diseases, it's for communicable, and it's also for animal health. The ASEAN CDC, which ADB is supporting, is now the latest one where we talk about one health workforce, which is human health, veterinary doctors, and the paramedics all coming together, which not only bring the solutions but also to the economic researches. So I think we can have one CDC established in Andhra Pradesh, which can actually lead the way and could then become a regional CDC for many other states and in fact for the other countries also. I think I'll pause here for the time. Thank you. One last slide, sir. Climate vulnerable diseases like dengue, chikungunya, TB, these are becoming. So there is a huge catalytic grant capital available from Gates, Temasek, Tahir, Tata Trust. I think Madhav is here. Green Climate Fund. We can channelize that grant financing so that we can have meaningful impact on how do we decrease climate vulnerable diseases, come up with the newer vaccines for dengue. Why should it take 60 years to come for a vaccine for TB when it took 9 months for COVID? Because it's in the third world. But can we use this grant financing along with the multilateral financing from ADB World Bank to channelize resources and end TB, malaria in Andhra Pradesh, in India? One last snippet, sir. The specificity of tuberculin test is only 50%. World over, we have moved towards TrueGen, X-Gene Expert, AI-based X-rays, but still 50% in India are still being used for specimenship, which has only 50%, the clinic diagnostics. Can we move to neo-diagnosis for TB, which can eliminate that? That's my last appeal, sir. And the telemedicine is not only increasing access, I think the Principal Secretary showed a wonderful presentation. They're talking about smart health ATMs. In fact, it is also less carboniferous and it decreases huge less when traveling expenditure is not there, people are not going, they get medicines at one pair. Telemedicine, in fact, should be the aim we move forward. And when the Principal Secretary did mention about the futuristic IT tech, sir, I have just one request. Imagine at 2 a.m. in the night, a pregnant mother is having palpitations. What should she do? Can we have a system which sir mentioned? She calls up a call center, they recognize the mobile, they have a Abha ID, they say, hey, what is your happening? Suddenly the triage goes to a nurse, she explains, okay, can you have your BP? Can you take your lime water? Are you able to do? They send an ambulance at home at 2 a.m. in the night. The concerned nearest hospital is informed that a pregnant mother with palpitations is coming. She goes there. If everything is fine, she returns back. There's a continuum of care. Next day morning, a specialist is arranged where at 11 o'clock her appointment is fixed. She goes there, gets medicines and comes back. That is perhaps Swaran Andhra in patient-centric terms, which I think the team is trying and we are here to support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dinesh, for highlighting the connections between climate and health, and more so highlighting the interest-free financing that's available for climate and health initiatives. May I now call upon my panelists? We are very fortunate to have some of the brightest minds that I have worked with in this space, and so we'll all have the privilege of hearing them as well. In quick succession, Mr. Madhav Joshi, CEO of the India Health Fund, Dr. Pranati Reddy, Clinical Director, Rainbow Hospitals, Dr. Sanjay Saran, CEO, IKP Knowledge Park, Dr. Rora is already here, Mr. Amit Nagraj, Senior Health Specialist from the World Bank, Dr. Sanjay Patan Shetty, Director, School of Public Health, NIMS University, yes, and Dr. Srinivas Madhuri, Department Head, University of Basel. To please take the stage. Thank you. Srinivas Khosla, Dr. Srinivas Khosla. I will start. Okay, thank you for being here. This panel is essentially about how can AI and deep tech help us all achieve the goals of Swarna Andhra Vision 2047. And because this is a very large panel, I'm going to stand so I can see all your faces. I'm going to start with you, Dr. Srinivas. The first one, Dr. Srinivas. We have two, okay, for all of you, we have two Dr. Srinivases and two Dr. Sanjays. So this is going to be a fun panel. The first Dr. Srinivas in the green. My question to you is, how do you, please introduce yourself in short, and how do you think AI and deep tech can help Andhra Pradesh reach its
Thank you
goal?
very much for giving this opportunity. Respected CM, Mr. Chandrababu Naidu Garu and other dignitaries. Yeah, AI is definitely the major tool that's going to play a role in healthcare. But the main thing we need to use the AI, especially in a program called REACH. It should be very effective in the rural effective comprehensive healthcare. Now, this has to play a role based on the sustainable healthcare, a consistent healthcare, a deliverable healthcare, and most important, in a transparency way. Now, how it works exactly is, it should create a blended financing model where the patient needs to be looked upon as a deliverability for care in a possible way where there is no finances involved. For that, we always recommend a model called no cost, low cost, high cost. It's at different levels of organizational aspect based upon the schemes that are available from the government, which should be very much delivered. Now, for that, we need to be able to identify an issue. It could be a micro issue or a macro issue. Now, taking a micro issue, it could be a single focused agenda of a disorder. For an example, we, coming from Hyderabad, the GSR hospital, we deal with a specialized aspect called the Center of Excellency for Craniofacial Anomalies. For the last 30 years, we have delivered care for the state of Andhra Pradesh for more than 40,000 patients. We started this way back in 2001, where we used the Janmabhoomi project, and at that time we had a wonderful secretary, Mr. Parida, where he could identify in the census the incidence of these facial deformities where the children are born without nose, without eyes, without ears, without lips, or some sort of deformity. Then we had an incidence. Now, this was in 2001. But now, if we exploited that same incidence, we have it more than in 5 folds. Now, what exactly we can do is, using this incidence, now going back to reaching to the care at the primary level. Now, using the AI, we already come up to what you call as a predictional outcomes. We have subclassified all these disorders. We know what is the treatment methods that we have to use. And next thing is, by using this model, we can identify the outcome measurement. So the basic problem of the patient is the feel of shame and the fear of scare to go to a hospital. So if you could explain to them, so they go onto the app, which is available with the Anganwadi worker, where we go to the house, where they see a child with a defect, where they just scan it, and then they get the picture and they put it into the app, and then it automatically tells you what sort of the defect it is about. Now this defect, how the treatment is done, what is the length of procedure of treatment done, where all it can done, and then the outcome out. So that gives a confidence to the patient to go forward. This is how the AI can be used at different levels in the healthcare system.
Thank you, Dr. Srinivas. So you talk about last mile reach, last mile app, and a low cost, high cost blended financing model.
It's called the
Thank
blended
you.
convergence model.
If you could please pass the mic on to the next Dr. Srinivas. Dr. Srinivas, given all your high and deep work in Andhra Pradesh and the fact that you're from the academia, could you highlight how AI and deep tech can actually be leveraged, particularly in your line of work and what you'd like to do here?
Right. Thank you, Angela, for having me here. Honorable Chief Minister, Thakkar sir, thank you very much for having me here. I came from Basel University. I am Professor for Regenerative Medicine. I'm here today to share with you some of my experiences, and I would like to propose to the Andhra Pradesh Honorable Chief Minister sir about an excellency center, a high-tech campus for biotech and medtech. One can actually create a combined campus for biotech and medtech. Biotech has around $500 billion market. Similarly, medtech also has huge market, close to $500 billion, and this can grow at a 17 to 20% increase annually. That means that gives you a huge opportunity for bigger growth for Andhra Pradesh. Consequently, we can also position India at the global scale. And I would strongly advise to take this opportunity and create such ecosystem. And creating an ecosystem is extremely important, first of all, to actually attract the key players in the field. And to be able to become one of the key players, we need to have the substance in place and ecosystem in place. And the way to do that is to bring the best brains working across the globe and have the global connectivity.
Thank you, Dr. Srinivas. Sorry to cut you short. We just have 15 minutes. So, sure. But I think we heard the core of your content is on really multi-stakeholder partnerships, with academia playing a very strong role. Am I correct? Mr. Madhav, over to you. A line on what India Health Fund does and where AI and deep tech plays a role and how it gets support. Not a line, but yes.
So India Health Fund is a catalytic fund set up by Tata Trusts based on two significant hypotheses. One, that innovation for public health had not received the kind of funding that it needed for development, largely because public health was either funded by governments or represented underprivileged patients. So there wasn't enough return for the private sector to make the investments needed. So Tata Trust stepped up, and this was Mr. Tata's personal passion project, to create a fund that would create technology for healthcare from India for the world. Deep science and deep tech play a significant role in what we do. About 70% of our investments have either been in AI-based technologies or in molecular diagnostics and emerging areas. And very relevant not just for development, but we've been partnering with organizations in the state of Andhra to validate some of these technologies and for pilot scale deployment. So.
And what opportunity do you see? So Krishna Babu Garu had mentioned that there is going to be a medtech center, a virtual PMU. Do you see any opportunity there in terms of collaboration?
I do. The biggest issue in development of AI-based solutions is data. Good data drives good solutions, and access to data is a challenge. The state has the best access to data, and the Chief Secretary, the Health Secretary has already made an offer to provide mass data.
Yes.
Now, what this can do is ensure that the diversity of patients in the state is used to develop AI-based solutions, which are then more accurate and more accessible to not just patients in the state, but the state doesn't have to depend on AI developed in other parts of the country or other parts of the world, which may or may not have the same level of. So I think there is a significant synergy, and one should really build on this.
Thank you. Dr. Arora, I'll come to you now. You are making notes on the theory of change. So maybe you would like to highlight what some opportunities are from where you come from in where Andhra Pradesh is seeing its 2047 vision.
I think, thank you, and I think it's a dream occasion to be where Honorable CM is listening to you, the Honorable Minister, Honorable Principal Secretary, Mr. Tucker. I think, sir, make AI as a digital public good. In the morning, I think the CM mentioned about Aadhaar, a stack on which we actually built many things. Can AP lead this? When you talk about sandbox, can we incentivize private sector to come, show innovations and take them to scale? For a public health specialist, AI should be for public health. I have no issues with personalized IoTs like smartwatches. I am using one, but then it's not for masses to be used immediately. What is required is how do you do surveillance, diagnosis, outbreak and solutions, including NCDs, on a massive scale and do preventive diagnosis. So for me, the opportunity is how do you make this AI mainstreamed within the health, use it as a digital public health good to deliver early screening and prevent diseases. That is perhaps the one of the most important, and AI will help in research, in conducting clinical trials and giving us solutions. And then government should help them, taking them to scale. Scale comes only with the government's approach. Irrespective of any philanthropy, any multilateral bank, if government adopts it, it goes to a scale. And this is where government can create that differences of impactful intervention. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Arora. Sanjay, I know you from your earlier avatars, and now very nice to know that you've moved to Hyderabad. Question for you, in the space of diagnostics and market shaping of diagnostics, you've been hearing all the startups earlier today, and there was a wonderful stall out there, and you heard the vision of our Honorable CM as well as Health Minister. What does that opportunity look like for an institution like the IKP?
Yeah, first of all, thanks for the opportunity, and thanks to the Honorable CM. I come from IKP, which was set up back in 1999, thanks to the public-private partnership mode, where 200 acres of land was donated by the Honorable CM, who was the Chief Minister of the undivided Andhra Pradesh. So one of the silver pandemic was the unprecedented focus on true point-of-care diagnostics. And when I say, true point-of-care, I want to make a distinction between the regular point of care and the true point of care. It means that diagnostics which can be as close as possible to the patient. And when we talk about true point of care, there are really two trends that are emerging. One is instrument-based point of care, and the other is instrument-free point of care. And there are, a bunch of technologies which are now already becoming available. So there is one, for example, Plus Life, which is a multiplex true point of care, which means that you can conduct or diagnose multiple diseases at the same time on a PCR platform. And they are looking at a disposable PCR platform. And there is a collaboration right now going on between this company and Huel Biosciences, which is a company in Hyderabad. There's another one called Kosara Diagnostics, which is home-based PCR. They have simplified the PCR to an extent where it can be used, within a domestic setting. And they're also getting into a joint venture with a company called Kosara in Ahmedabad. The second key trend in diagnostics is, integrated diagnostics. When you're talking about taking diagnostics to the last mile, you cannot really afford a chemistry analyzer, a hematology, immunology, and molecular. So they are now building integrated platforms where you have chemistry, immunology, molecular diagnostics, all happening on one platform, and very simple to use. There are very few companies which are right now in this process, but there are very good chemists, and there are very good immunologists here in India, and specifically in the state of Andhra Pradesh, and their skills can be leveraged to produce these technologies. There is one platform called Fluxurgy, which is in this space. The third trend is obviously looking at alternate sample types. There are newer samples like urine for tuberculosis and tongue swabs for tuberculosis, which are now becoming available. They're easier to collect, and obviously easier for the diagnostics to be implemented at field level. The fourth point which I wanted to mention, which you specifically asked about the market entry, is the biggest valley of death is that a technology becoming available and it not getting to the masses. So I think it is, I've been hearing since morning that there's going to be a lot of focus on last mile access. Yeah. I think it is extremely critical, for the states to be able to work with these developers in order to make sure that there are mechanisms that are put into place so that these technologies can reach the people who need them the most and at scale. And it is great to see that the state of Andhra Pradesh, under the leadership of Honorable CM, has announced Anantapur as a proof of concept. So these technologies can actually be, tested at a proof of concept level and then potentially be scaled up.
Thank you, Dr. Sarin. Dr. Praniti Reddy, we heard today about the state's priorities on cancers, particularly breast and cervical cancer. We also know women's health is at the front and center of the health department's goals. We heard from Krishna Babu Garu actually highlight that. As a world-renowned OBGYN and director of Rainbow Hospitals, how are you already using AI and deep tech, and what opportunities do you see for the private sector?
So I am from the area of maternal health, and it was very interesting to see your presentation, sir. First of all, I would like to congratulate the state of Andhra Pradesh that you have already reached a maternal mortality goal which is far lesser than the SDG expected goal, and you've set for yourself a target which is very ambitious. You want to reach below 5. And I think to reach that below 5 will need a lot of hard work. It's a bit like weight loss. You can lose the first 10 kgs very easily. When you come to the next 10 kg, it's the stagnation. And I think as a specialty, maternal health care lends itself extremely well to technology. It lends itself extremely well to technology because it's a very structured journey that a pregnant woman follows. 95% of the pregnant women go through a very structured journey. The interventions are very structured. They are extremely predictable. Right now, what is happening is that the focus is entirely on what is going to happen during childbirth, how we can reduce maternal mortality during the process of birth itself. And that is, in terms of institutional deliveries and having midwifery-led care. But I think the focus now and what technology will lend itself to should go on to the antenatal care that we are providing for women, because it can be extremely structured and technology can come in very well at this point. And because if you pay attention to the antenatal journey of the woman, you're going to create a woman who's strong mentally, who's strong physically, and who will have less risk of dying during childbirth. While childbirth is a critical period in the journey of pregnancy, it's a very small, the penultimate lap that somebody has to run to go through that process. So technology will play a big role in terms of not just telehealth. Right now we have women coming for about 15 to 16 visits during pregnancy, and that's redundant. It becomes a big roadblock. They should not really need to come to the hospital more than 3 times during pregnancy, and the rest can be taken over by telehealth. And by telehealth, I just don't mean teleconsultations. I think in the field of pregnancy and childbirth, education plays a big role. And I think technology should be leveraged to educate not just women. I think at this point, reducing maternal mortality should shift to families and communities also, the responsibility. So I think it should become a community goal to ensure that no pregnant woman suffers any complication. We also have a number of AI systems which we are using right now to risk stratify women at very early stages in pregnancy. So by the end of the 8th week, before even the 3rd month, we can risk stratify and say which woman can develop preeclampsia, which woman can develop heart disease, which woman can die because of bleeding. And I would envisage a time, sir, where no pregnant woman should ring at 3 a.m. and say she has palpitations. We should know at the onset of pregnancy which woman can have palpitations and prevent them before they occur. And building women antenatally, making them strong mentally and physically, is not just going to reduce death in childbirth. It should simply reduce the risk of death in childbirth. And that will happen by leveraging technology to spread education. And education is the single most important thing. And antenatal visits now have become about eating iron, calcium, and taking tetanus injections. And that should not be the focus of antenatal care. It should become a way of life. Pregnancy, that 9 months should be a way of life.
Thank you, Dr. Reddy. Thank you for eloquently expressing what's available right now in AI. Amit, I know you for many years now, maybe 15 years or so, and your deep work in AP and financing, health sector reforms. So can you speak to this audience about what's the next movement for the bank, especially in this particular area of AI and deep tech?
Thanks, Angela.
So let me first acknowledge, the kind of health outcomes the state has achieved in terms of your, maternal mortality, neonatal mortality, and so on has been pretty good. And this is as a result of the outputs which we see in terms of the improved immunization and the institutional deliveries. And all this have been driven through the kind of investment the state has put in the human resource for health. AP is the only state in country which has less than 5% vacant position of specialist, which no other states could achieve. Your health infrastructure has been significant in terms of the access. 3, the kind of data or the digital interventions which we see is tremendous, and Krishna Babu sir has already put the numbers very clearly. So these are like few very clear outcomes which one can see. However, the challenge is we have solved for the access, but the quality still continues to be the issue. And the majority of the deaths which are happening are largely because of poor quality of service. So that is something which one has to look at very carefully. The other challenges are also being related to, your communicable disease like TB. The number still continues to be the high. The number of C-sections and the teenage pregnancies and the adolescent health is also a larger problem. And until unless we try to resolve that, I don't think so we are going to really achieve what we want to achieve. Before I close, there are a couple of just 2 points which are very important. Again, the health insurance program in state is pretty old, but it's not the coverage which is important. It is the effective coverage which is very important. And when I say effective coverage, probably even if you are able to look at access to a comprehensive care package, which can ensure reduction in out-of-pocket expenditure. So let's maintain up to 20%. That would still be a good deal in terms of looking at the overall thing. Second point is the epidemiological and demographic transition, which is beyond our control right now, have posed several challenges. Now, whether it is in terms of your aging population, your non-communicable diseases is still not being controlled. And there are interventions which are outside health, as Dinesh rightly mentioned, need to be handled carefully.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Dr. Sanjay, I call you here for 2 reasons. One is that you lead the Axel Priest School of Public Health, and you also have a school on AI and robotics that I want everyone to hear about. So I want to know about the collaboration between the School of Public Health and the School of AI and Robotics. And second, I know that you have a special invitation for everyone here, so the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'll explain the philosophy behind why we have 2 schools. I think every university has a unique opportunity to create an ecosystem, because university is basically a universal knowledge hub. How do you ensure that there's a cooperation, there's a philosophy behind it? See, the training programs are sectoral, but the problems are intersectoral. We need to really think about our education system. Are we doing intersectoral programs, or are we still being a silo in sectoral programs? Policies are mostly sectoral, but the problems are intersectoral. Then again, policies are national, but the problems are international. So intersectorality in education and research is extremely important. This is the philosophy behind. At NIMS University, we have Institute of AI, Robotics and Cybernetics. In the same campus, we have a medical school and we have a public health. The message here is very clear. When you talk about AI, there's a triangle which influences the way you work on. One is security, the other one is privacy, and the third component is business. So how do you balance this triad becomes extremely important. So one message I have, to the Andhra Pradesh, which is doing extremely good. I'm extremely happy here listening to all the developments. My only request is, if we can invest on primordial prevention more, because by doing this, you are actually intervening before the emergence of risk factors. So we have to deal with unknown unknowns. Right now, we are doing good in known knowns, known unknowns, but the future is unknown unknowns. So you need thinkers and implementers in this area.
Thank you so much. And what about the special invitation?
Yeah, this special request to the Honorable Chief Minister, sir. Sir, NIMS University has taken the lead to host the World Health Summit regional meeting in New Delhi. World Health Summit is happening in Berlin since 2009, but this is the first time in India it will be hosted at Bharat Mandapam from April 25th to 27th. What I told Berlin team was a very bold statement. I said, you have a history, but we will create a history. Sir, please accept our invitation as guest of honor. I know from the we'll be very happy, sir, with the developments, with the case studies, because the regional initiatives which we start have a global impact. But nowhere, because as Indians, we are very nice people, we don't speak much, but we do a lot. Sir, please accept the invitations. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sanjay. Before we move on, I'd like to invite Ms. Vinutna, the Assistant Collector of Anantapur, who has actually started using the virtual PMU already to draw some conclusions of her own. So if you could quickly come up to the dais, because we've been told we're really running out of time. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon to Honorable CM Sir, Honorable State Ministers, respected Chief Secretary Sir, all the respected seniors and august audience present here. I am Vinutna IAS 2023 batch, Assistant Collector Ananthapuram. Sir, as an aspirant preparing for the civil services exam, healthcare is always an area of deep interest. Now, after 7 months of entering into the service, it has become real, and I realized the crucial role healthcare plays in governance. It is a matter of immense pride and with deep gratitude, I stand here today to share with you all the pilot data analysis project we are working on in Kuderu Mandal of our district Ananthapuram, in collaboration with the Swasti team and under the guidance of our district collector, sir. As a part of the vision of our Honorable Chief Minister, sir, in line with the Vikasit Andhra Pradesh 2047 and also Vikasit Ananthapuram 2047, out of several others, 2 of the major targets we have chosen include from 23 per 1 lakh live births of maternal mortality rate as per NFHS 5, we want to bring it down to 0 and reduce the anemia incidence percentage from 57 to less than 1% and intensity level in a targeted manner from severe to moderate to mild. Aligning with these thoughts of the district administration, Swasti team had come to Ananthapuram, coupling with their concepts of precision action for the climate health and virtual PMU, we worked extensively on data and came up with a pilot Swarna Ananthapuramu analytical dashboard. So as mentioned by our Honorable Health Minister, sir, re-emphasized by the Secretary Health, sir, we have humongous data being collected on a daily basis at our PHCs, sub-centers in India. Andhra Pradesh stands first in place in terms of electronic health records data. Swarna Ananthapuram is one such data analytics dashboard platform that aims to put this data to right use for the larger public good. For doing this project, sir, we have chosen a PHC in Kuderu Mandal of the district, which is catering to 40,000 population, and that is receiving 100 to 150 cases every day. So these are the objectives, sir, which we aim to achieve using this platform, Swarna Ananthapuram. One is data triangulation. First, we have different sources of data. We want to bring it all to one place. comprehensive and advanced analysis. We have realized that, sir, we need a life cycle approach. There are so many forward and backward linkages. Maternal mortality is not exclusively maternal mortality. There's also forward linkage to it, and there's also backward linkage to it. So we have to do comprehensive and advanced data analysis, and this will aid us in evidence-based decision making. And also this dashboard aims in addressing the issues at the right levels and timely escalations whenever needed. So what is, next slide. What is the methodology we have adopted is the given below. One is, first we have reviewed all the data. We have various sources of information like seasonal diseases, TB, leprosy, malaria, dengue, non-communicable diseases. There's so much of data, we reviewed it all, and then data triangulation has happened, and then data engineered, cleansed it, filtered it, and processed so as to derive appropriate insights that will in turn help us in making the right decisions. All of this will ultimately help us in making tailored interventions and customized decision making. The dashboard is as follows. Next slide. So this is the Swarna Anantapuram dashboard, where what is shown here is the climatic patterns and the key trends of health indicators. So these are the pregnant women, number of ANC visits done, timely visits percentage done, number of anemic women, and also percentage anemia improved, and the last 2 years maternal deaths recorded. Next slide. This is an interesting correlation between, if you see in the graph below, there is a certain spike in particular months of the year where because vector-borne and water-borne illnesses in that months of the year are rising, and that heat map is the diseases vulnerability of the respective mandals in the district. So this is the spikes we observed in the months of the district. So now we analyze it that this data analysis and evidence based, we can take it a step forward by integrating it with AI powered prediction analysis and understanding and foreseeing the future. Next. So these are the 3 steps, the 3 triangular steps. One is bringing it all together, then virtual PMU, bringing it all together, and AI and ML, risk prediction, then progression tracking, response prediction, predictive modeling, and also flow management. Adopting a life cycle approach, we can do this customized treatment plan. Next. So we have also seen that for all the technology to kick in, we need to plug small loopholes which we have at our ground level staff. One is that they are the ultimately entering data, they are doing it, they are the field level functionaries. So the connectivity, logistics issues, and the capacity building they need, the training we have to impart to them, these are the things that needs to be emphasized, and also awareness and de-siloization between different departments. So sir, I would like to end with a quote of which says that humans had to struggle against exploitation. The real big struggle will be against irrelevance. To keep our PHCs, health and wellness centers ever relevant, data and deep technology should enter into them when the time is right. Thank you, sir.
Sir, Honorable Minister, I hope you're feeling very proud of the Anantapur team, because they actually did this in less than 72 hours. Less than 72 hours they put together this dashboard, and Ms. Vinutna only found out maybe 24 hours ago that she was to make this presentation. So we are very proud of Anantapur team, and you should be too. I'm told that we have to vacate the stage right now, so that's all the time we have. I'm really sorry. Thank you. Please give a loud round of applause to the panel here.
Thank you, Dr. Angela.
Thank you very much.
And I thank all the panelists. Sorry, if we have more time, a lot of insights would have come. But nevertheless, there is always next time. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will move into the most exciting session, where Honorable Chief Minister would like to interact with participants, key stakeholders. I am sure it would be very, very interesting session, because I have conducted a couple of them in Hyderabad. So it would be my pleasure to invite him and Tucker sir onto the dais. Then this session will be moderated by Shiv Kumar, Chief Executive Officer, founder of Swasti. I request him to come onto the dais. And we have 4 students moving around in the audience who have mics. So you can raise your hand and ask them to give you mic. But please be brief. This is not a speech session. Be quick if you want to have a suggestion or ask a question. Then Honorable Chief Minister would definitely would like to interact with you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me in the back? Raise your hands if you can hear me in the back. Put both your hands up. Okay, now clap. I would like you to clap really loudly, because we're going to have the Honorable Chief Minister interacting with us shortly. As CM Garu comes onto the stage, I'm going to have a special request, because we had a panel which got cancelled earlier, and I'm going to call on those names first for the individuals to speak. Honorable Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu Garu and Mr. Tucker Garu, welcome back to the stage. This is a great opportunity to interact with the audience. Audience, I'm like people say, right? Don't stand in the way between lunch and us. But I'm going to stand in your way. I'm going to help you ask the questions so that CM Garu can respond, or if you have any advice to offer. There are 3 things we're looking from you. One is, do you have a question? Do you have advice for Andhra Pradesh? Do you have a suggestion to make? And I would request you to be very brilliant. What I mean by that is be brief. No more than 10 to 20 seconds, because we would like to, and I'm sure CM Garu would like to hear from all of you who have a point to make, right? There are going to be 4 people, students. Thank you, students, for helping us move around. Can you put your mic up so people can see you? There are 4 students who are helping us. Please give them a round of applause to the students. They will take your points. So the way we will do this is that, as I said, if you have a question, if you have an advice or a suggestion, please make that clear to us. Sure. So the way we are going to do this is that mics don't work in the back. For practical purposes, people who would like to make a suggestion or a question, we would like you to line up in the middle. And I'm going to first call on certain people to come to start the discussions first. Mr. Paneerselvam, Chief Executive, Meitei Startup. Sir, we couldn't hear you in the panel, but we would like your views. If you can come forward, please. And can a mic be organized for Mr. Paneerselvam, please? Mr. Ramprasad, thank you. In your back, sir. Yes, please.
Very good afternoon, and thank you, sir, for this opportunity. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Meitei Startup Hub from the Department of Electronics and IT, Government of India. We are an organization, the deep custodians of deep tech startups in the country, and we are very privileged to be part of this conversation. We would have loved to have more time, but 3 things that I would like to share as part of how we can make Andhra Pradesh. One of the things that we see in the startup ecosystem is essentially a lot of our startups are solving problems for the urban India, and they really don't know, or they are not really aware of the problem statements from the rural part of the. So one of the suggestions that I could suggest is have a problem statement repository by the government organized by each ministry, centralized, where entrepreneurs, innovators and problem solvers can access these problem statements at a centralized place and pick up problems of their choice and start resolving them. I think that's something which is very, very important and critical. And the second aspect we have is a suggestion we have is we always look at there are only two customer segments for the startups. First is government, second is corporates. And government is doing their role, and corporates are, a lot of corporates are setting up their corporate accelerators, corporate innovation program. There's a successful program in the central government called IDEX, which is the Defense Innovation Organization, has been running for last 5 to 6 years. And there's a model that almost all ministries can replicate, because they put out problem statements. They have their, one of the mentors from the departments mentoring the startups, handholding the entire journey and taking them to a logical conclusion almost for about 2 to 2.5 years' time. And it is a very strategic program that is in nature. And that's a model that most ministries can replicate. And from the Department of Electronics and MIT, I assure you we will be very happy to partner, and we will share the know-how how we can take it forward from the Andhra Pradesh government side. And the third and the important element is a lot of government focus on funding, which is essentially important, but the truth is there's more than money that we can give the startups, which is a procurement policy from the startup ecosystem from each of these departments. Because again, it's better to teach them how to fish rather than provide them with a fish. So it's kind of each department can set aside a certain percentage of procurement or from the policy in terms of that they can need to source this from the startup ecosystem. So these are the things that we really want to look at as suggestions from the startup side. From the Department of Electronics and IT, we are always there to support the government of Andhra Pradesh. And as a CEO of MSH, I am very glad to see how we can. Andhra Pradesh has a great opportunity to kind of work with us, and we have the opportunity to work with them to kind of drive the startup ecosystem in the state, sir. So it will be our pleasure to kind of again connect and maybe have a detailed discussion, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Paneerselvam. CM Garu, one of the things which came in the yesterday's roundtable was that many times startups and medtech people come with a solution looking for a problem. Can the government be very clear, saying these are our problem statements? For example, sir, the Dwakara groups that you started off, can they now move online? Can there be a virtual self-help group? If we can put those problem statements clearly there, I think that makes it easier for the startup world to interact. Over to you, sir.
As rightly mentioned by him, as on today, we are having some problems, but we want to create excellent ecosystem. That's why we brought so many policies now. One is innovation hubs. In innovation hubs, we made 5 zones, 5 innovation hubs. For example, Zone 1, Uttarandhra, 3 districts, Srikakulam, Visakhapatnam, Vizianagaram. Then Zone 2, that is East Godavari, West Godavari, Godavari districts. Zone 3, Guntur, Krishna districts. Zone 4, Prakasam, Nellore, Chittur. 5th zone is Anantapur, Kadapa, Kurnool. 5 zones we have created. We thought this is most viable. Then there will be central hub, that is Amravati, to supervise, to guide them properly, everything. Name also we name Ratan Tata Innovation Hub. Here, as he rightly mentioned, one is a knowledge economy. And also our program is one family, one entrepreneur. This we wanted to make it reality. Then I have to create the best organization for this total mentoring, venture capital, and how to identify everything in that regard. So we are also discussing with all of you. Ultimately, I told you morning also, as on today, some of the applications we are using. But so many applications we are not using as on today. Either knowledge economy or so many things. I can say how to encourage them continuously. We want to create 500 crores like that. Innovation hub, corpus fund, how to meet all these things. 5 zones, excellent industries who are all located in that zone. One top industry and also other industries present in their area will make it a body. Then academic institutions, these 5 zones, 5 areas we are having excellent academic institutions will integrate. Then we will bring venture capital. We need mentors. That is where other ecosystem also what all necessary will do it. Morning also I told very clearly knowledge economy, sky is the limit imagination. If you want to achieve all these things again, in knowledge economy data is available. As one example, just now my health secretary has given presentation. Ayushman Bharat, we are able to establish reasonably well. We can make it next level. That means 90%, 95%. Data is available. All this data, due to privacy, all these things will mask it, will put it before you. You come innovative ideas. Now Kuderu, one case study that is working. Some people have come with a pregnant lady, how to monitor. That is where our Dr. Rakesh has given a presentation morning. So like that, so many use cases are coming. What I wanted to request here, not only here, by seeing all these things, who are all innovators in the state, who are all innovators in the nation, even global innovators, come back with proper use cases. Even technology always, it should be more cost effective. Be clear. This is where I am telling, even if you come with high cost, low productivity, no result, less results, then it may not be sustainable. That if you can come, morning also, our minister also has told very clearly, we will create an organization. How to hide single window. All your use cases, you can come to that organization. Respective departments, they will coordinate. Your use cases are useful. Straight away, they will use it. And at the same time, proof of concept. First, they will use it, pilot. Automatically, it is very good. Then we'll replicate. Then we'll give you results. Then proof of concept will establish. Then you can go to national level, international level for your product launching. This is where I am saying from the beginning. Today, not only one thing, what all we are thinking here, somebody already in advanced stage. So many brains are working globally. So early is the best way. Very soon I am hearing all these things from you. Very soon we are going to establish that type of ecosystem in Andhra Pradesh. Then trial and error will work continuously. Ultimate aim is, I wanted to make Andhra Pradesh as a hub for knowledge economy, number 1. Number 2, every family one family, one entrepreneur. That is our mission. We will work together. And also innovators, I am appealing all of you. Recently we had a drone conference. Nobody visualized the importance of drones. Excellent use cases have come. Even some of the use cases I am shocked to hear, they are from remote area. Imagination, even they didn't have proper educational background also, they are innovating. Even intermediate students. Even Srikakulam remote area, people have come. And also by always one, if you see, all innovations were done not universities, sometimes outside universities. Not best graduates, even illiterates, dropouts. Even Bill Gates also drop out. This is where things are happening. So we'll work together. This is the, I'm very happy, everything we will publicize. You need not go to anywhere. There will be clear portal, committee, use cases, they will talk to you, we will adopt straight away, and then we'll give you proof of concept. We'll do it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, yesterday we had around 150 people in the room. Tucker sir and Kutumbarao Garu was also interacting. Two problems came up, sir. One is government's ability to transparently procure medtech or any other tech in a way that we get it at the right price. As you rightly said, technology should not be expensive. It should actually reduce cost. So we need a policy and a system which enables procurement by the government to happen smoothly. And one big challenge, sir, given the rate at which the technology is growing, sometimes our capacity to even understand the speed at which it is going may stop our ability to evaluate a technology. So any thoughts, sir, how a government can build an ecosystem as you're envisioning, which involves both being ahead, but at the same time being transparent?
No, we'll do one thing. Even I can take associations or experts from outside,
right,
and also government people. Ultimately, government is supreme. It is a sovereign power. You have to accept, but sometimes you are having reservations. Government means it won't work. It will create problems. There will be hurdles. That is where we are thinking why people are going to Silicon Valley and launching the projects. There is a proper environment. Even in the morning I have seen some presentations. Same time South Korea or some other countries have started economic development. They have reached new heights. But India is moving lot of potential, hidden potential. We are unable to expose all these things. But ultimately anything government has to promote. That is where Hyderabad success story. In the initial stage, small problems will be there. We will create a best ecosystem to take forward. I am assuring you, without having any bottleneck, I want to promote entrepreneurs in a big way. For this, we are streamlining total administration, and also it will be responsive. And at the same time, I will involve associations and also experts from private sector also.
Sure.
We will work together.
Thank you.
Even always startup companies, out of 4 or 5, every startup may not be successful. We are seeing. But we should not discourage. Continuously, sometimes 1 or 2 failures also, we must be in a position to absorb and encourage further. That also we are keeping in our policy. We will work it out.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Can we have a big round of applause for that, please? This is one of the most encouraging things, sir. Because without that ecosystem, the private sector also cannot interact, but government also can't get the best out of the industry. Sir, with your permission, I would like to call on Mr. Manish Gupta from SAP. Manish has come all the way, and he's from one of the most leading companies. Manish, over to you, please.
So my latest and greatest Qualification, sir, is I am a father to 2 daughters. One is 11 and one is 6 years old. Both of them go to Blue Blocks Montessori in Hyderabad for last 8 years. And we were having a conversation last week, and one of them, the elder one, says that she wants to train and she wants to help the rural children by staying in Hyderabad so that the rural children or the rural society can earn their pocket money. My elder daughter is very good in origami, which is the paper crafts, and that initiated the thought in mind how we can actually utilize everybody who knows something in this state or in this country, that each one skill one, right? I will skill somebody, everybody present in this room will skill somebody. That's one of the thoughts. I'll take this back to my daughter and say I was able to bring this point to you. The second point, sir, is while terrestrial, we are doing a lot of interesting things in the state, in the country. It's nice to have the eyes in the sky, right? There are a lot of private companies which are sending CubeSats to space, in the low Earth orbiting space. And some of these can be used by the state machinery, by GFST, to identify a lot of interesting use cases. One is disaster management, the other is land monitoring. So once you have eyes in the skies, 250 kilometer up, there is so much possibility to do so many interesting things. I know one of such startups who would be willing to explore some of these interesting use cases. I cannot comment on the commercial part of it, but at least something very interesting that can be brought up. The third thing was, sir, since I come from a technology company called SAP, we work very closely with enterprises. And I think government should also be treated like an enterprise. You earn money, you spend money, and there's an entire machinery which works. And if all the systems that are deployed connect to each other in a recent way, then what stops Andhra Pradesh government to function like a Tata Motors or a Tata Projects Limited, where everybody has the right insights, he knows what to be done, and they're getting the best service out. In this case, the customer is the citizen, right? The second last point was, sir, is the last mile is a big challenge because the government can have as only about this many people, and we have a large population in the country as well as in the state. There is one interesting concept of resident welfare associations. Now, interestingly, they are all registered bodies, and all the members are elected members. The housing committees, everybody comes together and elects those members. Can these RWAs become an extension or a quasi-government extension to the localities where they can help in the locality development, problem solving, etc. And fifth one is, my question to you, sir, is why is governance needed? Governance should be working automatically. The day I am born to the day I die, everything should happen on its own. And if that happens, with your vision of speed of doing business can happen on its own. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Manish.
Last point, I'm assuring you, it will happen very soon.
Thank you. I can see that
That means we are starting now WhatsApp governance. Government always wanted to control. As a matter of fact, we want to facilitate.
Yeah.
We are forgetting facilitator role, then we are entering to controller role. For example, as you rightly mentioned, only human beings born only once and also die once. For these two things, MRO is going to update continuously with his discretion.
Yeah.
What is the fun? I don't understand. Once he was born, it is noted, automatically anybody will come, date of birth has to give automatically, wherever he is.
Yeah.
Nativity cannot be changed, caste cannot be changed.
Correct.
Pass percentage of schools or certificates, college certificate marks cannot be changed.
I agree.
All these things you have to go to pillar to post every year. Very soon you are going to see, you will not go to anywhere. All these things you can download anywhere in the world at your convenience whenever you require. Not only this, more than 100, or gradually I am making everything seamless. You can take services, power bill you can pay automatically, electricity bill or something, everything. Even you want to go to any temple, you can reserve ticket. By the time you can go and have darshan and then come back. All services I wanted to provide in a big way. We have started. That is where morning I told you very clearly. One is Aadhaar. It is a very good advantage for India. Second is your telephone. Now, OTP, all these things are coming. Now every family, every member, wherever you go, airport also, no need to have your passport or your ticket, all these things. Directly you can enter and go. What more evidence you need? So I wanted to move in that direction. One is individual, Aadhaar, bring them as a family, who are all in the family, then GPS, then everything will be authenticated. I will know what are all the requirements for each citizen, each family. Either house, outside, or some other else, everything will make it. Finally, we are planning in such a way, welfare for the deserving people will give, and also tax payments also, one should pay transparent way without having any evasion. We will bring revolution with technology. As on today, we are using technology as standalone system. I want to bring technology integrated.
Absolutely.
Very soon we are going to bring it. That will help us in a big way.
Thank you, sir. And I promise you on behalf of the citizens of this country here that if the government is going to take 2 steps, we will take 20 from our side. Thank you.
No, only sometimes you are not moving that fast. The motivation also is a big problem for me. Visakhapatnam is the exception. Visakhapatnam always very good city and also very, very committed, very docile people and also honest and integrity is very high. I have seen so many cities.
This is my favorite city.
Visakhapatnam is different from other cities, but people are by and large very good. But only problem is continuously intellectuals, you are having a responsibility. Which is good, which is bad, you have to identify. Continuously you have to support good, then only things will happen. Sometimes you will vote for any party, after that you will think, this is our responsibility, you have to deliver, but you won't cooperate. I need continuous cooperation, then we can do wonders.
All the best.
We'll work it out.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. May I, in that light, there are over 3,000 schemes and programs for the poor. Some of them are central schemes, some of them are Andhra schemes. And when we mapped it out, one of the things which came out is, as you were saying, deserving people, if the scheme is there, they should receive it. But there is an application process, there is a documentation process. Can we move one step further, sir? We have the DigiLocker concept. Can the DigiLocker, if all the documents are available, right? And if the family is eligible for certain things and they don't have it, is it possible to automate it slowly over a period of time?
That is what we are working as on now.
Okay, sir.
As a family, what are all the schemes is eligible? As a family, what is the economic status? What is the skill or potential of that family? In a family, 5 members, all are not equal. One family member is having more IQ or advantages or skills, everything. So I wanted to plan everything. Individual identity, family as a security. Both will integrate. Automatically we can synchronize all programs with that family is eligible and then we will apply for them.
Wonderful.
All of a sudden we may not do it, but minimum programs we have to target all families.
Right. Thank you, sir.
There is pension, there is ration, there is health, all these things, everybody is eligible.
Eligible for, yeah.
Some programs, those who are all, that is where I told you, zero poverty P4. There I will focus more on last mile. then they will bring them. For others, we may not bring, but at least we will uplift. Continuous process. That is where we are doing. As you rightly mentioned, all programs I want to synchronize. Still, there is a problem of literacy. Common man in the village may not understand, but our secretariat in the last mile, they have to coordinate, we will coordinate.
Sure. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Can I see some hands up, questions? Okay. You will need to move forward and take the mic. And while we do that, do we have Rohit from the Piramal Foundation here? Rohit? Rohit, can you come forward, please? This is a subject which you are very familiar with. So we have from Piramal Foundation, Rohit, who's done some amazing work on digital governance. And Rohit, if you can talk quickly to CM Garu about your entire DigiLocker approach and how it can be done. Then we will, ma'am, you go ahead first, please.
Sir, I'm Lakshmi, speech language pathologist and audiologist.
Mike, nearer.
I'm Lakshmi, speech language pathologist and audiologist. Here I've been hearing from past 2-3 hours about technology and healthcare. But as a speech therapist, every day I'm seeing around 10 to 16 children who are having autism, mental retardation, misarticulation. They're not able to pronounce even a simple word properly. So all this is sometimes because of electronic gadgets mothers are giving right at the early age, and about very poor awareness about speech and hearing issues, about communication issues in the health sector. So what we thought was earlier, I have a Vishaka Speech and Hearing Center from past 20 years. Earlier we used to have an Institute of Speech and Hearing in Hyderabad. But after bifurcation of the state, whole of Andhra, we don't have a speech and hearing college itself. So hardly we have 100, we have an association called Andhra Pradesh Speech and Hearing Association. The whole of Andhra Pradesh Association, we have 20 to 30 speech and hearing professionals who cannot service or give awareness to all these people of our population. So we initiated permission from Andhra Pradesh to start a speech and hearing college. The problem here is we do not have faculty. So they keep asking for where is the faculty, how can you educate the bachelor's or diploma course students if they come for. Sure. So we would like to ask, in case if we can have virtual lectures from all over the world, even from Basel University we have people coming here who are pioneers of this speech and hearing communication disorders. Until we have this virtual permission to implement in colleges like us. See, ours is a very small firm. Vishaka Speech and Hearing is hardly 20 years young. To get permission, we have to go to Rehabilitation of Council of India in Delhi.
Ma'am, so they have particular steps. You're asked, what is asked for you?
Yeah, so what we wanted to ask is, their permission they will give only for the faculty. But in case if you can help us with a virtual permission to get lectures from online, then we can have multiple, by 1 year we can have 20 speech and hearing professionals developed in this state. Right. So every year we can develop so many speech and hearing professionals and help our future children who will not have any communication or speech and hearing problems.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
What about our Secretary?
Krishnababu Garu?
Krishnababu, you will answer.
Sir, Elite Council actually, RCI mandates physical lectures, availability of physical lectures, sir. We will just check up, sir, and whether that kind of faculty is available or not. Otherwise,
what our suggestion is, we will have one college,
yes,
both virtual, physical, integration of lectures globally, and also continuously we will train our people. That is one. Second one, Government of India permissions. How to get it single window? Can we get it?
Yes.
Simple question.
RCA has to give NOC, sir. She has already applied. We will follow it up.
Not individual case. I am not bothered about. She brought a problem.
Yes.
How to make it effective implementation, free for all, but no children in Andhra Pradesh should suffer because of that lack of infrastructure. How to do it, you tell us. You get
We'll work together, sir.
You take suggestions and get it done.
Yes, I have taken number, sir, her number. So
Okay.
we'll work together.
How many students are there in Andhra Pradesh? Everything. How many children?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You give the details, we'll get it done.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Sir, your point is that estimate the total number of children, how many people we need, and solve it at a system level. Done, sir. Sir, I would like to invite Rohit very briefly. I would request all speakers to be very brief. Rohit, if you can share the Digital Bharat Collective work, and if you have any ask from CM, sir.
Sure. Thank you, sir. Sir, myself Rohit from Piramal Foundation, and we have an initiative called Digital Bharat Collaborative. Under that, we are committed to strengthen the health system in the states. We have piloted our programs in Bihar and UP in collaboration with the state government, wherein the command and control center at the state level is formed, which was inaugurated by the CMs of the respective states, whereby we could able to really monitor and govern the programs, health program from the state, as well as from the districts with the different district magistrates. We could able to establish the review mechanism over there, and in the block we could able to help to the officials in creating the differential planning for improving the indicators of the health in the block. And finally, with the frontline workers, we've been helping them to really build their capabilities in managing her work. So this work has been done extensively from last 4 years with the states, where we started building the blocks from creating the digital architecture in the states, as well as governance mechanism in the state. I'm hoping that with this learning, if we can able to also come to Andhra Pradesh and can able to contribute also into the development of part.
Thank you.
So what is your suggestion ultimately?
So suggestion is that at the state, one of the learning for us was that there is a lot of, as sir was also saying, we have a lot of data, but where is this data all going to? Is this data actually used to drive the programs for better? I think if we can able to at all level able to create the right information to the right person at right time to drive the right decision, we can able to solve this at a better way. And in the state, if we can have this command and control center which can have a surveillance of the facilities.
What is your expertise? What is the product you are having on that?
So at every level, we can able to help in the creating governance mechanism and deploy the digital solutions. And with the youth, we have almost like 600 fellows working with us which are between the age group of 20 to 26. They are the one who is doing the change management on the ground.
Right.
And these are the people who actually passed out from the IITs and good colleges of India, 100 top colleges of India. They actually go and stay in the villages, work with the community, support the system in establishing the change management and deployment and adoption of the programs.
So Rohit, if I may help you reframe, sir, I think the work they have done in UP and Bihar is they built multi-level dashboards using government data, and they also mobilize the youth to verify the data, and multi-level governance has become possible, and that's a solution they are willing to offer to Andhra Pradesh.
What I am thinking, we are also working everything systematically,
Right.
all departments, and also I told you, as on today, governments are using data standalone systems.
Correct.
Because of that, we are having a problem of comparison, all these things. Now I am bringing uniformity. If he is having any ideas how to integrate, we will be very happy to associate with him.
Sure.
Sure, sir.
Even not only Andhra Pradesh, even I am integrating with the Government of India, Ayushman Bharat, APAR, all these things.
Right.
That data also I am integrating. So that single source of truth, so that decision making will be very easy.
Right.
Or otherwise, multiple channels again will have a problem.
Absolutely.
If he is having good ideas, we will sit with you. Even we are using all knowledge available for overall improvement of the society, either health, agriculture, all departments of the matter.
Sure. Thank you, sir. And like Krishna Babu Garu is already doing, he is integrating multiple department data for health.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, we will do that. I am telling you, government approach, very clear. As on today, historical information we are having, some of the departments, but stand alone. Pensions, one format, one department. Health is different, or ration is different. Like there's so many departments, so many ways we are using.
Right.
Now I am bringing one citizen, all services, one family. This is the concept we are working. Historical data we are having, dynamic data we are collecting through Ayushman Bharat. Every day somebody is going to doctor, he will treat, he will update data. That type of data. Second, through IoT's data or CCTV camera data, or tomorrow drones I am sending that data, every data. By using all these things, then I want to go artificial intelligence and also predictive analytics, finally ML, AL, anything for a matter, then deep technology.
Right.
Ultimately, I want to provide best solution for the problem without confusing anybody. That is where nowhere in the country as on today, governments have done. First time I am approaching integrating with all the data. Truth is one. The truth, how to bring it, individual, family, on various problems. It may be health, education, skill, agriculture, anything for that matter. All layers we are building.
Right.
There, if you can come, any ideas, we will be very happy to associate with you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. With your permission, somebody has traveled a long way to meet you, son of the soil. Principal Secretary from Meghalaya, Mr. Sampath Kumar is here. I would like to invite him to come on board and share with us his thoughts. He's put a lot of thought about Andhra and what needs to be done.
They are doing some work.
Thank you, sir. So, sir, first of all, I would like to thank you, sir. In fact, you provide a very inspiring and exemplary leadership for the whole country. In fact, so one thing, sir, I would like to tell about a use case. You asked about use cases. Sir, Meghalaya is a small state, but a very difficult state, sir. So, for last over 5 years, we have been working on one model, sir, based on what you said, population management. Sir, maybe I just like, there is if you look at, sir, in India, average below 18 years, about 35% of the population, sir. Meghalaya, we have about 49%. So basically what you just said, sir, we have a demographic dividend, but are we actually unleashing that potential of the demographic dividend? So when we look at the indicators, sir, like if you look at, sir, we have 35% stunted population. Stunted population means their brain cognitive capacity is not fully developed. Similarly, we have, look at the data, like class 5 students cannot actually apply the numbers. Class 5 students cannot simply comprehend. So there are almost like 45 to 55% students are not able to achieve that learning outcome. So investing on people is a great idea, sir, what you are saying. So what we did, sir, we created a human development pyramid based on the brain science. So brain science says, sir, in first 5 years, actually we in fact 90% of the brain develops. So in fact, if you see one Harvard Center for Developing Child, the graph, I think maybe you can show it late, next slide. So what happens, sir, I would like, maybe you can see, this is the kind of a thing, sir, maybe just a slide that we have shown. So this one, sir, the brain capacity, the neuroplasticity we call it, it's very high during the first early childhood development period. And the second opportunity is adolescent development period. So if we invest in during these two periods, we get actually phenomenal results. There is a study done in US, the Perry School project, which shows that, in fact, the Nobel Prize winner, he had proven that for every dollar we invest, we get almost like 17 times return on investment. So investing to do that one, sir, what we did, we formed a Human Development Council headed by the Chief Minister, sir, and then integrated all the departments and prioritized all our actions towards unleashing that potential. So even training the parents how to do positive parenting, how not to do in altercations or anything before the children, so that it will affect their brain. So such kind of a very intensive exercise we are doing. Sir, actually we have set up a government innovation lab in Meghalaya. In fact, our Honorable Chief Minister also, like you sir, he is also very innovative Chief Minister. We all wanted to come and sign a MOU with the government of AP, and in fact bring a lot of these ideas. In fact, we are learning from the state of AP. We have taken our CRPs from here to Meghalaya, who are teaching us natural farming. So what you said, sir, knowledge economy or knowledge, you wanted to make it. I think the sharing of the knowledge and sir, the ideas would be very helpful. We would like to, in fact, put forward this idea before you. But thank you, sir, for all your inspiration.
No, what is your when you started this project? How much time? What is the outcome?
Sir, actually we started this entire idea. We started during the COVID, sir. COVID gave us a lot of opportunity for us to really deeply think. So the outcome, sir, actually would like to show this. Actually, sir, this is a project, but I would like to show there is a 50% reduction in the maternal mortality rate, sir, in the state, which is the sharpest decline anywhere in the world. In fact, which has been, sir, actually now Harvard University is actually taking it as one of the cases to teach as part of their courses. So that's the kind of a result, sir. So basically, in fact, ADB, I think Dr. Dinesh Arora spoke to you, World Bank, they're all working with us, sir, basically investing at different life stages. Maybe investing on people like Gurujada Apparagar Chepinat, sir, like maybe like Desamente Mattikadu, Desamente Manushiloi. I think, sir, the way you just mentioned population management is so important. Otherwise, the replacement rate is coming down. Definitely, sir, I think we need to unleash that complete demographic dividends. Thank you.
One is the demographic advantage. You are able to do population management also simultaneously?
Yes, sir. Sir, because, sir, to unleash that early childhood development period, one has to give a lot of time, sir, actually. So basically on children, so parents, schools, Anganwadi workers, self-help groups, everyone has to give time, sir.
No, I can understand. I am asking straight question. One is, that is a very good thing, awareness building, everything you have done, council, all these things, structure. But what is the population replacement level in your state?
Sir, ours is actually, sir, we are actually, in fact, number 2 in the country, sir. 2.9 is our total fertility rate.
2.9?
We actually will going to be the number 1 in NFHS 6, sir. So we are basically, we don't actually, sir, we actually only say spacing. We don't, because we don't actually talk about, in fact, we spacing so that there is a better maternal health, as in fact, one of the speaker was mentioning, sir, actually how to really teach those things, to entire.
You give all the details.
Yes, sir.
What is your success story?
Yes.
We are having some success stories. We will work together.
Okay.
Meghalaya government and Andhra Pradesh government can work together. I will be very happy.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sir.
Thank you.
Sir, if I remember right, I think in your time, water mission you set up so long back. You brought together 17 departments. I think the idea is very similar, sir. Setting up a human development, this thing, and having that focus. That's
that is a good concept. We will work it out.
Sure.
Sir, I want to say something in relation to health, because I've been hearing so many. So, about 14 years back, we started health centers in addition to our business in memory of my parents. So, we started in all small districts like Srikakulam, Narsipatnam, Gajuwaka, Bhimili, and my village, opposite NTR's village, Nimakuru. So, we are now able to serve every single day 1,800 to 2,000 poor patients, and in a month 50,000, annually 500,000 people. And this is happening for the past 15 years. What do? We have all diagnostic tests, including X-rays, blood tests, ultrasound. There are about 70 doctors working in all these 10 centers, and they are paid less, retired people, ESI, government doctors. Directly we are able to feed into the mouth of each patient. And Jeevandhara Pharmacy giving medicines at 80% discount, cost, charging them 20%. So just to give you an example, consultation fee of a doctor is 20 rupees.
Sir, suggestion please, straight, if you don't mind. Sorry. If you can come to the suggestion, what you have.
Yeah, suggestion. So, the solid work is going on, actual solid work at the ground level. I would urge you to depute somebody, look at our Varun medical centers. Not anything hi-fi, but the solid work is going on. Lots of poor people are being helped. And a lot of people who are sitting here, they all know about it because they have been sending their drivers. And the second thing is, we are running skill development centers, 8 of them. So about 1,000 boys and girls are prepared for denting, painting, air conditioning. So when we have one side unemployment, the other side, there are people are not available with skills. So from that direction, because we employ a lot of people, so we are preparing 1,000 boys and girls. So why don't you have somebody visit our skill development centers and medical centers? People like us, there are so many entrepreneurs. Each district, if you can ask 4 of us to start 5 or 10, your basic problem is solved. You can capture all these typhoids, blood problems at the beginning before they accelerate to a bigger disease. We are actually doing groundwork.
Thank you.
We'll work it out. We'll ask our people
know about it, but
you get all the details. We'll encourage others. In skill development also, we'll send our team to study.
Yes, ma'am.
Congratulations to great Dias. It's not just sustainable transformation Dias, but it's a Dias to extract the intellectual wisdom and wealth from the next generation. And I'm requesting the great Dias to create virtual and physical governance, research and development, holistic research and development template. Unless we create a just major template, the template, like with reference to deep tech, like the AI template, with that the AI template, we can connect sub-AI levels. At the same time, before going to all these dynamic structures and template of the governance, which is connected to virtual and physical Dias of the governance, we need to work especially on environment. And always you're telling, sir, I'm a student of you from the beginning. Since my student days as union representative, I know that. So I interacted you. From the beginning, you're also very concerned to environment. So nowadays, in India, what I experienced, I can't walk even a kilometer or half a kilometer on the roads. Because we are not only in just urgency of the work referring to environment, but it's emergency. Unless we work towards environment maintenance and cleaning and just management, we can if you initiate, so your Dias is not a just political Dias, it's not a governance Dias, it's a service Dias. And your forum, with intellectual forum, concerned about the government of the people of India through P4 policies, so we can work first through environment issues. Right. So eco-friendly approaches, and you can collaborate. You are the right persons with the help of our national leader, Prime Minister Modi, and you, the great Dias, can collaborate, can initiate, can take all the people, irrespective of any discrimination, Madam. Industry, people, public, private, all the stakeholders. So Madam, can do wonders. For this, I have a strategy. So I'm requesting you, sir, to initiate environmental program through great Dias.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
We are working in a big way. Swachha Bharat is one. Government of India has created a department itself. Overall comprehensive idea of Swachha Bharat, we are having Swachha Andhra Pradesh. We will take up this issue as a campaign mode. For the last 5 years, if you see in Andhra Pradesh, even garbage is totally, they are unable to lift also. Legacy garbage, nearly 85 lakh metric tons are available in Andhra Pradesh. That is a big challenge for us. Long back we started from waste to energy, waste to compost, everything. Again, we will work on environment front, how to improve greenery, forests, how to make it clean, everything. All people has to join together. Ultimately, we have to create a legacy on environment. We have to tell proudly, this is what we have achieved. there is a contribution from every individual regarding environment protection, then only it will happen. We will work it out, we will come back with clear-cut milestones and involvement of every citizen in the state. We will do it.
Thank you, sir. So this is the last question. Last question, please. I know there are a lot of people queuing up for questions. Real apologies. CM sir's time is very less, and this will be the last question, please.
Good evening, sir. Thank you very much for this wonderful program. So I wanted all of the members to know, I was interacting with 2 startups in the morning, sir. So how we can take them forward. One was RapidX. I would request, the suggestion would be to make them involved in all the blood banks. What they are doing, sir, if you take a blood sample, when you take blood out, we only test for hemoglobin. 90% of the women are hemoglobin deficient, sir. But this instrument is telling which type of anemia. They're also testing for malaria, and the beauty is they're testing for cancer screening also, sir. And they're not charging, it's only a monthly charge of 5,000. So if we make it, that startup's name is RapidX, they have deployed, yesterday I spoke to them. If we can mandatory for all the blood banks to have that equipment, the advantage would be, sir, everybody donating blood would be screened for blood cancer also, would be screened for malaria also, and for which type of anemia also. All those things are not happening now. So that we will be the first state in the country where a donor will have access to all these facilities free of cost. That is one suggestion, sir. There's another startup from Nipun Sahani, son of Mr. Ajay Sahani. They were testing for viral infections, and their test was costing only 100 rupees compared to a 2,000 or 3,000 rupees, which took 7 days. They're testing in 10 minutes, and they're requested for doing it in KGH. So if we could facilitate these things, I think the outcome of this conference will be directly available to the public. They will really see for themselves how many people are benefiting this great initiative. The last suggestion I have, sir, you were talking about the data available with all the government institutes, government hospitals. Data is gold nowadays, sir. If we can randomize the data and people who are doing research in AI can actually access this data, if there is a platform where they don't need to run anywhere, it is clearly available that they can access this randomized data without the name of the person. That will fetch a lot of revenue. We can monetize this data to earn gold, sir. So there should be, the suggestion is to create a mechanism where randomized data of all the patients is available for research companies where the government can earn money. And the last suggestion, sir, one last suggestion, sir. The previous government had 17 medical colleges, sir, and you see that infrastructure also is not built. All the medical colleges in Andhra Pradesh, sir, the entire infrastructure is free after 5 p.m., sir. So my request is, instead of starting a new medical college, if we can just appoint new faculty in the evening, we can have double the medical college in every medical college in Andhra Pradesh.
Thank you.
That's the only suggestion I have. Thank you very much, sir.
ఓకే మా వెల్ టేకన్. మీరు చెప్పినట్టు కూడా ఆల్రెడీ స్టార్ట్ చేశాం. ఈరోజు మార్నింగ్ వాళ్ళు ఇచ్చిన చూశాను నేను, సహాని వాళ్ళు కూడా తయారు చేసింది. ఆల్ యూస్ కేసెస్ విచ్ ఆర్ యూస్ఫుల్ విల్ లాంచ్ ఇమీడియట్లీ. Then we will see the results. I am assuring you very soon we are going to create a body also, one committee to select all these things. Across the department, single agency will do all these things. That is one. Second one, as you rightly mentioned, all the data, not only monetization for the government. I want to go for startup companies to use this data and create use cases. Again, they can come back, we will use that. Then proof of concept is right with accuracy, we will certify them. Then they can scale it up commercially. Right. That also will encourage. This is where from the morning I am hearing all of you. Detailed way we are going to check out a program. Already we are having clarity. We will improve further, we will put it for public consumption and public utility. Basing on that, once in 3 months, we will have similar sessions, computation, everything. We will review continuously till we reach reasonable level. Right. That is what I am thinking. We will work it out.
Thank you, sir.
Anything?
Sir, there are a lot of people waiting, sir, but time is less.
What is that youngster? What is your suggestion? Carry on, come.
Good evening, sir. Actually, most of the delegates who are most senior leaders and innovators, they got the chance to question. I am a third-year student. As a young entrepreneur, I just have a question. Mine is an AI-based startup in software as a service and product. We are making augmented reality smart glasses for blind, deaf, and mute, sir. And after seeing your in your assembly where you have spoken, you have shown your ring. So I thought of to get a chance to demonstrate myself here. So I've past 8 months I have been trying in 3 governments, that is Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat and Telangana government, to incubate my own startup, which is not being possible. So with this smart glasses, with the wearable ecosystem, which is being available at low cost, our goal is to give a facility which is being given to the richest person. Same facilities need to be given to the poor. So we are delivering it in a low cost. So
what is the product?
Augmented reality smart glasses for blind, deaf and mute people. So how the Andhra Pradesh government can assist me in incubating my own startup here?
Okay, you be in touch with him. We will work it out, but we will structure it. People like you how to go about. That is where I told you tomorrow there will be incubation hub in Visakhapatnam itself. You can go straightly. Then they will handhold, they will guide you, they will mentor you, they will launch you, and then they will take to the logical conclusion.
Thank you so much.
We'll work it out.
Sir, one very last question from my side. In your first term in the undivided Andhra Pradesh, you were worried about malarial deaths and you started reviewing the program very hard. And at the time around 10,000 deaths were there roughly. And it started going down very, very rapidly once you started reviewing the program. But then we also saw data which showed deaths due to unknown reasons going up very strongly. It could well be that they were classifying it as unknown because CM Garu is reviewing it. So one last question to you is that are you worried with the way data, tech and AI trends? Which are the worries for you, which is keeping you up in the night? Just the last question, sir.
Follow your question. Can you repeat?
Are you worried about how the data and tech can also be manipulated, can also become a problem rather than only a solution?
No, from the beginning I am telling you very clearly. In computer you feed garbage. Garbage only will come out as outcome. I am very clear on that. So data scrutiny, corrections, updation, it should be 100% foolproof, then only we will get 100% perfect information. For that, checks and cross-checks, everything we have to follow. Even recently, one example I am giving you, how computers are very dangerous. Land records. Government has wanted to they are saying we are computerizing your records. Then there is a clause 22A. Once if you add 22A, it is government land. If you delete 22A, it is private land. Right. Then what they have done cleverly, they added 22A. Manipulation. Then people will be, automatically that middleman or broker will come, your land you give it to me. If you won't give it to me, then it is 22A, it is government land. Then you face the music. Then that fellow, poor fellow, where he will go? Naturally he is surrendered. Some people have compromised, throwaway price they have given. Again one word, 22A, they deleted. Then automatically land is valid, private land. That type of manipulations is very dangerous in computerization. That is where Government of India, Aadhaar is 100% foolproof. Our digital currency is working very well. 40% transactions globally we are doing. Still, cyber security is a threat.
Sure. Thank you.
I have given digital currency report. At that time, I used to call everybody, Reserve Bank, bankers, even service providers, even technology persons, everybody. I used to ask them only one question, what is the security? Is it 100% foolproof? Nobody told me it is 100% foolproof. Always technology, some fraudulent fellow is more efficient than you, is more innovator, then you will break your program.
Yeah.
That is the biggest danger. But at the same time, governments, regulatory agencies has to be very clear. We have to control. Data, I am assuring you, what we are going to get 100% foolproof data, nobody can tamper. And also, on the basis of that, I want to take decisions. And checks and balances, passwords, everything, what are all the security we can keep, everything we will keep.
Wonderful, sir.
You can rely on government data in course of time. We will purify everything, every data, single source of truth. This record is there, it is 100% foolproof, that is our sovereign guarantee. I am telling you, I am assuring you that stage we are going to reach very soon.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. CM Garu has spent almost an hour listening. I know some of you are waiting for questions. Our sincere apologies. We will now go into for MOU signing, and then the rest of the speakers will come later after that. So those of you who had questions further, our sincere apologies. We are not able to cover all of them. Sir, thank you very much. A big round of applause to CM Garu for his time.
Now, one question I want to ask all of you, because you are all intellectuals and also technical people, some people are interested in technology, all these things. This type of conferences are useful in course of time. If it is useful, can you raise your hand? Okay, that's good. Yeah, I will make it department-wise and also integrate technologies, everything use cases. Ultimately, data where you are going to get, that is one issue. Either drone or CCTV camera or otherwise your cell phone or your satellite or sensors. That is your innovation. Ultimately, I need use cases in government and public use cases. We will promote all these things. Department-wise, we will have some special sessions where you can exchange with them and then you can provide some services to them. We will work it out. No, that is again, it is a legacy problem. We are overcoming all legacy. Even I am working one more thing. Tomorrow for all incentives, I want to start escrow account. Immediately, whenever you complete the work, it will come automatically. Nobody can change in future. I am thinking that also, escrow account. I will open. Biotech hub we will keep. Long back I have started that Genome Valley, Hyderabad. Again I am thinking seriously, here biotechnology. Yeah, we'll make it. One of them, either Anantapur or Uttarandhra will make it.
Thank you, CM sir. Now quickly, I request Honorable CM sir and CSR to be on the dais. I request Sanjay Gupta ji, our CEO, to be present on the dais. We have 7 MOUs between GFST and different organizations and also with Government of AP. I request all the concerned people to be readily available so that we can finish them quick succession. The first MOU is between GFST and Samagra. I request Mr. Gaurav Goyal, CEO and MD of Samagra, to come onto the dais, please. So these MOUs are basically for project monitoring, institutional support and studies. Now next MOUs are between GFST and GAME. Mr. Ketul Acharya, President, and Mr. Mekin Maheshwari, Founder. I request both of them to quickly come onto the dais, please. Then next MOU is GFST and German University. Mr. Raz, please. Mr. Raz from German University. Yes. नाम पढ़ने के बाद दे दो. नाम पढ़ने के बाद. Next. Doing it, sir. He is talking. German. GOIP అని ఒకసారి చదువుతాను. నా కంఫర్ట్లో నేను చదువుతున్నాను సార్. గేమ్ అయిపోయింది. గేమ్ sir, GSR, Fluent Grade, GOIP is there. Be there interactive. So with German University, request Mr. Raj to be on the dais quickly, please. The next MOU will be with between GFST and Fluent Grid. Dr. Murali, please. Next MOU between GFST and GSR, Dr. Srinivas Gosala. Then the next two MOUs are between Government of AP, one is with CMS. I request Mr. Mokati Karuna, IAS Commissioner, Health and Family, and from CMS, Mr. Shivkumar, Founder. I request the entire GFST team and event management team to quickly come for a picture with the Honorable Chief Minister. Request all the GFST team. Ramnath Garu, Samsara Garu, Raju, Adil, please quickly come.
You gotta put your past behind you. Look, kid, bad things happen, and you can't do anything about it, right? Wrong! When the world turns its back on you, you turn your back on them. That's not what I was told. And maybe you need a new lesson. Repeat after me. Hakuna Matata. Hakuna Matata. It means no worries.
GFST. Thank you very much for spending time with us, sharing your thoughts, perspectives, and also all the sponsors who supported this event. I thank Novotel for the hospitality. We have coffee, tea going outside. I request all of you to go and have refreshments and then have a safe journey back home. Thank you very much. We will soon
that takes you higher. I will forever be intertwined with you.
IIT University and
the sun never goes down and time will slow down.
Students also can come and have their pictures.
Too crazy
Honorable Chief Minister.
decided to stay forever.